Winter, 1976. After breakfast, a group of elderly women gathered at the village entrance to sit in the sun and chat. This was the village's information center, the birthplace of all kinds of gossip. No one knew which old lady started the topic first. Hey, did you hear? Wang Zhenjiang's eldest daughter went mad this morning. She flipped the dining table and smashed everything in the house with a rolling pin. She's not the eldest anymore. She's the second daughter now. The eldest is that stepdaughter, Wang Fingjiao. Wang Zhenjiang treats that girl better than his own daughter. If you didn't know, you'd think Fingjiao was his real child and Yanxiu was the stepdaughter. Well, I say good for her. That family deserves it. Everyone can see what's been going on. Such a sweet girl, and they've treated her so badly. It's true what they say, once there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather too. In less than 2 years, that fair, lively girl has turned pale and thin. Even I, an outsider, feel sorry for her. Yanxiu is such a good child, pretty, hardworking, and kind. It's a pity her real mother passed away early. Her father's foolish, and her stepmother is cruel. You're right. But after this outburst, how will she live in that house? They'll only make her suffer more. She used to smile all the time, and now she doesn't even smile anymore. Hey, Granny Lee, you'd better keep your voice down. If that wicked woman hears you, she'll come after you. Granny Lee slapped the sole she was sewing and said loudly, "Let her hear. I'm not afraid. If she dares to do such things, why can't others talk about it? Even if she were standing right here, I'd say the same." The group kept talking, all feeling sorry for Wang Yanxiu. That was rare in this village. Usually, every bit of gossip split the crowd into 2 sides, one supporting, one opposing. By the end of the day, the side that won the argument would proudly carry their stool home, feeling as if they'd won a battle, and even eat an extra half bowl of rice out of joy.
10.
The losing side, meanwhile, would spend a night thinking up new topics to win back their pride the next day. But this time, everyone agreed. They all stood up for Wang Yanxiu. It was clear how much the villagers liked Wang Yanxiu. Wang Yanxiu was the second daughter of Wang Zhenjiang's family. Today, she was also the main topic of conversation among the elderly women at the village entrance. At this moment, she sat on her bed, her face filled with anger and resentment. Her expression was dark, as if she had just returned from a terrible place, full of bitterness. That morning, during breakfast, she had lost her temper and smashed up the house. She had completely fallen out with her father and stepmother. There was no way to make peace anymore. But this was part of her plan. Hearing their angry shouting outside, a deep sadness rose in her heart. Yes, Wang Yanxiu had been reborn. In her previous life, she had suffered terribly and died on a freezing winter day. After her death, her thin body was wrapped in an old mat and thrown in the deserted hills behind the village, without even a burial. She had died at 35 years old. Though she was 1.72 meters tall, she weighed only about 40 or 50 kilograms, looking frighteningly thin. Her body had many broken bones and injuries. She had been cruelly beaten to death. When her father learned of her death, he went to seek justice, but in truth, he only wanted compensation. After receiving a few hundred yuan, he agreed to drop the matter. Her spirit wandered between her body and the place where she had been imprisoned for 3 days. Even after death, she could still feel the pain deep in her bones. Watching her father talk with those who had hurt her, she wished she could rise from the underworld and drag them down with her, to make them feel the same pain.
20.
But her powerless spirit could only pass through them, unable to cause any harm. Finally, on the 3rd day, she watched as a pack of wolves found her body and devoured it, leaving only white bones behind. At last, she was freed. Her consciousness faded, and she didn't know how much time had passed before she heard faint prayers. When she opened her eyes again, she had returned to that very morning. It took Wang Yanxiu nearly an hour to accept that she had been reborn at this crucial moment. This was the day she regretted even in her dreams, the day she could never forget, the day her nightmare began. After anger, sorrow, and tears, she felt a strange sense of freedom and a new beginning. Clenching her teeth, she thought fiercely, "I've been given a new life. Those who hurt me and made me suffer. Are you ready?" This time, she would never be weak or endure things silently as she had before. Everyone who had harmed her would face the same pain she once endured, doubled. Her father and stepmother were among the main reasons for her tragic past. On this very day in her previous life, her father, urged by her stepmother, arranged a marriage for her. The man was a middle-aged widower who had lost his wife a year earlier, a butcher who had already buried 3 wives. His name was Zhang Yuanbiao, another cause of her misery. At that time, she resisted with all her strength. She would rather die than marry him. She was only 17, a high school graduate, still full of dreams. How could she marry a man in his 30s who had already lost 3 wives? Besides, she already had someone she cared about. But her father had taken 500 yuan as a bride price and promised to marry her off. When she refused, her father and stepmother secretly drugged her that night. They took her away while the roads were empty and sent her to that man's house. From then on, her life became a long, cruel nightmare, one that lasted 19 years. Thinking of it made Wang Yanqiu's teeth ache with hatred. If she hadn't been tricked and drugged, if she hadn't been locked up and starved, she might have had a chance to escape. That morning, while eating breakfast, she forced herself to stay calm, not daring to look at the man who called himself her father, afraid she might lose control. In this new life, she would no longer be bound by false family ties. Blood relations meant nothing to her now. When the time came to act, she would not hesitate. From now on, the only people she truly cared about, besides her late mother, grandmother, and uncle, were him. As for Wang Zhenjiang, even if he died, she wouldn't spare him a glance. At the table, she quietly picked up her bowl and began to eat. The meal was corn and sweet potato porridge with half a stir-fried cabbage. That was today's breakfast. She had made it early in the morning for the whole family. 30. When she came back to life, the food was already ready. Wang Yanqiu remembered this breakfast clearly. It had appeared in her memories countless times. She could never forget it. In her previous life, this was the last breakfast she ever had. After Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyan sent her away to that cruel man, she never had breakfast again. Her so-called good father had even kindly suggested that she shouldn't be given too much food, saying she was too strong and didn't need it. Sometimes Wang Yanqiu really doubted whether Wang Zhenjiang was truly her father. If he was, how could he be so heartless? But now, whether he was her real father or not no longer mattered. Sitting at the table, Wang Zhenjiang faintly felt that something about Wang Yanqiu was different today. But he didn't think much of it. Until, after finishing one bowl, Wang Yanqiu went to get another. She had always had a good appetite, but since 3 more people had joined the family in the past 2 years, food had become scarce. She had been forcing herself to eat less. For 2 years, she had never once eaten her fill. This time, she didn't hold back. She ate freely. She needed to be full if she was going to face what was coming. After a few sips of porridge, she picked up some vegetables. The others at the table began to look increasingly displeased. Wang Zhenjiang's face darkened. How rude she was. He wanted to scold her, but thinking of what he planned to say later, he forced himself to stay calm. Wang Yanqiu ate quickly, maybe because, counting both lives, she hadn't eaten a full meal in nearly 20 years. Soon, her second bowl was empty, and the dishes on the table were almost gone. Seeing her eat more than usual, Wang Zhenjiang's face grew even darker, though he said nothing. But to his surprise, Wang Yanqiu picked up her bowl again and went to get more. Lu Hongyan couldn't hold back anymore. She and her 2 children hadn't even eaten properly, yet Wang Yanqiu had already finished all the porridge and dishes. What were they supposed to eat now? She gave Wang Zhenjiang a meaningful look. When Wang Zhenjiang saw the expression in Lu Hongyan's eyes, he felt embarrassed and thought that Wang Yanqiu had made him lose face. His gaze toward Wang Yanqiu grew even more displeased. How inconsiderate. Couldn't she see that others at the table hadn't eaten enough yet? She only cared about herself. With a dark expression, Wang Zhenjiang slapped the table and scolded, "Yanqiu, can't you see there are still several people who haven't eaten enough? How much have you eaten already? You only think about yourself. When did you become so thoughtless?" Hearing him scold Wang Yanqiu, Lu Hongyun secretly sneered. She didn't even need to step in. Her husband was already teaching the girl a lesson. Let's see what she can do now. Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping sat at the table, watching with glee. 40. Seeing Wang Yanqiu being scolded was their favorite thing. Wang Yanqiu wasn't related to them by blood, and they had always been at odds. Although she had expected Wang Zhenjiang to turn on her, she still felt a pang of sadness. So, he was angry just because she ate a bit more? Was he afraid others wouldn't have enough? What a great father! He'd rather let his own daughter go hungry just to make sure that women's children were full. Food had always been scarce. In the past, Wang Yanqiu would quietly eat less to avoid trouble. But now, she no longer cared. If anyone went hungry, she thought, serves them right. If this had been her past life, she might have been frightened by his anger. But now? Who do you think you are? There were 4 other people at the table besides her, and every single one of them was her enemy. Wang Zhenjiang, her father, was nearly 40, but looked closer to 50. 3 years ago, her mother had passed away. The following year, Wang Zhenjiang married Lu Hongyun, who brought 2 children with her, an 18-year-old daughter, older than Wang Yanqiu by a year, and a 14-year-old son. Lu Hongyun was clever. To make her children fit into the family and ensure Wang Zhenjiang treated them no differently, she even changed their last names to his. The older one was named Wang Fengjiao, and the younger one was named Wang Feiping. From then on, Wang Zhenjiang's heart completely turned toward that side. Because Wang Feiping was a boy, Lu Hongyun told Wang Zhenjiang that she would have the child treat him like his real father and take care of him in the future. But she herself was a girl, and her father had always wanted a son. When her mother was still alive, things were better because her mother could protect her. Now that her mother was gone, there was no one left to stand by her side. When Lu Hongyun mentioned changing the children's last names to Wang, Wang Zhenjiang was overjoyed. He finally had a son, and such a grown one, too. The Wang family finally had an heir. So, he often told Wang Yanqiu to give in to her stepmother, sister, and brother. In her previous life, although she was unwilling, she endured everything to keep peace in the family and to avoid making things difficult for her father. She tolerated all of Lu Hongyun's unfair treatment. Even the 2 children Lu Hongyun brought into the family treated her with hostility. She kept enduring again and again, never expecting that her patience would eventually cost her life. But in this life, she would never endure it again. When she heard Wang Zhenjiang scolding her so harshly, she replied calmly, "I made breakfast. I'll eat as much as I want. If anyone's still hungry, they can make more themselves." Wang Zhenjiang was stunned for a moment, then realized she was talking back. Feeling embarrassed and angry, he jumped up. "You ungrateful girl. How dare you talk to your father like that? 50. I'll teach you a lesson." His hands trembled with anger as he took off his shoe and swung it toward her. Wang Yanqiu looked at him coldly, calmly setting her bowl on the stove as he raised the shoe to strike her. A trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. Was this all he could do? In the past, she had feared him because she cared too much about family and didn't dare to fight back. Now she no longer cared. So what was he to her? Seeing the contempt in her eyes, Wang Zhenjiang grew even angrier. He decided that today he would teach this disobedient daughter a hard lesson. She had gone too far. If he didn't discipline her properly, she would never learn respect. He raised the dirty shoe and swung it at Wang Yanqiu, not thinking for a moment that she was his own daughter. "Forget it. Let everything be destroyed." As Wang Zhenjiang came at her with a fierce look, she could no longer hold back her anger. She reached out with one hand and easily caught his wrist mid-swing. Wang Zhenjiang stared at his motionless right hand, full of disbelief. He had never imagined that his own daughter could have such strength. He glared at Wang Yanqiu, his daughter, but her eyes now looked at him like he was a stranger. Realizing what had happened, his face turned red with anger, feeling that his authority had been challenged.
You
dare to fight back? Let go of me right now, he shouted harshly. Wang Yanqiu gave a cold snort and flicked her left hand. Wang Zhenjiang felt a strong force push him back. He stumbled several steps and almost fell. This is outrageous. You've completely lost your mind, he shouted, furious and confused by her sudden defiance. Lu Hongyun and her 2 children stood nearby, stunned. They had thought Wang Zhenjiang would easily discipline Wang Yanqiu, but instead, he was nearly overpowered. Today, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Just wait, Wang Zhenjiang yelled, his face red with rage, unable to believe his daughter dared to resist him. He looked around in frustration, searching for something he could use as a weapon. Wang Yanqiu watched him coldly and let out a mocking laugh. Her father now looked just like a clown. Seeing Wang Zhenjiang searching for a weapon, Wang Yanqiu's eyes swept across the room. On the stove, she spotted a rolling pin she usually used for making noodles. She picked it up casually. Wang Zhenjiang was startled by her action. Pointing at her from a distance, he said nervously, "Debbie, what are you doing? Put that rolling pin down right now." Wang Yanqiu's expression darkened. "What do you think I'm doing? Do you really believe I don't know anything?" Wang Zhenjiang's heart skipped a beat.
What are you talking about? No what?
Do you think we'd ever try to harm you? Wang Yanqiu said sharply. The things you and she were whispering about this morning in your room. Did you really think I didn't hear? When Wang Zhenjiang heard what Wang Yanqiu said, he realized she had overheard their plan for her.
60.
He felt awkward, and his confidence faded. Ahem, Yanqiu, your Aunt Yuan is only thinking of your future. You're already 17, old enough to marry. Someone has taken a liking to you and even offered a bride price of 500 yuan. That's quite a lot for our village. You can ask around if you don't believe me. Wang Zhenjiang was about to continue, but when he saw the unhappy look on Wang Yanqiu's face, he wisely stopped talking. Lu Hongyun, seeing that things were not going as planned, quickly stepped forward to persuade her. Yanqiu, your father only wants what's best for you. Think about it. He's your father. Of course, he cares about you. Looking at her stepmother's false expression, Wang Yanqiu couldn't hold back her anger and slapped her hard.
Slap. Ouch.
A sharp sound echoed as Lu Hongyun cried out. Her face quickly turned red and swollen, and a bit of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth, showing how strong the slap had been. Mother, are you okay? Seeing their mother get hit, Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping rushed to help her, staring at Wang Yanqiu with disbelief and anger. Wang Yanqiu, how dare you hit my mother? I'll make you pay. Although Wang Feiping was only 14, his temper was fierce. Seeing his mother hurt, he glared and gritted his teeth, ready to fight back. He tried to rush at Wang Yanqiu, but his sister Wang Fengjiao held him tightly. Wang Fengjiao could tell that something was off with Wang Yanqiu today. She wasn't about to get involved. Her father would handle it. Sure enough, when Wang Zhenjiang saw Lu Hongyun get slapped, his anger flared up again. His face turned red, and he shouted furiously, "Unbelievable! You've really gone too far. How dare you raise your hand against your elders? Looks like I need to teach you a lesson today. You're trying to sell me off, and I'm not even allowed to resist?" Wang Yanqiu said calmly, her eyes showing both sadness and deep resentment. Sell you? Who said anything about selling you? That was a good marriage your Aunt Yuan worked so hard to arrange for you. The family has great conditions, and you're still not satisfied? Wang Zhenjiang trembled with anger, thinking Wang Yanqiu was ungrateful and couldn't tell good intentions from bad. Wang Yanqiu gave a bitter laugh. She had never seen such shameless people before. This was truly eye-opening. If it's such a good marriage, then let Wang Fengjiao go. She's a year older than me. Why don't you let her marry him? A good family? Do you really think a good family would ever choose me? Wang Yanqiu's lips curved slightly, a trace of mockery flashing in her calm eyes. Ever since that woman and her 2 children came, have I ever had anything good happen to me? I cook, wash clothes, feed the pigs, and work in the fields. I've never even had a full meal. The four of you just wait for me to serve you. If that's what you call a good thing, then you can have it." By the end, her voice was low and cold, sending chills through everyone in the room. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face expressionless, but her hoarse voice carried all her pain and resentment, nearly 20 years of it. How could such deep suffering disappear in a moment? How could it ever be forgotten? These past 2 years, haven't you seen how much weight I've lost from hunger? Don't you know how much work I do every day? What have Wang Fingjiao and Wang Feiping done? They pick on me all the time, haven't you noticed? Are you blind? No, you're not blind. You just pretend not to see. You let them bully me, and now you even want to sell me off. Tears welled up in her eyes. She tried to hold them back, but as her voice trembled with pain, they finally burst out, blurring her vision. The dizziness that followed came from overwhelming sorrow. She quickly wiped her tears with her sleeve. She couldn't cry now. If she did, they would take advantage of her weakness. Biting her lip hard, she tasted blood, but the pain helped her stop crying. With red eyes, she continued firmly, "Listen to me. Starting today, I won't serve you anymore. This meal I cooked, none of you are getting a bite." As she spoke, she took a step forward with a rolling pin in her hand, walked to the dining table, and grabbed the edge of it with her free hand. Under the shocked gaze of Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun, she suddenly lifted the table with all her strength. "From now on, none of you are eating the food I cook." With Wang Yanxiu's angry shout, the table flew into the air. Crash. Clatter. The table spun once in midair before falling back down. Plates, bowls, and chopsticks shattered on the floor, the sound echoing in Wang Yanxiu's ears like a beautiful symphony. It felt wonderful, so satisfying. She let out a long breath. Looking at the mess all over the floor, she suddenly wanted to laugh. That feeling of payback was amazing. It made her feel light from head to toe. So this was what true satisfaction felt like, making those who wronged her feel uncomfortable. Her eyes lit up as she looked around. The table legs were broken, but the cupboard was still fine, with bowls and plates neatly stacked inside. Why leave them there? Spotting a new target, Wang Yanxiu raised the rolling pin again. Under the stunned eyes of Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun, she happily swung it toward the cupboard and the dishes inside. The more she smashed, the happier she became. Her mood lifted so much that she almost wanted to sing.
70.
Joyful drums beat out the rhythm of celebration.
Crash.
Beautiful dances bring endless cheer.
Bang.
Please ignore the timing of the song, it doesn't quite match. Under the disbelieving stares of Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun, Wang Yanxiu swung the rolling pin again and shattered every bowl and plate in the cupboard into tiny pieces. Now that everything was broken, she felt much better inside. You ungrateful girl. Are you trying to rebel? You've smashed all the dishes, what's next, the pots? Wang Zhenjiang finally snapped out of his shock and shouted furiously at her. Hearing his words, Wang Yanxiu's eyes brightened. Right, there were still the pots. Holding the rolling pin tightly, she walked toward the stove. Everything should be destroyed. Wang Zhenjiang watched her move toward the stove and instantly realized what she was about to do. Her vision went dark, and she almost fainted. You ungrateful girl. Stop right there. Wang Zhenjiang shouted angrily at Wang Yanxiu. That pot must not be broken. Bowls and plates could be replaced, but an iron pot was hard to get. In those days, iron pots were scarce. To buy one, you needed a special purchase coupon and had to go to a designated supply store, and even then, there was no guarantee they had any in stock. Even with money and coupons, you might not get one right away. Hearing Wang Zhenjiang's furious voice, Wang Yanxiu felt even more pleased. Today is a good day. Wang Zhenjiang's eyes widened. Lu Hongyun shrank back in fear, and Wang Feiping, that arrogant boy, lost all his boldness and clung to Wang Fingjiao, trembling.
Clang.
A loud crash echoed. It's over. Wang Zhenjiang's vision went black again, and this time he really fainted. Wang Yanxiu glanced at him and snorted. Coward. Without another look at the man lying on the ground, she turned and walked to her room.
Bang.
The door slammed shut behind her. Outside, the voices of curious villagers could be heard. They had come after hearing the commotion. In those days, when there wasn't much entertainment, any family quarrel would draw a crowd. She didn't care anymore. Let them watch if they wanted. Looking around the room at the clothes and belongings, Wang Yanxiu felt a wave of confusion. This had once been her own room. When her mother was alive, she would sometimes come and hold her until she fell asleep. Those were good times. Why did her kind mother have to fall ill and leave so soon? How hard life was for a child without a mother. Thinking of her mother, Wang Yanxiu's eyes filled with tears again. Since Lu Hongyun and her children had moved in, Wang Fengjiao had taken over this room. The place where she used to sleep had been pushed into a corner. Looking at the clothes in the room, the bit of relief she had felt after smashing things faded away. In the past 2 years, she hadn't gotten a single new piece of clothing. Everything she wore was from 2 years ago. Even her best outfit had 2 or 3 patches on it. She thought that ever since her mother passed away, she hadn't had a single new piece of clothing. Her father was a cold man who never cared about her. Because she was a girl, he disliked her even more. So when he sold her for 500 yuan, he didn't even blink. Most of the better clothes in the room belonged to Wang Fengjiao. After all, she still had her mother. Lu Hongyun treated her own 2 children very well. But the money for those clothes came from her and her father, Wang Zhenjiang, who worked hard in the fields. When she wasn't at school, Wang Yanxiu worked full days, earning as many work points as the men. Everyone in the village spoke well of her. But her father, Wang Zhenjiang, never cared. Well, it didn't matter anymore. She wouldn't care about him either. Looking around the room filled with Wang Fengjiao's clothes, old memories came flooding back, stirring her anger. She wasn't afraid of anything now. She would do whatever she wanted. She grabbed a pair of scissors and cut all of Wang Fengjiao's clothes into pieces. That feels great. That's for bullying me and showing off your new clothes all the time, she thought with a mix of anger and satisfaction. Outside, Wang Zhenjiang suddenly fainted, startling Lu Hongyun, who rushed over in panic. The outcome of the day was completely beyond her expectations. She never thought that even Wang Zhenjiang couldn't control the usually quiet Wang Yanxiu. A shadow crossed Lu Hongyun's eyes. Wang Yanxiu's sudden outburst had caught her off guard. Her original plan was for Wang Zhenjiang to bring up the idea, while she would add fuel to the fire and persuade Wang Yanxiu to marry into that family. If Wang Yanxiu resisted, she had a backup plan, to secretly make her fall asleep and send her away. Lu Hongyun was quite sure Wang Zhenjiang would agree, because she could sense that he didn't like his daughter, though she didn't know why. People say even a fierce animal won't harm its own young, but that saying didn't seem to apply to Wang Zhenjiang. If it weren't for Wang Zhenjiang's indulgence, Lu Hongyun would never have dared to treat Wang Yanxiu so harshly at home. But who could have expected that something would go wrong at the very last moment? Wang Yanxiu actually fought back. The timid girl who used to let everyone push her around suddenly lost her temper this morning and smashed things in the house with a rolling pin. Even the iron pot was broken through. 80. What should she do now? Thinking about how angry Wang Yanxiu had been today, Lu Hongyun couldn't help but feel a chill of fear in her heart. How could she still control her? How could she still trick her into marrying that man? If Wang Yanxiu refused to marry, then wouldn't she be in trouble? The thought made Lu Hongyun shiver. Others might not know, but she did. That Zhang Yuanbiao was a cruel man. If he didn't have something to hold against her, she would never have tried so hard to persuade Wang Zhenjiang to marry off Wang Yanxiu. With Wang Yanxiu at home, life had been easy for her. No need to cook or wash clothes. She lived like a lady of leisure. In her eyes, Wang Yanxiu was just an obedient helper who did whatever she was told. To be honest, she was a little reluctant to let her go. Not because of affection, but because once Wang Yanxiu left, she would have to do all the chores herself. But she had no choice. Zhang Yuanbiao had set his sights on Wang Yanxiu and ordered her to make it happen. She didn't dare disobey him. He had evidence that could ruin her. After whispering to Wang Zhenjiang for several nights and letting that man offer a bride price of 500 yuan, a huge sum in those days, when most families couldn't even save 100 yuan a year. Wang Junjiang finally agreed. She thought that once he was convinced, everything else would go smoothly.
And if not, she still had a backup plan.
But who would have thought that Wang Yanxiu overheard their scheme? She exploded in anger and completely turned against them. After venting her anger in the room, Wang Yanxiu looked at the torn fabric scattered all over the floor. Her emotions finally calmed down. She began to think about what to do next. She couldn't stay here any longer. She had already fallen out completely with everyone in this family, and there was no chance of living peacefully together again. Wang Yanxiu no longer wanted to pretend to get along. In this house, she was surrounded by enemies. Every time she saw them, she was reminded of the nearly 20 years of suffering she had endured. So, she decided she would not stay here any longer. Living in this house meant she had to guard against their schemes at every turn. Just seeing them made her feel upset. Now, they were planning to marry her off to Zhang Yuanbiao. If she left, they would have to find someone else. Perhaps Wang Fengjiao could take her place, she thought with a hint of dark amusement. It felt as if a wild beast was trapped inside her heart, ready to break free and destroy everything at any moment. And this family was the spark that could set it off. Whenever she saw them, she could barely hold back her anger. The air in this house felt heavy and suffocating. Wang Yanxiu made up her mind. No more hesitation. She would leave today. She didn't know where she would go, but she believed that things would work out somehow. The world was wide. There had to be a place for her. She decided to go to Zijiatan, a village about 10 miles away, where her grandmother lived. She had always been a decisive person. Once she made up her mind, she acted immediately. She stood up and began to pack her clothes. She didn't have much, so there wasn't much to pack. She spread an old bedsheet on the bed to use as a bundle and quickly folded her clothes onto it. Suddenly, there was a clear clang as something fell to the floor, a small plaque, neither wood nor metal, making a crisp sound. Wang Yanxiu looked down and froze. After half a minute, she slowly bent down and picked it up. As she held the plaque, memories from long ago came flooding back, and her eyes grew misty. A year ago, or rather, 20 years ago in her memory, a young man as gentle as a spring breeze had given her this plaque before returning home at his family's request. The writing on it had faded with time, almost unreadable now. Gu Qinghe, the boy with the warm, unforgettable smile. At that time, he was a young educated worker center village, and over time, he became familiar with Wang Yanxiu. The memories slowly became clearer. Before he left, the handsome young man said to her, "Yanxiu, wait for me for 2 years. I'll come back to take you with me. Trust me, don't marry anyone too soon." Wang Yanxiu smiled and replied, "All right, Brother Qinghe, I'll wait for you. Come back soon." Her heart was filled with shyness and joy. Later, what happened later? Before the 2 years were up, Wang Yanxiu was tricked and taken away by Wang Junjiang and Lu Hongyun to Zhang Yuanbiao's house. She was kept there for 19 years and eventually lost her life after long suffering. She never saw the young man who had made that promise to her again. But Zhang Yuanbiao mentioned him more than once. In the 2nd year of her captivity, one day Zhang Yuanbiao sneered and said, "Do you know? That Gu Qinghe came here looking for you. He was wearing a military uniform. Seems he's an officer now. Your whole village was talking about it. Huh? Do you wish he'd come to rescue you?" Seeing the hope in her eyes, Zhang Yuanbiao slapped her hard. "Stop dreaming. No one knows you're here except your father and stepmother. Everyone in your village thinks you ran away with someone else." Seeing her despair, Zhang Yuanbiao laughed proudly. Every year after that, he would bring news about Gu Qinghe. "He came again to ask about you. Seems he doesn't believe you ran away. But what can he do? He'll never find you."
90.
Then he would hurt her again. The 2nd year. The 3rd year. Gu Qinghe came again. Looks like he got promoted.
Haha.
Zhang Yuanbiao was cruel and heartless. He took pleasure in others' pain. The more they suffered, the happier he became. Every year, he brought news of Gu Qinghe. Gu Qinghe came again to ask about her. Gu Qinghe got another promotion. I heard Gu Qinghe still hasn't married. Maybe he still hasn't forgotten you? He's really devoted, isn't he? But if he saw you now, would he still feel the same? Ha ha. Each time, his words were followed by another round of cruelty toward Wang Yanqiu. Until the year before Wang Yanqiu passed away, Gu Qinghe came every year to ask about her, but each time he left disappointed. Wiping away her tears, Wang Yanqiu's eyes showed determination. Brother Qinghe, this time, I will never let you down again. In their previous life, both of them had suffered too much. In this life, Wang Yanqiu would never let that happen again. She began packing faster, not wanting to stay in this house for another moment. Being here only made her feel sick. Hiss. She pulled her hand back quickly. She had accidentally touched the scissors. A small cut appeared on her finger, and blood slowly trickled out. She wiped it carelessly and ignored it. Such a small wound. She had experienced far worse in her past life and was long used to it. Before long, she had finished packing her clothes. She counted the money she had, 78 yuan and 50 cents. This was the money she had secretly saved and never dared to spend. It was the 100 yuan Gu Qinghe had left her when he returned to the city. He told her to use it to finish high school and to buy herself something good to eat, not to treat herself poorly. She had followed his words and managed to finish high school with that money. Otherwise, with her father's temper, after her mother passed away, he would never have paid for her schooling. After packing everything, Wang Yanqiu hid the money close to her body. It was her only means of survival. Finally, she picked up a small token of unknown material, planning to keep it with her as well. When Gu Qinghe gave it to her, he said it was a family heirloom and asked her to take good care of it. He told her that when they met again, he would come to propose, and this would be their token of love. Holding the token, warmth filled Wang Yanqiu's heart. Her fingers gently brushed over it as if it were the most precious thing in the world. By accident, her still healing finger touched the token, and a drop of blood stained its surface. Suddenly, she felt dizzy, her heart tightening in surprise. What was happening? When she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in a strange, unfamiliar space. Where was this? Startled and confused, Wang Yanqiu wondered if she had encountered something supernatural. After all, she had already died once, so to her, even if there were real monsters or spirits in this world, it wouldn't be surprising. But she soon realized where she was, inside a special kind of space. As a wave of awareness entered her mind, she understood that this was the personal space connected to the token given to her by Gu Qinghe. The mysterious token had accidentally absorbed Wang Yanqiu's blood and unexpectedly recognized her as its master. Calming her mind, Wang Yanqiu looked around this strange space. There was a small courtyard, and she found herself standing right in it. In the middle stood a 2-story wooden house. At the center of the courtyard was a well. When she walked over and looked inside, she saw clear spring water shimmering below. The water gave off a faintly sweet scent, and she couldn't help wanting to take a sip. Looking around, she noticed a small kitchen beside the wooden house. She went inside and found a ladle made from an old gourd cut in half. Carrying the gourd ladle, she returned to the well, scooped up some water, and drank it eagerly. It tasted wonderful. Her eyes lit up. She had never tasted such refreshing water before. It was cool and slightly sweet, leaving her feeling completely satisfied. She drank the entire ladleful without spilling a drop. To her surprise, she didn't feel overly full. Instead, her mind became clear, her fatigue vanished, and her whole body felt light and energized. She quickly realized that this spring water was no ordinary water. It was likely something similar to the legendary spiritual spring. Suppressing her excitement, she set the ladle aside and walked out of the courtyard. Before her stretched about 2 acres of empty farmland. Nothing was planted there, and the entire space was surrounded by a thick white mist. Wang Yanqiu approached the mist, wanting to see what lay beyond, but a sudden sense of danger made her stop. Her instincts warned her not to enter. Startled, she quickly stepped back a few paces. deciding it was safer to stay away. She returned to the courtyard and entered the wooden house. The second floor held a large bedroom with a clean, neatly made bed and fresh bedding. Wang Yanqiu stepped forward and gently touched it. It felt so comfortable. In both her past and present lives, she had never slept on such a soft bed. The room had not only a bed but also a wardrobe, a dressing table, and even a bathroom near the door. 100. She went downstairs. On the first floor there were 2 rooms. One was a traditional medicine room, with shelves full of small drawers for storing herbs. She opened a few, but they were all empty. Behind the medicine room was a small hidden chamber. On a delicate shelf stood rows of white porcelain bottles. Each bottle had small seal script characters written with a brush, names like Strength Pill, Energy Pill, Vitality Pill, and Qi Enhancing Pill. Wang Yanqiu could barely recognize the writing, thanks to Gu Qinghe secretly teaching her during his free time. Curious, she picked up the bottle labeled Strength Pill and shook it. Something was inside. She opened the stopper and saw small round pills. She poured one out. It was coated with beeswax and looked well preserved. When she gently pressed it, the wax cracked open, revealing a pill with a strong herbal scent. So this is the Strength Pill? She brought it close to her nose and sniffed. It smelled pleasant. Without thinking, she popped it into her mouth and swallowed it. Right after, she regretted it. Who knew how long the pill had been there? It might have gone bad. But since it smelled fine, she hoped it was still good. Still, one should never take unknown medicine. Sure enough, after a short while, she felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Oh no, I must have eaten something bad. She scolded herself for being so careless and greedy. How could she eat a random pill like that? She quickly ran to the bathroom upstairs. After a while, she finally felt relieved. Once her stomach settled, she thought, it must have been that pill. I'll never eat strange things again. When she stood up, she noticed her body felt sticky and smelled unpleasant. Lifting her clothes, she saw a thin layer of yellow, greasy substance covering her skin. As she lifted her clothes, a terrible smell filled the air. Even she, the one responsible for it, almost couldn't stop herself from throwing up. A bath. She needed a bath. Unable to stand the smell on her body any longer, she quickly took off her clothes and went into the bathroom. After a good wash, the greasy layer on her skin was finally gone. Wang Yanqiu felt as if her body had become lighter, and she hadn't felt this comfortable in a long time. She gently dried her hair and touched her face. Her skin felt much smoother than before. Looking down at her hands, she noticed that the rough calluses from years of farm work, cooking, and washing had faded a lot. She turned her hands over again and again, stunned. She could hardly believe that these soft, fair hands really belonged to her. There was a dressing table in the room, so Wang Yanqiu walked over and looked into the mirror. Reflected in it was a young woman with fair skin, graceful eyebrows, bright eyes, a delicate nose, and rosy lips, a truly beautiful face. Wang Yanqiu stared at the reflection, full of disbelief. That person in the mirror, was that really her? In her previous life, after this day, she had lived through years of hardship and suffering. The long years of struggle had made her forget what she once looked like. She murmured to herself, so this is what I really look like. All those years of endless chores and hard labor had slowly worn away her youthful beauty. It seemed that the strengthening pill she took wasn't spoiled after all. It must have been improving her body and restoring what she had lost over the years. Her eyes flickered with thought. These pills were clearly very precious and shouldn't be shown to others. She realized she had been in this space for more than half an hour. She wondered what was happening outside. Wang Yanqiu decided to go out and take a look, just in case that nosy Wang Fingjiao came in. She put her dirty clothes back on. She could change into clean ones later in her room. Then she rubbed a bit of dust on her face and hands to look more like her old self. If she changed too much, people might start to suspect something. She decided it was best to stay cautious. After finishing her preparations, Wang Yanqiu looked around the space. From now on, this would be her greatest secret and hidden strength. Silently, she whispered in her heart, "Go out." The space shifted. Wang Yanqiu appeared back in her original room, where pieces of torn fabric still covered the floor. No one had entered. She looked around carefully. Nothing seemed to have been touched. The noise coming from outside told her that not much time had passed. It seemed that time in that mysterious space flowed differently from the real world. Wang Yanqiu walked to the door and quietly listened. Lu Hongyun was still anxiously calling out, shaking Wang Zhenjiang's shoulders. Her voice trembled with worry. "Zhenjiang, wake up. Please, wake up." She was truly afraid something might happen to him. She still needed Wang Zhenjiang's help to deal with Wang Yanqiu. If something happened to him, she would have to take care of him herself. When she married him, she had even gone with him to the commune to get an official marriage certificate, just to make him feel secure. They weren't a couple who could simply walk away from each other. Otherwise, why would Wang Zhenjiang have willingly helped raise her 2 children? Now, if anything happened to him, she would be trapped in the same trouble. After seeing Wang Yanqiu's wild outburst earlier, smashing bowls and pots, Lu Hongyun had no confidence she could handle her. 110. That look in Wang Yanqiu's eyes had truly frightened her. She was nothing like the quiet, obedient girl she used to be. It was as if she had become a completely different person. Even Lu Hongyun felt a chill just thinking about it. Meanwhile, Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping stood frozen nearby. Wang Yanqiu's sudden anger and violent behavior had completely stunned them. For now, neither of them dared to provoke her again. Behind the door, Wang Yanqiu listened for a while. It seemed Wang Zhenjiang still hadn't woken up, but that no longer concerned her. She felt no guilt at all. In her previous life, after all the pain she had suffered, whatever little bond of family affection once existed had long been destroyed. Even if Wang Zhenjiang were to die right there, Wang Yanqiu wouldn't feel the slightest sorrow. She was now so cold, her heart sealed away from love. Perhaps her frozen heart would only melt when she saw the person she had missed for nearly 20 years, like rain falling on a desert, bringing forth a stunning rose. Wang Yanqiu no longer cared about what was happening outside. In her mind, none of it had much to do with her anymore. She decided to focus on packing her things. Now that she had her special space, organizing was incredibly easy. All the things she had wanted to take, but couldn't before, could now be stored there with just a thought. If she weren't worried about seeming strange, she would have moved everything from the house into that space, leaving nothing behind. After thinking it over, she decided to be cautious. She put her better clothes inside, along with her money. It was safest there, where no one could steal it. Then she added all her high school textbooks. Gu Qinghe had once told her not to give up on learning, that reading more could make a person wiser, broaden their mind, and open their eyes. At the time, Wang Yanqiu didn't fully understand what he meant, but she believed he was right and chose to listen to him. Later, she learned she could have taken the college entrance exam, but by then she had already been locked away and lost the chance forever. Before long, Wang Yanqiu finished packing. She stored all the important and useful things in her space, leaving only some old, worn items in her bundle to avoid suspicion. In the kitchen, near the dining table, Wang Zhenjiang slowly woke up under Lu Hongyun's anxious shaking and calls. Seeing him open his eyes, Lu Hongyun let out a sigh of relief. Her expression shifted, her eyes turned red, and she covered her mouth as tears fell softly down her face. Anyone watching might have praised her for her convincing act. "Zhenjiang, you're finally awake.
You scared me so much just now.
I thought something terrible had happened to you. If you hadn't woken up, how would we have gone on?" Still dazed, Wang Zhenjiang heard her crying voice. Looking at her worried face, he felt a wave of emotion. It seemed Lu Hongyun still cared about him, unlike that ungrateful daughter. Unfilial girl? Where's Wang Yanqiu? Wang Zhenjiang suddenly remembered what had happened earlier. He turned his head, looking around for Wang Yanqiu, but she was nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Where did that unfilial girl go? The moment he thought of her strange behavior earlier, his anger rose again. Lu Hongyun looked upset and wronged as she answered, After she broke the pot, she went back to her room and hasn't come out since. I didn't dare call her. She's still angry. She paused, then said with a hurt expression, I really don't understand. We weren't trying to harm her. It was a good thing, something for her own good. How did it turn out like this? That family's conditions are so good. What's wrong with marrying a hunter? She'd get to eat meat every day. How often do we get to eat meat at home? Yes, he's a bit older, but older men know how to care for others. If he hadn't preferred Fingjiao, I would have wanted her to marry him instead. Hearing Lu Hongyan speak as if she was thinking only of Wang Yanqiu, Wang Zhenjiang grew even angrier, feeling that his daughter didn't know what was good for her. Wasn't marrying into a good family a blessing? In times like these, weren't parents the ones who decided their children's marriages? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was that he had done nothing wrong. Help me up. Wang Zhenjiang felt weak and uncomfortable, probably from being too angry earlier. Lu Hongyan quickly helped him up by the arm. Once he stood, he took a moment to steady himself. The discomfort slowly faded, and he didn't think much of it, assuming it was just from being upset. He strode quickly to Wang Yanqiu's door and pushed hard, but it wouldn't open. Thinking of what she had done at the table and the broken pot, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. He pounded on the door.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
His voice was full of anger. Wang Yanqiu, come out right now.
Bang! 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 Come out.
Inside the room, Wang Yanqiu had already packed most of her things. Hearing the knocking, she realized he had regained consciousness. She let out a cold snort. So he's awake already. What a pity. But it didn't matter. Waking up was fine, but if he never woke up again, that would be too easy for him. Hearing Wang Zhenjiang still knocking on the door, Wang Yanqiu clenched her fists tightly. 120. After a few seconds with her eyes closed, she slowly opened them, calmed herself down, and then walked forward to open the door. Outside, Wang Zhenjiang was still pounding on the door. Lu Hongyan stood beside him silently, while Wang Fingjiao and Wang Feipeng, the siblings, watched from behind, secretly enjoying the scene. They had never seen Wang Zhenjiang this angry before, so for once, they didn't dare to cause trouble and stayed quiet. Wang Zhenjiang kept banging on the door from outside. When Wang Yanqiu finally came to her senses, she walked over with a blank face and opened it. Wang Zhenjiang's hand hit the air as the door suddenly opened. Seeing Wang Yanqiu, he stiffened his neck and shouted, Wang Yanqiu, is this how you treat your father? I just said a few words and you start smashing things? What's wrong with you? Are you trying to rebel? As he spoke, he raised his hand, ready to slap her. Wang Yanqiu stared straight at him, took a small step back, and said coldly, I warn you not to touch me. Otherwise, I don't know what might happen, but I promise it's something you won't want to see. The hatred in her eyes startled Wang Zhenjiang. He couldn't understand how she had changed so suddenly. Just yesterday, she'd been obedient and quiet, doing whatever she was told. But today, she had turned into someone completely different, angry, defiant, and unrecognizable. Was this really the same Wang Yanqiu, who never talked back? Looking into her cold eyes, Wang Zhenjiang felt a chill run through his heart. For a moment, he was actually frightened by her. At that moment, Wang Yanqiu looked like someone who had crawled out of the depths of despair, demanding justice. Wang Zhenjiang shook his head, pushing away the strange thought.
Impossible.
She must have just lost her temper for a moment. Maybe she couldn't accept the news about being married off this morning, so she got angry and talked back. Once she calmed down, he could coax her, trick her a little, and still marry her off. After she got married and lived a better life, she wouldn't blame him anymore. Wang Zhenjiang was thinking honestly to himself. If Wang Yanqiu knew what he was thinking, she would probably slap him twice and tell him he was overthinking. Seeing Wang Zhenjiang stunned by just a few of her words, Wang Yanqiu secretly thought with disdain, what a coward. In her past life, she had actually been tricked by people like them. How pathetic. Through the crack of the open door, Wang Fingjiao saw pieces of torn fabric scattered on the floor. She frowned, wondering what they were. They looked so familiar. The next moment, she suddenly realized something. Ignoring the standoff between Wang Zhenjiang and Wang Yanqiu at the door, she rushed forward, pushed them aside, and ran into the room. Caught off guard, Wang Yanqiu was pushed in as well. When Wang Fingjiao saw the torn fabric all over the floor, she squatted down and picked up a piece. It really was her clothing, cut into shreds. She almost broke down completely. Those were her favorite clothes. Her pretty floral dress, her nice shirt, and her pants. She had begged her mother for a long time to buy them, and she had always been careful not to wear them too often. And now, they were nothing but scraps on the floor. Unable to hold back her sadness, Wang Fingjiao sat on the ground and cried loudly. My dress, my clothes, they're all gone. Lu Hongyun, hearing her daughter suddenly crying in the room, was startled and thought something terrible had happened. She quickly pushed past Wang Zhenjiang and squeezed through the door. Looking worried, she asked, What's wrong, Fingjiao? Why are you crying? Sobbing so hard she could barely speak, Wang Fingjiao said, My clothes, they're all gone. Wang Yanqiu cut them into pieces. Only then did Lu Hongyun notice the scraps of fabric on the floor. Hearing her daughter's words, she immediately understood what had happened. It must have been when Wang Yanqiu was alone in the room. She had taken out Fingjiao's clothes and destroyed them out of anger. Lu Hongyun was furious. She had worked so hard to get those clothes for her daughter. Everyone in the village was poor. No one had money to buy new clothes for their children. The money and fabric coupons for those clothes had been saved bit by bit from what she managed to get from Wang Zhenjiang. She just wanted Fingjiao, who was of age to be introduced to families, to look nice, so she could find a good match. She never expected that Wang Yanqiu would take scissors and cut them all to pieces. Lu Hongyun was secretly furious. She never expected Wang Yanqiu to go this far. She pulled Wang Zhenjiang into the room, her hands shaking with anger. Zhenjiang, look. Just look. She cut all of Fingjiao's clothes into pieces. What is she trying to do? How are we supposed to live like this? Then she sat on the floor and began to cry, patting her legs as she wailed. Oh, this is terrible. Being a stepmother is so hard. The older girl is rebelling. First she broke the pots and dishes, and now she's torn her sister's clothes to shreds. What am I supposed to do? I can't live like this anymore. When Wang Zhenjiang saw the floor covered with torn fabric, he was stunned for a moment. How had the house turned into such a mess in just half a day? Feeling upset, he grew even more irritated as Lu Hongyun cried loudly on the floor. Frowning, he scolded her in a low voice. Enough. Stop crying. 130. What are you crying for? Get up. If the clothes are ruined, we can make new ones. Why are you acting like it's the end of the world? Hearing him speak, Lu Hongyun's sobs quieted. I just feel so hurt, she said softly. I've worked so hard these 2 years since I married into this family, but in the end, I'm still not treated as one of you. Wang Yanqiu watched her coldly, unmoved by her performance. Wang Zhenjiang looked at Wang Yanqiu, took a deep breath, and the wrinkles on his forehead tightened. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Yanqiu, what exactly do you want? Wang Yanqiu's voice was calm, but cold. What do I want? I want to leave this house. I want to cut all ties with you. From now on, you live your life, and I'll live mine. Her words struck Wang Zhenjiang like thunder. Lu Hongyun froze, and Wang Fingjiu stopped crying. What? What did you say? Wang Zhenjiang asked in disbelief, wondering if he had heard wrong. I said, I want to cut all ties with you. Wang Yanqiu repeated clearly. This time, Wang Zhenjiang heard her loud and clear. Shocked, he stumbled and almost fell. You want to cut ties with me? How dare you? He shouted, veins bulging on his neck. You heard me right, Wang Yanqiu said firmly. Why wouldn't I dare? You were ready to sell me off, and I'm not allowed to fight back? Lu Hongyun's face darkened. She knew that once Wang Yanqiu left home, things would get out of control. She had promised Zhang Yuan Biao something she could no longer fulfill, and if the villagers started gossiping, their words alone could ruin her. When Lu Hongyun heard Wang Yanqiu say she wanted to cut ties with her father, Wang Zhenjiang, and leave home, she panicked. What was happening? How had things escalated to this point so suddenly? Wouldn't all her plans fall apart now? She forgot her earlier tears and complaints, and even stopped caring about her daughter Wang Fengjiao's torn clothes scattered on the floor. Wiping her eyes with her sleeve, Lu Hongyun said, "Yanxiu, you've misunderstood. Your father didn't mean to marry you off just for that 500 yuan dowry. He just..." Before she could finish, Wang Yanxiu gave her a cold look that made her heart tremble. She fell silent at once. Terrified, she thought, "What's wrong with this girl today? Has she lost her mind? How did she become so frightening?" The pain on her swollen face reminded her that Wang Yanxiu was not someone to provoke today. Seeing the anger in her daughter's eyes, Lu Hongyun grew uneasy. She quietly stepped back behind Wang Zhenjiang, avoiding Yanxiu's sharp gaze. Only then did her fear ease a little. Wang Yanxiu turned her eyes from Lu Hongyun to Wang Zhenjiang and said coldly, "No matter what you say today, you can't stop me from leaving." Wang Zhenjiang shouted angrily, "Leave this house? And where do you think you'll go?" Wang Yanxiu looked at his furious face without emotion. "Where I go is none of your business. From now on, you have no right to control me." Standing behind him, Lu Hongyun whispered, "Zhenjiang, do you think she's seeing someone outside? Maybe she wants to run away with him?" Wang Zhenjiang's eyes widened as if he had just realized something. He roared, "So that's it. You've been sneaking around, haven't you? No wonder you refused the match we arranged and got so angry. You've really disappointed me." Without asking for the truth, Wang Zhenjiang began shouting at Wang Yanxiu. But Wang Yanxiu had already endured far worse in her past life. Wang Zhenjiang's angry shouting meant nothing to her. She was already used to it. Hearing his scolding, Wang Yanxiu didn't even blink. She simply ignored him. "Whether I ran away or not has nothing to do with any of you." She looked straight at Wang Zhenjiang, too tired to explain. Lu Hongyun had made up a story, and he believed it without checking the truth. It had always been like this. Sometimes, Wang Yanxiu really wondered what went on in his head. "I'm leaving this house today. You'd better not try to stop me. You won't be able to anyway," she said calmly but firmly. "Otherwise, you'll regret it." At that moment, Wang Fengjiao, who had been crying on the floor, finally caught her breath. Her face was swollen and streaked with tears. Feeling dizzy, she slowly stood up. Now, all she wanted was to get back at Wang Yanxiu for cutting up her clothes. She wanted to scratch her face and tear her clothes in return. Seeing Wang Yanxiu standing by the door, Wang Fengjiao forgot how strong she had looked earlier and didn't think about whether she could actually win. Wiping her tears, she rushed toward her, shouting, "Wang Yanxiu, how dare you ruin my clothes? I'll make you pay for this." Wang Yanxiu didn't take her seriously. In this family, none of them could stand up to her if she really decided to fight. Every single one of them was weak. Just as Wang Fengjiao was about to reach her, Wang Yanxiu grabbed her hair with one hand and slapped her hard with the other. Wang Fengjiao froze in place, her cheek quickly turning red and swollen. When she opened her mouth, a tooth fell out with a bit of blood. That slap had knocked out one of her teeth. Lu Hongyun, who had been hiding behind Wang Zhenjiang, hadn't expected Wang Fengjiao to rush forward. 140. By the time she realized what was happening, Wang Yanxiu had already caught Fengjiao by the hair and slapped her across the face. The sound was so loud that Lu Hongyun couldn't help but shiver. When she saw one of Wang Fengjiao's teeth fall out, the corners of Wang Yanxiu's mouth lifted slightly before quickly returning to calm. But that still wasn't enough, far from it. Seeing Wang Fengjiao get slapped so hard, Lu Hongyun's heart ached. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, she rushed forward and pulled Wang Fengjiao aside. Wang Fengjiao was stunned by the slap. She was about 1.6 meters tall, not short for a woman at that time, but still half a head shorter than Wang Yanxiu. Wang Yanxiu, standing at 1.72 meters, was tall and strong. Now that she had lost all patience, who could stop her like before? Wang Fengjiao had often bullied Wang Yanxiu in the past, and in her anger just now, she had dared to strike first. But after being slapped, her mind cleared and she stood there, not knowing what to do. Only when her mother pulled her aside did she start crying again in frustration.
Mom, my tooth is gone.
She knocked out my tooth. Wang Fengjiao clung to Lu Hongyun and cried loudly. Lu Hongyun felt deeply wronged. Not only had she been slapped by Wang Yanqiu, but now her daughter had been hit too, and even lost a tooth. She thought, even if I've done something wrong, I'm still the elder. How could Wang Yanqiu treat me like this? Looking at Wang Fengjiao's swollen face and the blood at the corner of her mouth, Lu Hongyun's heart ached terribly. She pulled Wang Fengjiao over to Wang Zhenjiang and said angrily, Zhenjiang, look at this. How could she hit so hard? Fengjiao's tooth is gone. What kind of hatred could make her do this? A tooth won't grow back. What are we going to do? Oh heavens, I can't take this anymore. I can't even protect my own daughter. As she spoke, Lu Hongyun began to cry for real this time. She truly felt wronged and helpless, especially since, with the medical care available now, there was no way to replace the lost tooth. It might turn into a dark hole there. Maybe later, even speaking will feel strange, eating will be difficult, and it could even affect her chances of getting married. The more Lu Hongyun thought about it, the sadder she became, until she finally burst into tears. Wang Zhenjiang looked at the messy scene before him. His mind was in chaos, his temples throbbed, and he could hardly think straight. He looked at Lu Hongyun crying to him, then turned to see Wang Fengjiao's swollen face and the gap where a tooth was missing. When she cried, the empty space in her mouth looked shocking. Wang Yanqiu stood with her arms crossed, her cold gaze filled with a chilling anger. Wang Zhenjiang stared at Wang Yanqiu, his finger trembling as he pointed at Wang Fengjiao. Furious, he shouted, "She's your sister. How could you hit her so hard? You even knocked out one of her teeth. How is she supposed to face people now?" Wang Yanqiu gave a cold laugh. How she faces people is none of my business. If she dares to bother me again, I'll knock out 2 more. Her voice was icy. Besides, she's not my sister. My mother only gave birth to me. I don't have any brothers or sisters. Don't try to force fake family ties on me, they don't deserve it. Tomorrow, I'll ask the village head to help me move my household registration. I hope you'll agree without making trouble. Her eyes were filled with barely contained anger. She clenched her fists, then slowly released them. She couldn't let them off so easily, but moving her registration would still need their cooperation. Without it, it wouldn't be easy to leave. Wang Zhenjiang stood frozen, mumbling to himself in confusion. Wang Yanqiu looked around coldly, her ponytail swaying as she turned to the bed, picked up her prepared bundle, and said, "Move. I'm leaving." When she saw Wang Zhenjiang still blocking the door, she frowned and pushed him aside without hesitation. "Don't stand in my way." After pushing him aside, she carried her bundle made from a bedsheet and walked out of the house without looking back. She would never forgive these people. "When I move my registration, just pretend you never had a daughter like me," Wang Yanqiu said coldly as she stepped out the door. Leaving Wang Zhenjiang standing there in shock, Lu Hongyun was also at a loss. Wang Yanqiu's actions today had completely caught them off guard. At the doorway, a few village women and a young wife were secretly listening from outside. Just as they were listening with great interest, they saw Wang Yanqiu walk out. The women's faces instantly showed embarrassment. Being caught eavesdropping on someone's family matters was awkward for them all. However, Wang Yanqiu remained calm and confident, not caring about what others might say. After all, she wasn't the one who should feel ashamed. Even if people talked, she wouldn't let a few rumors affect her in this life. The women in front of her all looked familiar, and Wang Yanqiu had an excellent memory. Even though nearly 20 years had passed since her previous life, she could still recognize them at a glance. These village women liked to gossip, but most of them were kind-hearted. When her mother was still alive, she had a good relationship with them. Seeing them now, Wang Yanqiu actually felt a sense of warmth, as if she were seeing family again. 150. The anger in her heart faded a little. She greeted them politely, her tone gentle and respectful, completely different from how she had been inside the house earlier. "Aunt Li, Aunt Zhang, Aunt Wang, sister-in-law Chen, what brings you here?" Hearing her take the initiative to greet them, the women sighed in relief. They had been worried she might be upset with them. Aunt Lee looked at her and said, "Oh, we were just sitting outside in the sun. Then we heard some noise from your house and got worried you might be in trouble, so we came to check. Are you all right?" As she spoke, she noticed the bundle in Wang Yanxiu's hand. Combined with the noise they had heard earlier, a worrying thought crossed her mind. Aunt Lee stepped forward carefully and asked, "Yanxiu, where are you going?" When Wang Yanxiu heard Aunt Lee's question, a faint smile appeared on her lips, though it didn't reach her eyes. "Aunt Lee, I'm going to my grandmother's house. I can't stay here any longer." Wang Yanxiu looked at the few aunts and explained, "My father wants me to marry a widower in his 30s. Seeing the shock in the eyes of the aunts, Wang Yanxiu showed a hint of sadness on her face. "I heard that man has already lost 3 wives. If I really marry him, I might soon hear news of my death." Seeing Wang Yanxiu so upset, the aunts' faces filled with anger. They hurriedly grabbed her, trying to take her back to confront Wang Zhenjiang. How can your father do this? Let's go find him. How can he do such disgusting things? We can't listen to him. No matter what, we can't let him do this. With us here, we're not afraid." Wang Yanxiu knew they just wanted to stand up for her, but she had already made up her mind. What she decided was firm. No one could change her thoughts now. Since she was young, she had always been a very determined person. In her past life, it was only because she cared too much about family and kinship that Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyan took advantage of her. Wang Yanxiu stood still, holding Li and the others' hands. "No need to look for him. I plan to move my household registration away from here. I won't live with them anymore. He can't control me then. Anyway, I won't marry. There's a suitable person in the family. Let her marry instead." The women were stunned, their jaws dropping. How had it come to this? For anyone in this era, this was a huge matter, cutting ties with family. But after hearing Wang Yanxiu say this, Li and the others didn't try to persuade her anymore. They knew how badly Wang Yanxiu had been treated at home these past 2 years. If she could leave, it was probably for the best. Only her blind father might think she was still doing well at home. Thinking of this, the women stopped trying to persuade her. It was good that Xiao Yanxiu decided to leave this family. Then, their tone changed and they spoke with concern. "That's fine. You go to your maternal grandmother's house. Once you're there, you'll have someone to protect you. Your father probably won't dare to marry you off again." Mother Wang Daniu also held Wang Yanxiu's hand with concern and said, "Yes, little Yanxiu, you used to be too honest, always letting them bully you. Look at you, you've almost become skin and bones these past 2 years. It's really sad. Go to your grandma's house. It's definitely better than here." Wang Yanxiu looked at the few village women and aunties in front of her. Although they weren't family, they cared for her more than her so-called relatives at home. A small warmth rose in Wang Yanxiu's cold heart. "Don't worry, Aunt Wang and the 2 aunties. After I go to my grandma's house this time, my uncle will take me tomorrow to register my household. Once my household registration is no longer here, they won't be able to control me anymore." Hearing Wang Yanxiu's plan, the few village women and aunties brightened up. "Good, that's settled. Have your uncle handle it and transfer your household registration to his house." "That's a great idea." Wang Yanxiu said goodbye to the village women and aunties and headed straight out of the village. She was going to her grandma's and uncle's house. Wang Yanxiu said goodbye to the village women and aunties and headed toward her grandma's village, which she remembered. She didn't look back at Wang Zhenjiang's house and watched Wang Yanxiu leave the village. Li Auntie and the others glared at Wang Zhenjiang's house, spat on the house, and cursed. "What kind of place is this? Foolish and blind. Just wait, karma will catch up with them someday." They said this as they walked toward the village entrance. They wanted to talk about what Wang Zhenjiang had done. Forcing little Yanxiu to leave was a final blow. As Wang Yanxiu left the village, she suddenly felt the sky was wide and the sea was vast, and her mind felt freer. Having just been reborn, Wang Yanxiu remembered that in her previous life, she had been tortured for 19 years, living in a dark, tiny room where no one could see her. Yet, she hadn't gone crazy or lost her mind, which showed her strong will. but she was close to breaking down. Just now, she smashed things at home and gave Lu Hongyun and Wang Fingjiao a good beating, which slightly eased her inner frustration. Otherwise, Wang Yanxiu was afraid she might lose control and do something she shouldn't. That was one of the reasons she was eager to leave. If she didn't leave, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold back and might cause bloodshed in her family tomorrow. Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun did not know that they had just narrowly escaped a dangerous situation. God knows how hard Wang Yanxiu was trying to control her anger and stay calm at home just now. Wang Yanxiu was carrying a bundle and walking along a country road. She looked around, feeling that everything was so new and colorful. The world in her eyes seemed brighter. In her world, she hadn't seen such a lively scene for nearly 20 years. Although it was early winter now, the leaves on the trees had already fallen and turned yellow. The surroundings looked bleak and dry. The bundle in Wang Yanxiu's hand weighed at least 20 or 30 pounds, but now it felt light as a feather. She could lift it easily without feeling tired. This road was the only way to her grandmother's house. From the moment she saw it, her distant memories flooded back. In the past, her mother often took her along this road to visit her grandmother. But since her mother passed away 3 years ago, she visited her grandmother less and less. A year ago, Wang Zhenjiang even stopped her from going altogether. During that time, her uncle came to see her a few times, but each visit ended in arguments with Wang Zhenjiang. Once, they almost fought. Wang Yanxiu still remembered her uncle asking her if she wanted to go live with her grandmother and him. He said he would try to transfer her household registration. But at that time, Wang Yanxiu was confused and refused her uncle's offer. She thought she no longer had her mother and she didn't want to lose her father too. Because of that one decision, Wang Yanxiu suffered for 19 years. If she had agreed to her uncle's plan back then, she might not have endured so much hardship in her past life. Scenes from her previous life flashed through her mind, and tears welled up in her eyes. She quickened her pace. She wanted to reach her grandmother's village sooner and see her grandmother and uncle. From now on, they would be her real family. Her grandmother's village was 10 miles away from her current village. Walking there would take at least half an hour. Wang Yanxiu's body had recovered after drinking spiritual spring water from the space and taking a strengthening pill. Over the years, she had been hungry and had to do chores and farm work, which caused her body to weaken. Now, she had mostly recovered. Currently, Wang Yanxiu is almost fully recovered and back to her peak condition. Although she is still carrying a small bag, walking 10 miles now feels easy for her. Of course, she could put the bag into her space, but there's no need. First, because the bag isn't a burden for her. Second, she is worried about being seen. No one knows if someone is hiding in the woods nearby, so it's better to be cautious. Wang Yanxiu walks briskly, feeling lighter and more energetic. Thinking about seeing her beloved grandmother soon, the little old lady, her lips curl into a gentle smile. It's early winter now and the temperature is around freezing. Wang Yanxiu is wearing slightly thin clothes. When the wind blows, she tightens her clothes and shivers. The clothes she wears now were made by her mother when she was young. Although she has grown taller than before, she has never changed her clothes. Wang Zhenjiang never cared if her clothes were too small or needed replacing, and Lu Hongyun cared even less. So, her clothes are now quite tight, with small patches of her fair skin showing at her wrists and ankles. Let's go, let's go. Wang Yanxiu is eager to see her grandmother. She looks into the distance, where a range of mountains stretches endlessly. These mountains are covered with snow all year round, so they're called the Changbai Mountains. Her grandmother's village is at the foot of the Changbai Mountains. In the past, Wang Yanxiu loved visiting her grandmother's house. Whenever she went, her grandmother would always prepare delicious food, and her cousins from her uncle's family would play happily with her. But everything changed 3 years ago when her mother passed away. She became more sensitive, a bit insecure, and afraid to visit her grandmother. At first, her grandmother often came to visit her at home. But one day, on the way back, she accidentally fell and broke her leg. This injury was very serious. Although her leg healed later, She could no longer walk long distances. Wang Yanxiu counted carefully. It had been over a year since she last saw her grandmother. If you include the 19 years of suffering in her past life, she hadn't seen her grandmother for 20 years in her memory. She really missed her grandmother. Tears streamed down Wang Yanxiu's face. She wanted to cry, but she clenched her lips tightly and forced herself to hold back the sobs. She roughly wiped her tears with a patched sleeve, blew her nose, and took deep breaths as if trying to release the frustration inside her. After more than half an hour, Wang Yanxiu stood in front of a simple yard in Zhongjia village, Changbai Mountain. She stared blankly at the familiar gate, hesitant to push it open. Suddenly, with a creak, the door inside opened. An old woman slowly came out. She was short, with a head full of silver hair. The old woman looked at the figure standing in front of the yard gate. She squinted, unable to clearly see who was at the door. She moved her steps slowly and stepped outside a few paces. Her voice was old and hoarse. "Who is it?" Wang Yanxiu looked at the familiar figure, now much older. She was once her protector when she was a child. Uncontrollable tears burst from her eyes, falling like rain. Her lips trembled, and she almost used all her strength to open her mouth. With a trembling voice, she softly called out, "Grandma, it's me, your little Yanxiu. I came to see you." Hearing Wang Yanxiu's voice, the old woman's body trembled slightly. As if she hadn't heard clearly, her unsteady legs moved forward a few steps. Her cloudy eyes looked at the shadow outside the yard gate. Who are you?" Wang Yanxiu couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. "Grandma, it's me. I'm Yanxiu, your little Yanxiu." The old woman's frail body trembled uncontrollably, almost falling to the ground. Wang Yanxiu was startled. She quickly stepped forward and pushed open the yard gate. The gate wasn't locked. She pushed it open easily and hurried to support the old woman. The old woman looked at Wang Yanxiu in disbelief. Her hands trembled as she reached out to touch Wang Yanxiu's face, afraid she was dreaming. You're my little Yanxiu. You came to see me?" Wang Yanxiu's eyes were filled with tears. She tightly pressed her lips and kept nodding, saying, Yes, Grandma, I am little Yanxiu. I came to see you." Only then did the old lady realize what was happening. She quickly hugged Wang Yanxiu tightly, tears streaming from her cloudy eyes. Wang Yanxiu felt her frail grandmother's strength as she held her so tightly, as if afraid she might run away again. She felt warm inside. This was true family love. Yanxiu, my little Yanxiu. I thought I would never see you again. You heartless child. You didn't even come to see Grandma. Do you only come when I am about to leave this world?" The old lady hugged Wang Yanxiu, crying and shouting excitedly. She couldn't stop. She loved her dearly. Now, she was finally here to see her. Seeing her grandmother so emotional, Wang Yanxiu quickly stopped crying. She knew her grandmother was old and couldn't handle such strong feelings. She squatted down and half-kneeled on the ground. She turned around and hugged her grandmother, burying her face in her grandmother's embrace, letting her grandmother hold her back. Tears in her eyes, Wang Yanxiu gently patted her grandmother's back. "Grandma, no more crying. I'm here to see you. I'll stay here from now on, okay? I'll be with you every day and never leave." Hearing this, her grandmother's crying softened a lot. Soon, Wang Yanxiu heard a voice in her ear, full of doubt, asking, "Really? You won't leave Grandma? Will you stay with her forever?" Wang Yanxiu nodded her head eagerly, tears soaking her grandmother's clothes. Good. Little Yanxiu will stay at Grandma's house and never leave," her grandmother said excitedly. She quickly stopped her tears, feeling a little embarrassed. Maybe she had cried all her tears today. She thought to herself with a small smile, slowly standing up and helping her grandmother. After so many years apart, her grandmother looked much older. The once lively and energetic legs now moved a bit stiffly. A wave of sadness rose in her heart. Her grandmother had lost some of her former spirit. Her grandmother looked at the bag Wang Yanxiu was carrying, just like before. She reached out to help take it. "Come, little Yanxiu, give Grandma the bag." Grandma will carry it for you. Wang Yanxiu looked at her grandmother with a small smile. No need, Grandma. I'm not a child anymore. I can carry it myself. Seeing her insist, her grandmother tightly held her hand and led her inside. Come on, let's go inside and warm up for a while. It's so cold today, and you're dressed so lightly. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Grandma kept talking as she scolded gently. She was upset that her granddaughter, who she thought was a little unkind, could stay away for so long without visiting. She also complained about this and that. But her face couldn't hide the smile, which showed she was very happy right now. Inside, Grandma pulled her onto the warm Kong bed. Since it was cold outside, her uncle had already heated the bed early, worried that his mother might be cold. Grandma told her to sit and then got her a cup of hot water with a lot of brown sugar, turning the water a deep red. Wang Yanxiu felt that her grandma had put at least a spoonful of brown sugar in the water. Brown sugar was so precious now, and her grandma was really generous. Grandma poured the water for Wang Yanxiu and sat on the Kong, watching her pick up the cup and drink the sweet red sugar water. Her face was full of wrinkles, but they all smiled into a kind, gentle expression. Wang Yanxiu picked up the cup, looked at her grandma, blew on the water, and slowly sipped it. Grandma quickly said, "Drink slowly, it's hot. Blow on it a bit." In her eyes, Wang Yanxiu was still the same little girl she used to be. Wang Yanxiu responded with a soft, and in a place her grandma couldn't see, tears fell into the sweet red sugar water as she drank. The more she drank, the bigger her mouth opened. Finally, she finished every drop of the sugar water in the bowl. She put down the bowl, and the tears in her eyes had disappeared. She smiled broadly at her grandma, like flowers blooming in spring. The two of them, grandmother and granddaughter, looked at each other and didn't say a word for a while, just feeling happy. After a while, Grandma stood up and said with a smile, "Xiao Yanxiu, sit here for a while. Grandma will go call your uncle. He's thinking of you too." Wang Yanxiu was so emotional she couldn't speak. She nodded with red eyes. Grandma looked at her and reminded her, "Just stay here. Don't go anywhere." Wang Yanxiu took a deep breath and managed to say, "Okay." She didn't ask to go with her grandmother, because she still didn't know how to face her caring and loving uncle. Her grandmother silently looked at her a few more times before walking toward the door. Uncle's house is not far from her grandmother's, less than 100 meters away. Even if her grandmother walks slowly, it won't take more than a few minutes. Wang Yanxiu took a moment to compose herself, got off the bed, and stood up. She looked around the familiar room. It was not much different from 2 years ago. The furniture was still the same. She touched here, looked there, feeling very close and warm. Only here could she truly feel what home is. Home is so familiar, warm, distant, and comforting. She couldn't get enough of looking at it. Even the table and chairs, she liked just looking at them. Just as Wang Yanxiu was lost in her thoughts, a loud voice came from outside the door, with a hint of urgency. "Mom, you didn't lie to me, right? Is it really Xiao Yanxiu coming?" The voice interrupted her thoughts. It was her uncle's voice. Wang Yanxiu's heart trembled, and her eyes involuntarily turned red again. Zhou Jianjun's face turned red quickly. He hurriedly explained, "Mom, I didn't scare Xiao Yanxiu. I care about her so much that I wouldn't scare her." Yanxiu looked at her uncle's anxious face and felt sad, but her mood eased a lot. She chuckled softly and said, "Grandma, Uncle didn't say I was scared, and he didn't scare me. I was so excited to see Uncle that I started crying." Grandma looked at Zhou Jianjun and Yanxiu with some doubt. "Really? Your uncle didn't scare you?" Yanxiu's face was full of a smile. She stepped forward, holding Grandma's arm, and nodded happily. "No, really. Uncle is fine. He wouldn't scare me." Zhou Jianjun finally let out a breath of relief. Usually, he was brave and fearless, but he was most afraid of his mother getting angry. "Mom, think about it. How could I scare Yanxiu? I love her too much to do that." Yanxiu and Zhou Jianjun helped Grandma into the house, one on each side. They sat cross-legged on the Kong, a traditional bed, which had a small square table. Yanxiu took off her shoes and sat barefoot at the back, while Zhou Jianjun and Grandma sat on either side. Grandma took a bag of peach cookies and placed it on the table, smiling warmly and encouraging Yanxiu to eat. Zhou Jianjun poured hot water into cups for everyone. Yanxiu sat inside the table area on the Kong, eating the peach cookies slowly under Grandma's watchful eye. Seeing her granddaughter eat happily, Grandma's eyes squinted into a smile. When Yanxiu had almost finished the cookies, Zhou Jianjun gently tapped the table and cleared his throat, speaking softly. Xiao Yanxiu, come. Tell uncle if you were upset over there. He subtly glanced at Yanxiu's clothes and her much thinner body, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. It seemed her life hadn't been easy these past 2 years. Yanxiu didn't answer. She picked up her bowl, took a sip of water, cleared her throat, and said, Grandma, Uncle, I was blind before. I thought they were better than they really are. Over these 2 years, I've been busy working at that house, doing chores, going to the fields, washing clothes, cooking. I thought I was doing well, but her voice suddenly choked with emotion. Grandma couldn't bear to see her granddaughter upset. She became anxious, her eyes widening slightly, and her voice filled with anger. What? They made you work in the fields and do laundry and cooking? Isn't Wang Junjiang married to a second wife? Why are you still making her do laundry and cooking? Zhou Jianjun clenched and loosened his fists, feeling a surge of anger he didn't know how to release. Seeing his mother upset, he hurried forward to comfort her, saying, Mom, don't be upset. Xia Yanqiu has come to our house. We won't send her back. Please don't get so angry. Wang Yanqiu also moved closer to her grandmother, holding her hand. Yes, Grandma. Please don't be mad. It's all in the past. I won't go back to that home. I want Uncle to help me transfer my household registration here, so I can live with you from now on. When Grandma heard Wang Yanqiu say she wanted to transfer her household registration, her eyes lit up with joy. She quickly grabbed Wang Yanqiu's hand. Xia Yanqiu, are you serious? You must not be lying to Grandma. Wang Yanqiu held her grandmother's hand gently, softly stroking her dry palm. Grandma, I am telling the truth. I want to transfer my household registration and live with you. This is my home. I don't want that other place anymore. Seeing her grandmother get so emotional over her words, Wang Yanqiu didn't dare tell her about Wang Junjiang's plan to sell her. Her grandmother was over 60, and she was worried about her health suffering from the stress. So, Wang Yanqiu decided to talk privately with her uncle and keep this a secret from her grandmother. When Zhou Jianjun heard this, his expression brightened. Has Xia Yanqiu finally made up her mind? That's great news. He knew Wang Yanqiu had come because she was upset over something there, and it was probably more complicated than she said. Zhou Jianjun understood her stubborn nature, like a mule. Usually, she would swallow her grievances, even if it meant biting her tongue. But once Xia Yanqiu was with him, no one could hurt her anymore. He would find out what kind of wrongs she suffered there. Thinking of this, Zhou Jianjun's eyes flashed with a fierce look. That Wang Junjiang really thinks no one is watching her back now. He had never liked Wang Junjiang. He saw him as a superficial man. But his sister liked him because he was honest and kind, and he looked good when they were young. That's how they ended up together. At that time, I couldn't stop it, so I married her. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, more than 10 years passed, and my sister and I ended up living apart forever. When my sister passed away, my mother almost cried her eyes out. My dear niece, she was very much like my sister when she was young, stubborn and strong-willed. At that time, when her father married Lu Hongyun, Zhou Jianjun wanted to bring Wang Yanxiu to his home, worried she might suffer some unfair treatment there. But Wang Junjiang strongly disagreed, insisting that Wang Yanxiu was his daughter and had to stay in their family. He couldn't persuade her, so he gave up. No one expected that despite all efforts, Yanxiu refused to change her mind. Now, she came by herself and said she wanted help transferring her household registration. From what I know about her, she must have been very upset. Zhou Jianjun kept his face calm and said in a serious tone, All right, Yanxiu, your uncle will listen to you and transfer your household registration. But you're not allowed to change your mind, understand? Yanxiu smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, uncle. You've never gone back on your word when you said you'd do something for me. Zhou Jianjun finally relaxed and smiled. He knew well that even though she was young, his niece was very determined and stubborn. No one could change her mind. Okay, let's handle this tomorrow. I'll talk to the village chief this afternoon and get a certificate. Tomorrow, we'll transfer your household registration. Then we can live here happily. Your uncle will be here for you. Don't carry everything alone. Your shoulders are still tender, and some things you can't handle alone. Zhou Jianjun gently patted the small table, quickly making arrangements with just a few words. Grandma watched Zhou Jianjun finish arranging everything, her face full of a warm smile, as if she saw the happy days when little Yanxiu was always by her side. She felt much better and got up to prepare some meat for Yanxiu to have a good lunch. Yanxiu quickly stopped her, saying, "Grandma, no need to trouble yourself. Just make something simple. I'll cook with whatever vegetables we have at home. You rest." Grandma was very open-minded. After Zhou Jianjun got married a few years ago, they had started to live a good life. At her suggestion, Zhou Jianjun decided to set up his own household. So now, my uncle's house and my grandmother's house live separately. Sometimes, when Grandma doesn't want to cook, she goes to my uncle's house to eat because it's not far away and convenient. Seeing my mother and my niece fighting over who should cook, Zhou Jianjun couldn't help but laugh and said to Wang Yanqiu, "If you're not eating at Grandma's today, go to your uncle's house. Your aunt is already cooking chicken at home, and your sister is helping too. They wanted to come see you earlier, but I stopped them. Come on, let's go to your uncle's house." Hearing her uncle's words, Wang Yanqiu felt a little dreamy. Her uncle's house felt just like the home she dreamed of. Her aunt, Li Guiyun, has been friends with her mother since childhood. Their relationship is like sisters. When it was time to marry, she naturally married her uncle. They had a daughter and a son, living a happy life. Li Guiyun, like her husband Zhou Jianjun, cares deeply for Wang Yanqiu. Because of her relationship with Wang Yanqiu's mother, she sometimes treats Wang Yanqiu even better than her own children. Grandma, upon hearing her brother's words, patted her thigh and said, Yes, I almost forgot. We're going to your uncle's house for lunch." Wang Yanqiu also smiled and said, "Okay, let's go to uncle's house." Then she held her grandma's arm, and they headed toward her uncle's house. After walking a few steps, Wang Yanqiu saw a new house made of blue bricks that looked out of place next to an old, worn-down building nearby. Grandma pointed at the new house and said with a smile, "Yanqiu, do you see that? That's your uncle's new house. Isn't it nice?" Wang Yanqiu's eyes sparkled with a smile as she replied, "It's beautiful. Uncle is really talented. Now, her uncle's family is doing very well. They are one of the wealthier families in the village. Their 3 blue brick and tile houses are spacious and bright. Her aunt is also very capable, keeping the house and yard tidy and well-organized." When they entered her uncle's house, Wang Yanqiu saw the stove was already lit, and the sound of cooking utensils clashing came from the kitchen, along with a delicious smell. Near the kitchen door, there was some blood water and chicken feathers, probably from a freshly slaughtered chicken. A gentle smile appeared in Wang Yanqiu's eyes. Her Aunt Li Guiyun was probably cooking, and she quietly said to Grandma, "Grandma, I want to go see Auntie in the kitchen." Grandma gently patted her small hand. "Go ahead, treat this place like your home. Do whatever you want, okay?" Yanking nodded firmly. "Yes, compared to elsewhere, this really feels like her home." Yanking let go of her grandma's arm and hurried toward the kitchen. Before she reached it, her voice rang out happily. Auntie, I'm here." Her tone was light and cheerful, much less gloomy than before. In the kitchen, a woman in her 30s was cooking. It was Yanking's aunt, Li Guiyun. Her cousin, Zhou Lanfang, was helping to light the fire. When they heard Yanking's call, both women paused and looked toward the kitchen door. Yanking entered and saw her aunt and cousin staring at her with wide eyes. Although she was excited to see them again, their intense gazes made her feel like something was wrong with her. She looked down and around herself. Besides her clothes being a bit small and patched up, she thought, "There's nothing wrong." Yanking didn't care much about these external things anymore. She had suffered a lot in her previous life, and just being able to live well now made her happy. Material things are important, but not that important. She looked up at her aunt, Li Guiyun, and her cousin, Zhou Lanfang, with a puzzled expression. Auntie Lanfang, what are you looking at me like that? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Lanfang exclaimed, Wow, Yanking is really here. She put down the firewood and ran over to Yanking, wrapping her arms around her waist and jumping up and down happily, looking very excited. Although Zhou Lanfang is 2 years older than Yanking, she still acted like a little kid whenever she saw her. She looked very happy. They had grown up as the youngest girls in the family, close in age, and had a very good relationship since childhood. It was no wonder Zhou Lanfang was so excited after not seeing Yanking for a long time. Li Guiyun, her aunt, couldn't watch anymore and pulled Zhou Lanfang away. Go light the fire. You're acting like a crazy girl. Zhou Lanfang looked a bit unwilling, pouting her lips, and turned to light the fire. Li Guiyun looked at Wang Yanxiu with a hint of tenderness and pity in her eyes. She gently patted her hand and said, Yanxiu, this room is a bit stuffy. You should go to the main hall and warm up first. Wait until your aunt finishes cooking. Then we can talk at the dining table. Seeing that her aunt was still busy, Wang Yanxiu cheerfully said, Okay, auntie. I'll go first. No need to make too many dishes, just enough to eat is fine. Li Guiyun smiled and replied, I understand. Go ahead and chat with your grandma and uncle. They've been thinking about you all day. Wang Yanxiu responded with a good. After greeting her cousin Zhou Lanfang, she went to the main hall to be with her grandma and uncle. Her younger cousin wasn't home now. He was at school, just starting high school, and wouldn't return until the weekend. Her older cousin had also finished high school a couple of years ago and was currently unemployed at home. Although she was unemployed, there weren't many job opportunities. Usually, girls her age in the countryside could find a match and get married. However, her uncle and aunt didn't want to marry her off so early. Despite the local matchmakers visiting repeatedly, they refused to agree. Wang Yanxiu approved of her uncle and aunt's decision. Others might not understand, but Wang Yanxiu knew that next year, the college entrance exams would be open again. She could go to university, and her cousin was a good student, so getting into college wouldn't be a problem. After graduating from university, the government would assign her a job. She would become a respected public servant. Getting a government job was a proud thing. Wouldn't it be better than marrying early? Wang Yanxiu arrived in the main hall and overheard her grandma and Uncle Zhou Jianjun arguing about her situation. Seeing her, Grandma waved her over. Wang Yanxiu happily walked over and sat beside her. Gently holding her grandma's hand, her grandma asked with a soft smile, After graduating from university, the government would— I said you should stay with me. Yanxiu, what do you think? Should you stay with your uncle or with grandma? Wang Yanxiu smiled softly, having already thought about this. She showed a bright smile and said, Uncle, I've already made up my mind. I want to stay with grandma to spend more time with her. Seeing Zhou Jianjun open his mouth to say something, Wang Yanxiu quickly spoke first. Besides, my uncle's house is so close. If I want to come over, I can just run over in a few steps. Later, my uncle won't mind me bothering him. Zhou Jianjun looked at the smiling Wang Yanxiu and helplessly said, You all right? I really can't do anything about you. Grandma saw the two settle everything happily, like they had won a big victory, and she smiled so broadly she couldn't close her mouth. Seeing her mother so happy, Zhou Jianjun decided not to worry about where Wang Yanxiu would stay anymore. Letting little Yanxiu stay in the old house was also good. At night, she could keep her company, so she wouldn't worry about her falling alone at night. Although the weather wasn't very cold yet, a fire was burning in the main room, and the three of them sat around it chatting casually, sharing stories from their lives. Wang Yanxiu listened happily. This kind of warm family atmosphere was something she had longed for. Her heart, which had been empty for nearly 20 years, eagerly absorbed this feeling of home warmth. This warmth slowly melted her frozen heart without her even noticing. After about half an hour, Aunt Li Guiyun had finished preparing the dishes. Besides a boiled chicken, she also cooked a dish of pork belly and a local specialty, pork and cabbage stewed with vermicelli. Even though it was winter, they still had cold dishes. A large plate of spicy tiger salad was also prepared. Li Guiyun was a great cook. The dishes looked delicious and smelled wonderful. Wang Yanqiu's mouth watered with craving. She couldn't remember the last time she had such good food. Wang Yanqiu volunteered to help Aunt Li serve the rice and dishes, but Zhou Jianjun stopped her with a firm hand. Just sit here and chat with your grandma. When it's time to eat, that's enough. You don't need to do anything else. If you want to help, there will be plenty of chances later. Wang Yanqiu could only helplessly wait with her grandma for the meal. She was used to busying herself at home, so suddenly having nothing to do felt a little awkward. Aunt Li Guiyun and her daughter Zhou Lanfan quickly brought the dishes to the table. At the table, Grandma sat in the main seat confidently, while Zhou Jianjun and Wang Yanqiu sat on either side. Zhou Lanfang sat close to Wang Yanqiu. She was very excited today because her best sister had come. She had many things she wanted to tell Wang Yanqiu. This meal, Wang Yanqiu was completely full. In her memory, she had hardly ever eaten such a satisfying meal before. Not only did Grandma and Uncle keep helping her serve food, but even her cousin Zhou Lanfang and her aunt kept urging her to eat more vegetables. Zhou Lanfang sat beside her and suddenly scooped a few bites onto her plate, then smiled at her with a cute face. It was clear Zhou Lanfang was in a very good mood today. During the meal, Wang Yanqiu's plate was always full, and she ended up eating 3 large bowls of rice. After eating, Wang Yanqiu didn't get a chance to help clean up. Her aunt took her to the bedroom, brought out a set of clean, plain cotton clothes, and kindly said, "Here, this is your sister's cotton clothes. They're clean. You can wear them first. One of these days, your aunt will make you new ones." Zhou Lanfang is a bit shorter than her, about 1.7 meters tall, but she is a little chubbier. Wang Yanqiu is very thin now. She thought Zhou Lanfang's clothes would probably fit her. When she heard her aunt's words, she looked at the new clothes and then at her own, realizing her current clothes really couldn't be worn anymore. She took the clothes without hesitation. Her uncle and aunt probably didn't want her to be so polite with them. Wang Yanqiu smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, aunt. I'll change into my sister's clothes first. My current clothes really aren't suitable anymore." After putting on her cousin's cotton clothes, she felt much warmer than before. It was as if she had come back to life. Her chest felt warm, and the cold feeling was gone. Much more comfortable. Wang Yanqiu happily smiled at Li Guiyun and said, "Thank you, aunt." Li Guiyun's eyes were a little moist. She reached out and hugged Wang Yanqiu's thin body gently. "Silly child, there's no need to be so polite with your aunt. Just tell me if you need anything, okay? This is your home, and we're family. Being polite here is unnecessary." She gently patted Wang Yanqiu's arm. Hugged in Li Guiyun's warm embrace, Wang Yanqiu felt a comforting, motherly warmth. She couldn't help but think how nice it would be if her mother were still here. With a slight nasal tone and a smile at her eyes, she said, "Got it, aunt. From now on, I'll treat this place as my home. Please don't mind if I bother you sometimes." Li Guiyun looked at her with a little tenderness and a gentle smile. "That's right. Your aunt would never find you bothersome." After changing clothes and mood, Wang Yanqiu returned to the main hall and saw Grandma sitting by the stove, warming herself. Grandma is older and easily feels cold. As winter begins, she started a fire early in the morning. Seeing Wang Yanqiu come out, dressed in a cotton coat, Grandma nodded happily and waved her over. "Xiao Yanqiu, come sit with Grandma and keep warm." Wang Yanqiu walked over and sat beside Grandma. She stretched her hands over the fire, feeling the warm, red glow of the charcoal dispel the cold around her. She loved this feeling very much. Looking around, she didn't see Zhou Jianjun. Curious, she asked, "Grandma, where did Uncle go?" Grandma leaned in and whispered with a smile, "Your uncle went to find the village head. You want to move your household registration here, right? We need a proof from the village to do that. Once the proof is ready, we can transfer the registration early. Then I can relax a bit." If your registration doesn't come here, I'll always feel uneasy, like something's missing. Wang Yanxiu wasn't sure about the process. She asked softly, Grandma, is it easy to do? Will it be complicated? Seeing her worry, Grandma gently patted her head. Don't worry, it's not hard. The village head now works in our area, and he's your uncle's cousin. You should also call him Third Grandpa. Hearing this, Wang Yanxiu finally felt relieved. She knew that changing household registration was a big deal at any time, and it wouldn't be simple. But since there was a connection, it should go smoothly. They sat by the fire, chatting happily. Soon, Zhou Lanfang finished tidying up and came over. Grandma, Yanxiu. Zhou Lanfang greeted cheerfully and sat down by the stove. With Zhou Lanfang's cheerful presence, the atmosphere became even warmer. Wang Yanxiu smiled quietly, listening to Grandma and Zhou Lanfang chatting. They didn't mention anything about her recent troubles at home, worried it might upset her. After more than an hour, there was a loud clatter at the door. Without looking up, Zhou Lanfang said, That's my dad coming back. Could it be Uncle returning? Wang Yanxiu's heart tightened, and he didn't know if the proof had been issued successfully. Although Grandma just said it was easy to handle, since the village chief was also a relative, Wang Yanxiu still felt like something was unfinished until he saw the official household registration transfer document. His heart felt empty. Suddenly, there was a creak as the main room door opened, and a cold breeze blew in. Zhou Jianjun entered and casually closed the door behind him. He looked at the three people by the fire and smiled, saying, Oh, warming up by the fire. Grandma looked at Zhou Jianjun and asked, Is the paperwork ready? Wang Yanxiu's heart immediately lifted. Zhou Lanfang opened her big eyes, looking at her father with hope. If Yanxiu could transfer his household registration, that would be great. Then she could play with Yanxiu every day. Zhou Jianjun walked to the fire and, with a smile, took out a piece of white paper from his pocket. Look, I've taken care of everything. Wang Yanxiu reached out and took the white paper from his uncle. His eyes quickly scanned it. Her name was written on it, and it bore the village seal. It was the official proof allowing her household registration to be transferred to Zhijiatan. Yanxiu's eyes sparkled like stars as he carefully held the transfer document, treating it like a treasure. With this document, she could transfer her household registration tomorrow. Then Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun would no longer be able to control her life. Curiously, Zhou Lanfang shouted nearby, Let me see, let me see. Grandma sat by the fire, smiling broadly. Yes, yes. Seeing Wang Yanxiu staring at him, Zhou Jianjun's eyes shone with a surprising brightness. That was the energetic girl he knew. Don't worry, tomorrow my uncle will go with you to transfer the household registration. Once that's done, you'll officially be part of Zhijiatan, Zhou Jianjun softly assured Wang Yanxiu. Wang Yanxiu nodded hard and handed the proof to Zhou Jianjun. Zhou Jianjun carefully kept it close. He planned to go tomorrow to handle the transfer himself. Otherwise, he was afraid Wang Yanxiu would have trouble facing Wang Zhenjiang and the others' demands. It was safer to keep the transfer proof with him. Although Wang Yanxiu had his own space, some things were too sensitive to speak about, even with close family members. So Wang Yanxiu is planning to keep this space as her biggest secret, telling no one about it. After lunch, since she is older, she feels sleepy. Grandma feels tired and yawns several times. She stands up and says to Wang Yanxiu, Little Yanxiu, do you want to rest with Grandma or do you want to play at your uncle's house? Wang Yanxiu gets up and says to Zhou Jianjun, Uncle, I'll rest with Grandma. I'm a bit tired too. Zhou Jianjun quickly tries to persuade his mother. Mom, just rest here. The bed is warm at home. Grandma waves her hand. No, I'm too old. I get confused about the bed and can't sleep here. Come on, little Yanxiu, let's go back. Okay, Wang Yanxiu agrees and helps Grandma as they walk toward the door. She says, Uncle, Auntie Lanfang, we're leaving first. Seeing he can't stop his mother, Zhou Jianjun can only let Wang Yanxiu go back with her. Back at Grandma's house, Wang Yanxiu looks at her grandma, who has aged a lot in the past 2 years. Her hair is half gray, and her spirit seems much weaker. She feels a little sad. She knows her grandma was hurt emotionally a few years ago when she lost her daughter. Then she fell and broke her leg, which drained her energy. That's why she looks so old. Her grandma is only in her 60s, and many people in the countryside at that age can still work in the fields and earn some money. Thinking about the spiritual spring water and herbal pills in her space, Wang Yanxiu has an idea. Maybe she can learn traditional Chinese medicine when she has free time and slowly help her grandma recover. She doesn't dare give her grandma the pills from the bottles randomly, but she feels the spring water in her space isn't ordinary. It tastes sweet and refreshing. After drinking the spring water in her space today, she feels much more relaxed. She decides to give her grandma some of the spring water to try. She quickly takes a bowl, pours in warm water, and then uses her mind to take a small amount of spring water from her space, pouring it into the bowl. She later discovered that she can drink the spring water from her space even without entering it. As long as she thinks about it, the water appears wherever she wants. Very convenient. Grandma, drink this water first, then go to sleep, Wang Yanxiu says, handing the bowl of spring water to her grandma. Grandma happened to feel a bit thirsty, so she happily took the bowl from Wang Yanxiu's hand. The water was just the right temperature and Grandma drank it all in one go. After finishing the water, Grandma felt that today's water tasted especially good. She didn't think much of it, just happy because she had seen her beloved little Yanxiu. When people are happy, they feel energized and even water seems sweet. Grandma gave Wang Yanxiu a thick quilt and placed it beside her bed. Come little Yanxiu, sleep with Grandma for a while. Just after tidying up Wang Yanxiu's blanket, Grandma suddenly felt very sleepy. Why am I so sleepy today? Little Yanxiu, Grandma will rest for a bit. If you're tired, come and sleep for a while too. Soon after, Grandma snuggled into the quilt and started snoring evenly. Wang Yanxiu was a little worried, so she went to check on Grandma. Seeing that Grandma's face looked fine, she felt relieved. She climbed into the soft, fluffy quilt Grandma had prepared. It still smelled of the sun, fresh and pleasant. Wang Yanxiu watched Grandma sleep peacefully for a while. Then, seeing her asleep so soundly, she also felt safe and drifted into her own dreams. Maybe because she was at Grandma's house and Grandma was right beside her, she felt very safe. She slept very deeply, something she hadn't done in a long time, until Grandma called her to wake up. Yanxiu, little Yanxiu, wake up. It's time to get up. We're going to your uncle's house for dinner. Wang Yanxiu opened her sleepy eyes and looked at the figure in front of her. She mumbled, Grandma? Her mind was still foggy, and she forgot she was at Grandma's house. Grandma looked at her confused face and thought she was adorable. Before she went to sleep, she had washed her face carefully to avoid getting the quilt dirty. Her small face was white and pink, with big eyes and long eyelashes, completely different from her dusty appearance earlier. Wang Yanxiu watched Grandma smiling gently as she stood by her bed, softly calling her to wake up. Yes, okay, Grandma. I'm getting up now, Wang Yanxiu said, suddenly feeling fully awake. Grandma watched her get dressed and get out of bed. Wang Yanxiu quietly glanced at Grandma. Was it just her feeling, or did Grandma look healthier than she did in the morning? This discovery lifted her spirits. As long as it works, it's good. They will spend more time together in the future, and she can slowly help Grandma improve her health. Grandma stood nearby, watching Wang Yanxiu with a very happy mood. Just now, she opened her eyes and saw little Yanxiu sleeping beside her. She almost thought it was a dream. She lay on the bed, watching Wang Yanxiu without moving for a full 10 minutes. She is very beautiful, somewhat like her mother, but even more beautiful when she was young. Grandma's mind was full of thoughts, and then she got up. Looking at Wang Yanxiu's fair face, Grandma thought she looked good except she was a little thinner. It would be better if she were a bit plumper, Grandma thought to herself. At noon, Zhou Jianjun said he would eat here tonight, so Grandma didn't cook dinner at home. They would go to Zhou Jianjun's house for dinner. In the afternoon, after Wang Yanxiu and her mother went to take a nap, Zhou Jianjun kept thinking about the household registration transfer for Wang Yanxiu the next day. Transferring household registration is not as simple as Wang Yanxiu thought. Although the procedures for her transfer here are done, They still need approval from Wang Zhenjiang and his village. Without that, nothing can be done. Zhou Jianjun thought for a long time, then got up and went to Li Guiyun, who was preparing dinner. Wife, how much money do we have at home? Li Guiyun stood up, wiping her hands on her apron. Hubby, what's wrong? Do we need money? Zhou Jianjun hesitated and said, I'm just worried there might be some trouble with Yanxiu's household registration tomorrow. Wang Zhenjiang is a troublemaker. I'm afraid he won't agree easily. Li Guiyun thought about how Wang Zhenjiang had patched up Yanxiu's clothes several times when she was young. Her expression darkened. She didn't say anything, then went into the room and took out a metal box from the bedside table. Most of their belongings were inside. Li Guiyun took out the money, counted it, more than 800 yuan. She looked at Zhou Jianjun and said, Last year, we spent a lot building the house. Now we only have over 800 yuan left. Can you take 600? Keep 200 at home, just in case something happens, so we don't have to borrow money everywhere. Zhou Jianjun quickly said, That's enough, that's enough. If Wang Zhenjiang still doesn't agree, I'll deal with him. I haven't even settled accounts with him over my sister's matter, just because of little Yanxiu. If it weren't for helping Yanxiu get a household registration, I would have broken his legs. Zhou Jianjun looked at Li Guiyun with gratitude and said, Thank you, Guiyun, for taking care of Yanxiu. Li Guiyun patted Zhou Jianjun's arm with a slap and said, Yanxiu's matter is my matter. Why are you thanking me? You know very well what my relationship with her mother is. Otherwise, why would I marry you? Li Guiyun's eyes nearly welled up with tears again. Zhou Jianjun knew the close bond between Li Guiyun and his younger sister, true life and death friends. 3 years ago, his sister fell ill and passed away. Li Guiyun was heartbroken for over a month, crying so much at night that her pillow was soaked. Li Guiyun thought for a moment and handed all 800 yuan to Zhou Jianjun. Keep it all. Better safe than sorry. If you don't need it, you can return it. Do you understand? After saying that, Li Guiyun glared at Zhou Jianjun, worried he might spend the money recklessly. Zhou Jianjun immediately patted his chest and said, Don't worry, wife. You know what kind of person I am. Li Guiyun impatiently pushed him away. Go away, go away. I need to prepare dinner for Yanxiu tonight. Look at how thin she's gotten these years. I want to raise her back to health. Zhou Jianjun looked around to make sure no one was there, then reached out and hugged Li Guiyun. He gave her a big kiss on the face. Startled, Li Guiyun slapped him several times. Are you crazy? In broad daylight. What if someone sees? Zhou Jianjun chuckled. I'll find some people and go together tomorrow. Let Wang Zhenjiang know that our Yanxiu also has someone backing her up. Li Guiyun waved her hand, shooing him away. Go quickly, find some friends to go with you. Zhou Jianjun left for a while and only returned near dinner time. He went to the main hall but didn't see his mother or Yanxiu. Wife, haven't your mother and Yanxiu come yet? No, go ask Lanfang to call them, Li Guiyun said, coming out of the kitchen halfway. Before Zhou Jianjun could speak, Zhou Lanfang ran out of the house. I'll go call Grandma and Yanxiu. She dashed off in a flash. Zhou Jianjun watched Zhou Lanfang run out and stared at the door for a long time. This girl, so reckless. Who does she take after? A piece of cabbage leaf was thrown at him from the kitchen. Who did you follow? Tell me, who did you follow? Besides following you, who else could I follow? Could I possibly follow you? Zhou Lanfang ran quickly to her grandmother's room, pushed open the courtyard gate, and shouted, Grandma, Yanxiu. Before anyone inside could reply, she took a few quick steps forward, pushed open the door, and called out, Grandma, Yanxiu, let's go eat dinner.
Now.
Zhou Lanfang hadn't finished speaking when she widened her eyes. Oh my, who is this beautiful young girl in front of me? She was stunned for a moment, then realized, this is my sister Yanxiu. Oh my, she's so pretty. Excited, she reached out and grabbed Wang Yanxiu's arm, looking her up and down curiously. Are you Yanxiu? Wow, how did you grow up like this? We haven't seen each other in 2 years, and you look so good. Your skin is so white and soft, so smooth, feels so nice to touch. Wang Yanxiu looked at Zhou Lanfang chattering nonstop in front of her, showing a helpless expression. This cousin of hers has always been restless. When they are together, she feels like the older sister. Yeah, I've just lost a bit of weight, but otherwise I look even more beautiful now. Zhou Lanfang stared at Wang Yanxiu for a long time and finally concluded this. Wang Yanxiu chuckled and said, "You look good too. Your eyes are big and your face shape is nice. Once you get some treatment, your skin will also improve." Zhou Lanfang blinked, a little unsure, and asked, "Really? I look good too? Do you know how to improve it?" Seeing her hopeful expression, Wang Yanxiu wanted to say no but couldn't bear to. The spiritual spring water in her space could gradually help improve her health. "I know a little. In a few days, I'll find some ingredients and try to help you. But don't tell anyone, okay?" Hearing that Wang Yanxiu could help her improve her health, Zhou Lanfang looked excited. Okay, Yanxiu, I'll listen to you. I won't tell anyone." Her face was a little chubby, and her skin, exposed to the sun and wind in the countryside, had become a bit red and flaky. But these are small problems and easy to fix. Wang Yanxiu was now aware that the spiritual spring water and strengthening pills in her space could easily change a person's body and make Zhou Lanfang look more beautiful. Seeing Zhou Lanfang happy, Wang Yanxiu also felt glad for her. No matter the era, many young girls love to look pretty. "Let's go, let's eat first." Wang Yanxiu held her grandmother's hand and pulled Zhou Lanfang as they headed to her uncle's house. Li Guiyun saw how much Wang Yanxiu had changed since morning and was surprised. She curiously looked her up and down. "Auntie, I'm used to staying at home. If I stand out too much, others might not like it," Wang Yanxiu explained. Unexpectedly, when she said this, Li Guiyun's eyes nearly welled up with tears. She hugged her and said, "You've suffered a lot, child. It's okay now, everything is past." Wang Yanxiu almost cried from the emotion, but Zhou Lanfang quickly pulled her aunt away, so the dinner didn't turn into a venting session. At the table, there were 2 leftover dishes from lunch, reheated, and her aunt made 2 more dishes. In this time period, that was already a very rich meal. Just like at noon, her aunt and grandmother kept encouraging her to eat more, filling her plate. Wang Yanxiu felt touched and a little shy. She pouted and said, "Grandma, Auntie, you don't need to serve me. I won't be polite." After saying that, she ate several large bites and scooped more food into her bowl. Then she glared at her grandma and aunt. They looked at her amusingly. Okay, Yanxiu, eat your fill. Make sure you're full." After dinner, Wang Yanxiu and her grandmother didn't stay long and prepared to go back. They needed to sleep early tonight because they had many things to do tomorrow. Seeing Zhou Lanfang's reluctant look, Wang Yanxiu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I remember everything. I won't forget." Zhou Lanfang finally looked happy. Li Guiyun, overhearing their conversation, asked curiously, "What are you and Yanxiu up to? You better not bully Yanxiu. Do you hear me? Otherwise, you'll regret it." Zhou Lanfang looked upset and shifted her body, stomping her foot. "Mom, what are you talking about? When did I ever bully Yanxiu? We're good friends. Let me tell you." She leaned close to her mother, Li Guiyun, and told her about Wang Yanxiu's help in improving her health and skin. After she finished, Zhou Lanfang stared at her mother with wide eyes. "Please don't tell others." "I promised Yanxiu I wouldn't tell anyone. Only you, because you're my mom. Otherwise, I wouldn't tell you." Li Guiyun's eyes lit up when she heard this. She reached out and touched her face, feeling a bit shy. "Lanfang, do you think Yanxiu could help me improve my skin too?" Zhou Lanfang was surprised. "Mom, you're so old. Why do you need to improve your skin? Are you unhappy with Dad? Do you want to find someone else?" "Oh," Li Guiyun scowled. "You little girl, you think I can't improve my skin? I'm only in my 30s. I want to look better." She then pinched Zhou Lanfang's arm with 2 fingers, making her jump in fright.
"Mom, I'm sorry."
"Please, yes, I want her to help us both. I'll ask Yanxiu to do it. Please don't hit me." They played around for a while before stopping. Both saw how smooth and fair Wang Yanxiu's skin was. They thought if they could get even half of that effect, it would be great. Before bed, Wang Yanxiu helped her grandmother drink a cup of warm water with a little of the spiritual spring water from the space. She didn't add too much, worried the effect might be too strong. She wanted to improve gradually. Her grandmother drank the water and soon felt very sleepy. She thought she was just tired from being excited today and used up her energy, so she didn't think much of it. After washing up and reminding Wang Yanxiu to go to bed early, she quickly fell into deep sleep, snoring softly within seconds. Wang Yanxiu stared at her grandmother in surprise. She didn't expect that a little of the space's spiritual spring water could have such a big effect. This also shows that Grandma's body has used up a lot of energy and spirit, making it hard for her to recover. Next time, I need to give her a smaller amount. Take it slow, step by step. No need to rush. She still has a long time ahead, and she can gradually make up for her body's deficiencies. Wang Yanxiu is confused. Sometimes she remembers the scenes of being tortured for 19 years in her past life. Sometimes she thinks about Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun's harshness towards her. She also thinks about Gu Qinghe and her grandma from her previous life. If her grandma was in the same condition back then, she probably wouldn't last much longer. A person in her 60s looks like someone in their 70s or 80s. Wang Yanxiu's mind is full of thoughts. After washing up, she drinks a big bowl of spiritual spring water, then climbs into bed and falls asleep with her grandma. Before dawn, Wang Yanxiu wakes up to the sound of roosters crowing. She sees that her grandma is still sleeping deeply. Quietly, she gets up, goes to the kitchen, and starts a fire to cook breakfast. Wang Yanxiu works quickly. She first lights the stove, then cuts a quarter of a large cabbage, washes it clean, and prepares to stir-fry it for breakfast. That quarter of cabbage is enough for a big dish. While cooking, Wang Yanxiu adds a little spiritual spring water, which makes the dish taste much better. The cabbage is soon ready. Wang Yanxiu picks up a bite with chopsticks to taste. Delicious. Her eyes light up. She adds a bit more spiritual spring water, and the simple cabbage turns into a delicious dish. She cleans the pot thoroughly. There's still some rice left in the rice jar. Wang Yanxiu scoops out half a spoonful, washes it, and cooks rice porridge for breakfast. She also adds a little spiritual spring water to the porridge. To help her grandma's health, she wants to nourish her quietly and gently. Over time, this will slowly improve her grandma's body. In her sleep, her grandma is attracted by a fragrant smell and wakes up. She looks around, but doesn't see Wang Yanxiu in the bed. She's surprised and wants to call her name, but then hears sounds from the kitchen. She relaxes a little, guessing Wang Yanxiu is making breakfast. Such a girl, waking up so early. She should sleep a bit longer, her grandma mutters as she gets out of bed. She had a very good sleep. She feels much more energetic than before. After getting up, she no longer feels groggy. When she went to the kitchen, she saw that Wang Yanxiu was almost finished preparing breakfast. Wang Yanxiu saw her grandmother coming out of bed and said with a smile, "Grandma, you're up? Wash up quickly, and we can eat breakfast now." Her grandmother complained, "You, child, don't sleep a little longer in the morning? Why don't I make breakfast instead?" Wang Yanxiu smiled and said, "I wanted to make breakfast for Grandma to show my filial piety. It's just a simple meal, and I can do it quickly." Her grandmother smiled slightly and said, all right, let's see what you can do. But I have to say, your cooking smells really good. I could smell it even from bed." By the time her grandmother finished washing her hands, Wang Yanxiu had already served the porridge on the table. "Come, Grandma, time to eat." Wang Yanxiu pulled her grandmother to sit down. Her grandmother looked at the fragrant stir-fried cabbage and couldn't help but pick up a chopstick and eat it with the plain porridge. As she ate, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but praise, "Little Yanxiu, your cooking is better than the palace chef's. It's really delicious." Hearing the compliment, Wang Yanxiu chuckled and said, "Grandma, you haven't even tried the palace chef's food. How do you know mine is better?" Her grandmother said seriously, "It definitely isn't worse. I've never had such tasty stir-fried cabbage in my life. If only I could open a restaurant now. With this dish, you could open a place and people would line up for miles." Hearing her grandmother's exaggerated words, Wang Yanxiu couldn't help but laugh. She knew her cooking was so good thanks to the spiritual spring water in her space. Not only did it improve the taste of her dishes, but it also helped improve her health. For breakfast, Wang Yanxiu ate 2 big bowls of porridge, and her grandmother drank 1.5 bowls. The stir-fried cabbage was so good that not a drop of soup was left. Smiling, Wang Yanxiu said to her grandmother, "Grandma, I'll cook for you every day in the future." Her grandmother happily grinned and said, "No need to cook every day. Just stir-fry some cabbage sometimes is enough." After breakfast, Wang Yanxiu went to wash the dishes, but her grandmother stopped her.
You don't need to worry about that.
Go prepare yourself. Your uncle will come to pick you up soon. And today, you need to handle your household registration. That's important. After hearing this, Wang Yanxiu was reminded that he might have a tough task today. Okay, I understand, Grandma. Although he said he needed to prepare, there wasn't much to get ready. His uncle had already obtained the approval for their move. All that was left was to get the official proof of their departure from Wangjia village and then update the records at the local police station. The current problem was that Wang Yanxiu's household registration was still in Wang Zhenjiang's name. In the village, it was okay. Moving out would save one person's food allowance, so it wouldn't cause any loss for them. They had no reason to refuse Wang Yanxiu's move. The main issue was with Wang Zhenjiang. If he didn't agree, even the village chief couldn't force the issuance of the departure certificate. Wang Yanxiu sat quietly on a stool inside the house. He thought there wasn't much to prepare. The departure proof was ready. Now he just needed the household transfer certificate. He squinted his eyes, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. He was just waiting to see if they would be reasonable. Suddenly, a shout came from the doorway, "Yanxiu, Yanxiu." It was his uncle. Wang Yanxiu stood up and went outside. His uncle, Zhou Jianjun, pushed open the courtyard door and came in. Wang Yanxiu greeted him with a smile. "Uncle, you're here." Zhou Jianjun was wearing a green military coat. He grinned and exhaled warm breath that turned into white mist. "Have you had breakfast? If not, we'll go to Wangjia village to find Zhenjiang now." Zhou Jianjun called Wang Zhenjiang by name right in front of Wang Yanxiu, showing how unhappy he was with him. "Yes, I've eaten." "Are we leaving now?" Wang Yanxiu asked. Zhou Jianjun nodded. "Yes, early is better." He then called out to the house, "Mom, I'm taking Xiao Yanxiu out." As soon as he finished, Grandma hurried out of the house, holding a dishcloth used for washing dishes. "Be careful on the way. Make sure to bring Xiao Yanxiu back safely, understand?" Zhou Jianjun waved to Grandma.
Don't worry, Mom.
"I'll definitely bring Xiao Yanxiu back safe and sound." Outside the courtyard, there were 3 bicycles, one for Zhou Jianjun and 2 more. There were also 4 young men. Seeing Wang Yanxiu's curious face, Zhou Jianjun pointed to a short, stocky man wearing a lei foam hat with a dark face. "This is your Uncle Jianhua. You probably don't remember him. He just returned from the army. He's assigned to the local police station, and in a few days, he'll be reporting there." Wang Yanxiu called out to Zhou Jianhua. "Uncle Jianhua." Zhou Jianhua quickly responded a few times. Zhou Jianjun then pointed to a few more people. "This is your Uncle Jianlong, and this is Brother Ergu." Wang Yanxiu hurriedly went forward to greet each person. Zhou Jianjun looked at Wang Yanxiu and explained, "Call a few more people so that Wang Zhenjiang knows our Zhou family isn't weak. If he tries to bully us, we'll show him we mean business. If he doesn't behave, he'll see some consequences." Wang Yanxiu nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to Uncle. As for Wang Zhenjiang, if he doesn't cooperate, a beating will be the least of his problems." Zhou Jianjun got on his bicycle and said to Wang Yanxiu, "Get on." The 3 bicycles, with a total of 6 people including Wang Yanxiu, headed towards Wangjia village. Zhejiang is just over 10 miles from Wangjia village. Wang Yanxiu came here yesterday and took over an hour to walk. Today, Zhou Jianjun rode his bike to bring her back, and it only took about 20 minutes. The 3 bicycles traveled along a dirt country road, which was bumpy and uneven, causing the bikes to jolt now and then. When they reached Wangjia village, the sun was already high in the sky, and they could see people appearing along the road. As the bicycles entered the village, an old woman looked on curiously. At this time, 3 bicycles arriving together was quite a rare sight in the village. Bicycles were rare in Wangjia village, probably only 2 or 3 in total. At this time, bicycles were even more unusual than cars in later years. The old woman looked closely and saw that 5 of the 6 people she didn't recognize. But the girl? Isn't that Wang Yanxiu from Wang Zhenjiang's family? She had heard that Wang Yanxiu had a big fight with her family yesterday and left home with a bundle. The news had spread all over the village, causing quite a stir. Now she was back, and she was bringing several people with her. Seeing their aggressive approach, it was clear they weren't here to make peace. Wang Zhenjiang's family was in trouble. The old woman clapped her thigh and thought, I need to find someone to talk to. I can't be the only one who knows about this. Thinking this, the old lady hurriedly turned and headed to her old friend's house. Today, she was the first to learn this news and surely the first to spread it. This was her first-hand information and she felt proud inside. 3 bicycles stopped at the door of Wang Zhenjiang's house. Wang Yanxiu looked at the home she had lived in for over 10 years. There was no trace of nostalgia in her eyes. After her mother passed away, this once warm home turned into a cold, lonely place. It seemed like everything in her life was being drained out and swallowed up. Right now, Wang Zhenjiang's house was still messy. Yesterday, after Wang Yanxiu smashed all the dishes, Wang Zhenjiang went out to buy some new ones. There was no choice. Meals still had to be prepared. When he went to the supply store to buy a cast-iron pot, they had none left. He asked, and was told it would take at least half a month to get a new one. In the end, Wang Zhenjiang had no choice but to use an old, rusty iron pot with 2 dents. It was battered and full of rust. He scrubbed the iron pot repeatedly for over half an hour, but he still couldn't get rid of the rusty smell. This morning, Lu Hongyan was woken up by Wang Zhenjiang kicking her. The sun is almost shining on your backside, and you're still not up to cook? What are you waiting for? Lu Hongyan took a while to realize that Wang Yanxiu had run away from home yesterday. No one was left to cook. Besides Wang Zhenjiang, Wang Fengjiao, and Wang Feipeng were also waiting for her to prepare food. Yesterday, Wang Yanxiu had a big fight and ran away. This series of events not only disrupted her plans but also made the village laugh at her. She and Wang Zhenjiang were so angry they couldn't sleep all night. Wang Zhenjiang was furious. He couldn't believe his own daughter dared to rebel like this. Not only did she destroy the house, but she also ran away, making their family the joke of the village. Running away in this era was shameful. People would mock and look down on her. That rebellious girl didn't think about how this would affect her future marriage or the bride price she might receive. Lu Hongyan thought even more. She was now completely in the dark about the matter Zhang Yuanbiao had told her. She felt very uneasy, afraid that Zhang Yuanbiao might threaten her again. Last night, she and Wang Zhenjiang discussed for a long time. They decided to try to coax Wang Yanxiu back and marry her off. Otherwise, they had already received the bride price, and they didn't know how to explain this situation. Wang Zhenjiang frowned and said, If not, let Fengjiao get married. She's of age now and should get married. Lu Hongyan immediately became upset. No, Fengjiao can't marry anyone. If she does, her life might be in danger. Her eyes turned, and a look of grievance appeared. It's not that people don't like Fengjiao. Their family is very rich, they have money, and can eat meat often. It's normal for them to want a pretty girl. Compared to Yanxiu, Fengjiao isn't as beautiful. Wang Zhenjiang was reluctant to give the 500 yuan bride price, but he didn't have a good solution. Clearly, Wang Yanxiu was not someone he could easily control now. If it really can't work, just return the bride price, Wang Zhenjiang said, feeling a bit pained. Lu Hongyan didn't want this kind of answer, but she knew there was no way to deal with Wang Yanxiu now. She kept thinking all night, tossing and turning, and only fell asleep when dawn was near. But not long after, Wang Zhenjiang woke her up to make breakfast. This used to be Wang Yanxiu's job, but now it was her turn. With messy hair, red eyes, and panicked movements, Lu Hongyan finally managed to make a breakfast that looked somewhat edible. Before she could eat, loud knocking sounds came from outside. Wang Zhenjiang put down the bowl he was holding, frowned, and said, "Who is it? Coming so early and knocking so loudly." He stood up and went outside. "Who is it?" At the gate, Wang Zhenjiang saw the visitor and froze. "Jianjun? Why are you bringing so many people here?" Wang Yanxiu appeared behind Zhou Jianjun. "What are you here for?" "Didn't I say yesterday I wanted to transfer my household registration? My uncle is here to help me do that." Wang Zhenjiang finally saw Wang Yanxiu. His eyes flashed with anger as he shouted, "You still know to come back? You've caused chaos at home. When did you become so unreasonable?" Zhou Jianjun saw Wang Zhenjiang angrily shouting at Wang Yanxiu without understanding the situation. He was furious, but was about to speak when Wang Yanxiu stopped him. Wang Yanxiu coldly said, "I told you yesterday that I was coming to transfer my household registration. Didn't you hear me?" Wang Yanxiu's eyes suddenly showed a cold look. "Are you sure?" he asked. His gaze was completely emotionless. Wang Zhenjiang remembered how Wang Yanxiu had been acting like a different person yesterday, smashing things around the house like a madman, not caring about anyone's face. He shivered with fear and felt a wave of nervousness. But he was reluctant to give in easily and let Wang Yanxiu transfer his household registration. He still felt some unwillingness. Wang Yanxiu was now at the age to get married. If he married out, he could receive a good bride price. If his household registration was moved, then the bride price would no longer be his concern. Just thinking about it made him feel upset. At this moment, Lu Hongyun heard the noise outside and came out. "We can't transfer it. If we do, what will the villagers think of our family?" Wang Yanxiu's cold eyes looked at Lu Hongyun. He spoke harshly, "Shut up. This has nothing to do with you. If you speak again, I'll knock out your teeth. Do you understand? Do you think the villagers care about your family?" His gaze then turned to Wang Zhenjiang, his voice completely emotionless. "Your family has long lost its reputation in the village. Why are you still talking about what the villagers think? Are you fooling yourselves? In their eyes, your family is just a bunch of trash, good-for-nothings." In Wang Yanxiu's mind, Wang Zhenjiang's family was no longer connected to her at all. She felt no guilt about insulting them. Zhou Jianjun had initially seen Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun scolding Wang Yanxiu and was worried she might suffer or be wronged. He wanted to step in and help, but unexpectedly, Wang Yanxiu suddenly launched a fierce verbal attack, cursing Wang Zhenjiang's family thoroughly. His sharp words shocked Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua, and the others were stunned. They never expected that this seemingly gentle girl would be so fierce when fighting back. Wang Zhenjiang's face turned red with anger. He didn't expect Wang Yanxiu to be so disrespectful to him in front of others. Ignoring Zhou Jianjun and the others, he roared, "I tell you, Wang Yanxiu, I am your father. If I say you can't transfer your household registration, no one can do anything about it, not even the heavens." Zhou Jianjun heard Wang Zhenjiang speaking arrogantly and felt angry. If he didn't have something else to do later that required Wang Zhenjiang's help, he would have already punched him. "Wang Zhenjiang, do you still act like a father? Look at Yanxiu. These past 2 years, you've worn her down. She's so thin, and she doesn't even have a decent piece of clothing. Do you still have the nerve to call yourself her father?" Wang Zhenjiang showed a hint of shame, but it quickly disappeared. "No matter what you say, I am her father. That's a fact no one can change." Saying more won't help. Yanxiu stared at Wang Zhenjiang with her eyes, as if she was looking at the man who had sent her into hell in her past life, wondering what kind of cruel heart he had. "Did you not hear what I said yesterday? Do I need to repeat it?" At this moment, many village women and Annies had gathered at Wang Zhenjiang's door, watching and pointing at his house. Yanxiu looked back and saw Aunt Wang and Aunt Li, whom she had met yesterday. She nodded to them as a greeting, but it wasn't a good time to chat. Wang Zhenjiang felt deeply ashamed and wished there was a crack in the ground to hide in. Being pointed at and criticized in front of so many people was the first time for him. Usually proud and concerned about his reputation, he felt embarrassed now. He kept a stern face. "If there's something to say, go inside." Yanxiu refused to back down, speaking firmly. "No, let's talk here. Everything can be discussed openly." The village women and aunties can judge too. Wang Junjiang didn't expect Yanqiu to be so stubborn and got angry. Then just wait here. I'll talk to you when I have time. He turned to go inside. Yanqiu's eyes flashed with a cold light. She stepped forward, grabbed Wang Junjiang, pushed aside Lu Hongyun at the door, and headed straight into the house. Seeing Yanqiu's action, Wang Junjiang had a bad feeling. He hurriedly asked, "What are you doing?" Yanqiu heard him but didn't reply. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the dining table area, like a crash. Wang Junjiang froze in place. Lu Hongyun let out a loud cry and rushed into the house. The dining table was once again overturned by Wang Yanqiu. Wang Yanqiu looked at the new dishes in the cupboard that Wang Junjiang bought yesterday, and his anger flared. Without hesitation, he knocked over the entire cupboard along with the dishes inside. There was a loud crashing sound of dishes breaking and metal clanging. The breakfast that Wang Junjiang hadn't yet eaten was now spilled all over the floor. Lu Hongyun couldn't stop him, nor could she try to hold him back. All she could do was watch as the kitchen became a mess again, just like yesterday. Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping hid to the side, trembling. Having seen Wang Yanqiu's anger yesterday, they now knew he was not someone to be messed with. When Wang Yanqiu entered, they hurriedly moved aside, too scared to stop him. Wang Fengjiao was afraid she might lose another tooth. Lu Hongyun saw the broken dishes and pots on the floor, covered her mouth, and started crying loudly. Then she ran to find Wang Junjiang. At the door, Wang Junjiang stood still, stunned by the sound of breaking porcelain coming from inside the room. He didn't react immediately. It wasn't until Lu Hongyun ran out crying, saying, Junjiang, Junjiang, we can't go on like this. Wang Yanqiu has broken the kitchen again, that he snapped out of his shock. Zhou Jianjun, Zhou Jianhua, and others looked at each other in surprise. They hadn't expected Wang Yanqiu to be so angry with Wang Junjiang. Zhou Jianjun's expression was serious. At this moment, he thought about how his niece had suffered too much in this family, which was why she was so angry and left in such a harsh way. The women and older ladies at the door also heard the noise from inside and started talking among themselves. Thanks to the gossip from Aunt Li and Aunt Zhang yesterday, everyone in the village now knew that Wang Junjiang wanted to marry Wang Yanqiu to a widower in his 30s for 500 yuan bride price. People were saying behind his back that Wang Junjiang was irresponsible. Hearing the noise from inside Wang Junjiang's room, they knew Wang Yanqiu was probably upset again. Everyone thought that although Wang Yanqiu's actions were a bit much, they could understand her feelings. Wang Junjiang finally calmed down, but his anger was still burning. He was about to go into the room to scold Wang Yanqiu harshly to vent his frustration. But just then, Wang Yanqiu came out of the room, looking coldly at him. "Are you done now?" she asked. Wang Junjiang was so angry he started trembling. This rebellious girl is really crazy now. Ever since she came back, nothing good has happened. Since Wang Yanqiu's family was destroyed yesterday morning, Wang Junjiang feels like nothing in this house is right. When he goes out to buy something and meets people from the village, he feels like they are pointing fingers at him and talking behind his back. It seems he needs to marry her off sooner, or the house will never be peaceful. Wang Junjiang believes he is Wang Yanqiu's real father and has the right to decide her future. But he doesn't realize that in Wang Yanqiu's heart, his position as her father is worth less than a stray dog. Zhou Jianjun and a few others step forward with cold looks. Wang Junjiang, today we are here because Yanqiu's household registration must have an explanation. Otherwise, think about the consequences. Although Zhou Jianjun doesn't yet understand why Wang Yanqiu suddenly turned against Wang Junjiang so completely, helping his niece is always the right thing to do. He knows Wang Yanqiu's temper. If Wang Junjiang hadn't done something too terrible, she wouldn't have completely cut ties with him. Before Wang Junjiang could reply, Aunt Li at the door couldn't stand how Wang Junjiang was acting. She had met Zhou Jianjun a few times and couldn't help but speak up. "Yanqiu's uncle, you must take her away today. Wang Junjiang wants to marry her off, but the man is a widower in his 30s who has already lost several wives." Zhou Jianjun was stunned. His niece hadn't told him about this. Immediately, Zhou Jianjun's eyes turned red, and his hands trembled as he slowly turned to look at Wang Yanxiu, trembling as he asked her, "Xiao Yanxiu, is this true?" Wang Yanxiu didn't answer, but tears uncontrollably fell down her face. Seeing this, Zhou Jianjun finally understood what had happened.
No wonder. No wonder.
No wonder his obedient, hard-working niece suddenly ran away from home to come to him. It turns out she suffered a huge injustice in this house. Next to him, Zhou Jianhua and others looked furious. They hadn't expected Wang Zhenjiang to be such a scoundrel. Zhou Jianjun clenched his fists, anger boiling inside him. He suddenly punched Wang Zhenjiang. At this moment, Wang Zhenjiang, just exposed by Aunt Li for his actions, was furious and humiliated. He thought to himself, "I have my own family matters. What does this have to do with you?" Suddenly, he saw a fist the size of a bowl coming toward him, and he was filled with terror. The situation was fierce and powerful, carrying the strong anger in Zhou Jianjun's heart. With this punch, Wang Zhenjiang probably would have fallen to the ground. "Uncle, don't hit him." Wang Yanxiu was quick to stop him, reaching out to hold back Zhou Jianjun's fist that was about to hit Wang Zhenjiang's face. Only then did Zhou Jianjun come to his senses. Looking at Wang Zhenjiang's frightened eyes, he forced down his anger. He was too impulsive just now. He knew roughly how much strength he used, at least 200 pounds of force. Wang Zhenjiang couldn't handle that. Something serious might happen. Fortunately, his niece stopped him. Zhou Jianjun felt the wave of fear. He had lost control in his anger just now. But Yanxiu's strength, something was off. Zhou Jianjun realized he hadn't held back at all.
He had gone all out.
If Wang Zhenjiang hadn't been stopped, he would have been seriously hurt or worse. Yanxiu had easily held him back without much effort. Zhou Jianjun looked at Yanxiu with suspicion but quickly pushed his doubts aside. He needed to focus on the current situation. Wang Zhenjiang recovered and argued, "I'm her father. What's wrong with finding her a good marriage? Can't I be in charge of her marriage? I'm the head of this family, and I decide her future. Besides, I only want what's best for her. The family she's marrying into is well off. She'll be happy there." Zhou Jianjun was angry. "Do you dare say you're not after some benefit? Tell me, how much dowry did they give?" He immediately saw through the trick. Wang Zhenjiang retorted, "I've raised her all these years. If I want some benefits when she gets married, what's wrong with that? Isn't it normal?" Thinking about this, Wang Zhenjiang felt a sting in his heart. Now that Yanxiu had called Zhou Jianjun over, it seemed the marriage plan was falling apart. That 500 yuan dowry, should he return it? That was 500 yuan, not a small amount. He calculated that his family only saved about 100 yuan a year. If he had to return the 500 yuan, it would hurt him deeply. Wang Zhenjiang straightened his back. They gave 500 yuan as a bride price. If she didn't truly like Yanxiu, she wouldn't give such a high amount. "Jianjun, go ask around. How many families in the 4-mile radius have paid such a high bride price for their daughters?" Zhou Jianjun was amused by this fool and laughed. "So, did you ask Yanxiu if she was willing?" Wang Zhenjiang confidently replied, "Whether she's willing or not, doesn't matter. I raised her, so she has to listen to me. Besides, she's not mature now and doesn't understand right from wrong. Once she's married, she'll realize I'm doing this for her good." Zhou Jianjun couldn't reason with him. He turned and looked at the door. "Could someone please ask the village head to come?" Liannie was just outside the door. Hearing Zhou Jianjun, she volunteered, "I'll go call him." She hurried off to the village head's house. This was a serious matter, and having the village head present would make things easier. Plus, they needed his official approval. Soon, Liannie returned with the village head, both walking quickly. If something happened in the village head would bear some responsibility. The village head of Wangjia village was also named Wang, in his 60s. According to the family hierarchy, Wang Zhenjiang should call him second uncle. Seeing the village head arrive, Wang Zhenjiang awkwardly stepped forward. "Second uncle." The village head looked at him coldly, without saying a word. Yanxiu also stepped forward politely and greeted, "Great-grandpa." The village head's expression softened. He nodded and said, "Good kid." Seeing the village head, Zhou Jianjun stepped forward politely, handed him a cigarette, and greeted him. He explained the purpose. "Uncle Village Head, hello. I'm Jianjun, Yanxiu's uncle. We're here to transfer her household registration to our village. That's also what Yanxiu and we both want." The village head took the cigarette from Zhou Jianjun, struck a match, and lit it. He took a puff, his dark face unreadable. "Wang Zhenjiang, you're doing well now, huh? Paying 500 yuan as a bride price. That's the first in our village." On such a cold day, cold sweat broke out on Wang Zhenjiang's forehead. Village head Wang Bagua had fought in the war against the Japanese and was highly respected in the village. Faced with the village head's questioning, Wang Zhenjiang's forehead sweat even more. "Second uncle, I just want to find a good match for Yanxiu. Since they're offering so much, I can't refuse." Wang Yanxiu was listening nearby, feeling contempt for Wang Zhenjiang's smooth talk. Good in-laws? Can good in-laws imprison her and torment her for 19 years? The village head, having lived so long, had seen everything and asked softly, "Yanxiu, have you agreed? This is a new society now, no more arranged marriages like before." Wang Yanxiu loudly said, "Second grandpa, I won't agree. I don't want to marry." The village head looked at Wang Zhenjiang with a cold smile. "It seems this is all your wish. You took their money and then returned it? Don't cause the family to fall apart." Wang Zhenjiang looked upset. "Second uncle, it's not that I don't want to return it. I don't have the money. The money is already spent." The village head sighed softly. "It looks like you have your own plans. Fine, do as you like." Zhou Jianjun's face darkened. He scolded Wang Zhenjiang sternly. "Wang Zhenjiang, you really are a bad person. You didn't just take her bride price. You're trying to sell Yanxiu." Hearing Zhou Jianjun's words, Wang Zhenjiang didn't care about his face. In front of so many people, he said directly, "That's none of your business. Wang Yanxiu's household registration is with me. I don't agree to transfer it. No one can do anything. If you want to transfer her household registration, fine. You help me pay back the bride price." Everyone was stunned by Wang Zhenjiang's shameless words. They couldn't believe he wanted Yanxiu's uncle to give him the bride price. Zhou Jianjun had prepared himself when he arrived. Hearing Wang Zhenjiang ask for money, he relaxed and said loudly, "All right, today, in front of everyone, with the village head here as a witness." Wang Yanxiu hurried forward to stop Zhou Jianjun. She didn't want to give Wang Zhenjiang a single cent. "Uncle, don't give him the money." Zhou Jianjun stopped her. "It's okay, listen to your uncle. Stay over there and wait. I've got this. Money is a small matter. The real thing is transferring her household registration." Seeing Zhou Jianjun insist, Wang Yanxiu knew she couldn't change her uncle's mind, so she stepped back and watched him negotiate with Wang Zhendong. A hint of warmth appeared in her eyes. Although she had a heartless father like Wang Zhenjiang, she also had uncles, aunts, and a grandmother who truly loved her. "That's enough." Zhou Jianjun looked at everyone around him and said loudly, "Uncle Village Head, I paid this 500 yuan for Xiao Yanqiu. From now on, Yanqiu and Wang Zhenjiang's family will have no relationship, no life or death connection. It's like cutting off this family tie. I hope you can witness this." The village had looked at Wang Zhenjiang with disappointment. "Wang Zhenjiang, what do you say?" Wang Zhenjiang was in a tough spot and didn't say anything for a long time. If Wang Yanqiu and Zhou Jianjun move their household registration now and cut ties, he will lose his daughter forever. Thinking of this, Wang Zhenjiang felt anxious again. Zhou Jianjun saw Wang Zhenjiang's expression and angrily asked, "What? Are you still not satisfied?" Wang Yanqiu stepped forward. "My uncle has paid this money. Think carefully. Don't go too far. Otherwise, we will all suffer." Wang Zhenjiang saw that Yanqiu's eyes were cold and full of hatred, like an enemy. His heart chilled. Seeing how Yanqiu had changed these days, he no longer dared to insist. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. "Fine. Do as you say." Hearing Wang Zhenjiang's words, Zhou Jianjun felt relieved. He turned around. "Uncle Village Head, thank you. Village head Wang Bagua sighed softly and asked Wang Zhenjiang, "Are you sure about this?" Wang Zhenjiang nodded with a bitter smile. "At this point, I have no other choice. My daughter is determined to leave this family. I can't stop her." The village head looked mockingly. "If you had treated Yanxiu better, she wouldn't be so heartless now, causing all this trouble." Zhou Jianjun stepped forward. "It's too late to say that now. Today, her household registration will be moved, and she won't be related to you anymore." He took out 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the village head. "Uncle Village Head, this is 500 yuan.
Keep it for now.
Once the procedures are done, give it to him. I don't trust him." The village head reached out and took the money. "All right." He then counted aloud in front of everyone, exactly 500 yuan. Village head Wang Bagua looked at Wang Zhendong with annoyance. "Let's go. Take the household registration page and go to the village committee to finish the paperwork." Villagers on the road pointed at him, but he lowered his head and pretended not to see. Today, he felt like he had lost everything. Wang Zhenjiang was very angry, but he didn't know what to do. At the village committee, in front of the village chief and many others, two families signed a separation agreement. The village chief issued a proof of household transfer, and Wang Zhenjiang signed it. The village chief then stamped the official village seal. Seeing that all the paperwork was done, Wang Zhenjiang rubbed his hands and said, "Second uncle." The village chief looked at Wang Zhenjiang's expression and knew what he was thinking. He said impatiently, "Don't call me second uncle. I don't deserve that. Just don't regret it later." Then he took out 500 yuan and threw it on the table. "Count it." Wang Zhenjiang, with a thick face, smiled and picked up the money, counting it. "Yes, it's 500. The village chief didn't look happy. "Go now." Wang Zhenjiang smiled at the village chief, then looked at Wang Yanxiu, a trace of complicated emotion in his eyes. From now on, Wang Yanxiu would have nothing to do with him. After Wang Zhenjiang left the village committee, Zhou Jianjun held the separation agreement and household transfer proof, looking at the village chief and repeatedly thanking him. Village chief Wang Bagua waved his hand. "It's shameful. Our village has such a thing." Wang Yanxiu took the household transfer proof and separation agreement from her uncle. As she looked at them, tears started to flow. Soon she smiled again. At this moment, Wang Yanxiu felt that most of the gloom in her heart had disappeared. Finally, she was leaving this home. Although her uncle spent a lot of money, she had achieved her goal. She would slowly repay her uncle. She had space and spiritual spring water, and there were many pills in her space. She wasn't afraid of not having a chance to help her uncle. Everything was settled. Zhou Jianjun and others felt relieved. Although they spent money, they could earn it back slowly. And for Wang Yanxiu, Zhou Jianjun didn't mind spending. After saying goodbye to the village chief, Wang Yanxiu and Aunt Li and others also said their farewells. From now on, she would visit Wangjia village less often. Tomorrow, after transferring her household registration to Zhoujia village at the town police station, she would no longer be part of Wangjia village. Everything was ready. Zhou Jianjun and Wang Yanxiu and her group rode 3 bicycles and left Wangjia village. Wang Yanxiu sat on Zhou Jianjun's bicycle behind him, watching the gradually disappearing Wangjia village. She felt as if a heavy mountain had been lifted from her shoulders. She felt very light and much happier. Although she didn't show it on her face, there was a faint smile in her eyes. Soon, the 3 bicycles returned to Zhejiang. At Zhou Jianjun's house, Wang Yanxiu jumped off the bike, greeted Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua, then ran inside because her grandmother was waiting for her news. At the door, Zhou Jianjun pulled Zhou Jianhua and others to go inside. "Let's eat together. Your sister-in-law has prepared the food." Since they couldn't refuse, they stayed. At noon, Li Guiyan cooked a few dishes, cut half a pound of pig's head meat, and brewed 2 jin of rice wine. There was both meat and vegetables, so the brothers could enjoy a good meal. When hosting guests, you can't just have one meal without staying. That's not proper. Wang Yanxiu was inside talking with her grandmother, aunt, and Zhou Lanfeng. They set up a separate table here because the men outside drinking wine found it boring to join them. Wang Yanqiu said her uncle had finished all the paperwork and had the documents in hand. They were just waiting to go to the police station's household registration office tomorrow to change her family name. Grandma, from now on, I will stay with you. Please don't find me annoying. Tears welled up in Wang Yanqiu's eyes, but she smiled as she held her grandmother's hand, acting a little spoiled. Her grandmother happily nodded at Wang Yanqiu's straight nose and said, Good, good, I won't find you annoying. Wang Yanqiu thought for a moment and shared her inner wish. Grandma, I want to change my surname. I want to have my mother's surname, Zhou. Her grandmother and Aunt Li Guoyun were surprised at first, then smiled happily and clapped their hands. Good, good, that's great. We won't have the surname Wang. We'll have the surname Zhou. Zhou Lanfang was so happy, she almost jumped up. Having the surname Zhou means I have a sister now. Li Guoyun patted Zhou Lanfang's back. You silly girl, Yanqiu has always been your real sister, even closer than a biological sister, you know. Zhou Lanfang made a funny face. Wow, Yanqiu used to have the surname Wang, but now it's Zhou. It feels different. Everyone burst into laughter, unable to stop. Today, Wang Yanqiu handled an important matter and felt quite happy. However, she still couldn't let go of some deep resentment. She decided to take her time with Wang Zhenjiang's family and made up her mind not to let them have an easy time. There was also someone she hated for 19 years. Her hatred for this person was even stronger than for Wang Zhenjiang. But she would wait until her household registration was sorted out first, and then she would let him have a few peaceful days. A cold flash appeared in Wang Yanqiu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. At the dinner table, everyone was happy and chatting happily, full of laughter. After dinner, Wang Yanqiu helped Li Guoyun clean up the small table. Li Guoyun tried to stop her several times, but Wang Yanqiu said a little sadly, Auntie, you're treating me like a guest. Seeing this, Li Guoyun smiled and patted Wang Yanqiu's forehead. You really are something. I just want you to rest a bit longer. Wang Yanqiu smiled widely and said, Annie, I'm not tired. I'm happy to help you with the chores. Li Guoyun laughed and said, All right, let's clean up together. Zhou Lanfang, who was nearby, insisted, Mom, I want to help too. Li Guoyun was in a good mood and said, Okay, both of you help out. The three of them finished quickly. After cleaning up, Li Guoyun took a plate of sunflower seeds and sat in the inner room chatting. Her grandmother and aunt were talking, while Wang Yanqiu and Li Guoyun listened nearby, sometimes whispering to each other. The inner room was warmer than outside. Her grandmother was in a good mood today. Usually, after lunch, she would go for a nap, as she had no energy otherwise. But today, she was not sleepy at all. She just thought that her happiness about the household registration process was making her feel cheerful, so she didn't feel tired. After a while, Wang Yanqiu heard the sound of chairs being moved outside, probably because her uncles and others had finished drinking. She lifted the cotton curtain at the door and looked outside. Her uncles and others had almost finished their drinks. Zhou Jianhua and Zhou Jianxi were about to get up and leave. Wang Yanqiu stepped forward and gratefully said, Thank you so much, uncles and brother Ergo. They quickly waved their hands, saying they were just there to support the scene. They had watched Wang Yanqiu perform today and didn't underestimate her, their niece, at all. From now on, we will all stay in the same village. If you need anything, just call us anytime. Yanqiu Wang smiled and said, Okay. After seeing off a few people, Wang Yanqiu and Zhou Jianjun returned to the house. Zhou Jianjun had drunk some wine and looked a little red in the face. He looked at Wang Yanqiu and said, Yanqiu, tomorrow we will go to the town with your uncle to transfer your household registration. From now on, you will be a member of our Zhou family village. No one here can bully you, understand? Wang Yanqiu nodded gently, her eyes shining like stars. I understand, uncle. Also, I want to change my surname to Zhou, the same as my mother's. Do you think that's okay? Hearing her idea, Zhou Jianjun nodded excitedly. Of course, that's fine. From now on, your name will be Zhou Yanqiu. It sounds better too, haha. That evening, Wang Yanqiu and her grandmother had dinner at her uncle's house, then went back to her grandmother's home to sleep. Before sleeping, she still poured a bowl of water for her grandmother. It had a little less spiritual spring water than the night before, half less. Sure enough, her grandmother's reaction was not as obvious this time. She smiled and chatted with Wang Yanqiu for a while before falling asleep. Wang Yanqiu also poured herself a bowl of spiritual spring water to drink. Maybe because she is the owner of this space, the spiritual spring water feels like normal water to her and gradually strengthens her body. But for her grandmother, who is older and has serious energy depletion, the reaction might be a bit stronger. So, Wang Yanqiu thought to herself that in the future, she must be careful when giving others the spiritual spring water. Never give too much at once. After her grandmother fell asleep, Wang Yanqiu washed her face, took off her clothes, and went to bed. Today, when she went to Wang's village, she covered herself up a bit to avoid unnecessary trouble. She wasn't as radiant as usual. After tomorrow, she can show her true face again. It can only be said that the spiritual spring water from the space and that strengthening pill are too powerful. They have already reversed the damage in her body from the past 2 years and strengthened her physique in a short time. Her strength, which was already above average, has increased significantly. The sun had just risen above the horizon when Wang Yanqiu and her grandmother almost woke up at the same time. They looked at each other for a moment, then both smiled. Such days felt truly happy, waking up and seeing the people she cares about right beside her. Grandma got up first, smiling as she said, "Little Yanqiu, you can sleep a little longer. This morning, Grandma will cook breakfast." Today, she seemed to feel a bit younger, and she slept very well last night, without any dreams at all. She hadn't had such good sleep in a long time. Yanqiu also got up. She doesn't like to stay in bed after waking up. When she's awake, she doesn't want to lie around. "I'll get up too." Seeing her get up, Grandma didn't stop her. Anyway, after breakfast today, they needed to go to the town police station for some errands. Getting up early was good. After a quick wash, the two of them, one old and one young, worked together to prepare breakfast. Grandma lit the fire and Yanqiu washed and cut vegetables. She cooked stir-fried cabbage, adding a little spiritual spring water to the dish, just a small amount. This made the simple stir-fried cabbage taste better and also helped improve Grandma's health little by little. Once the cabbage was ready, Yanqiu made porridge using cornmeal and heated 2 steamed buns. Breakfast was now ready. Grandma, by the stove, had her face glowing red from the flames, full of a kind of hope. At breakfast, Grandma drank half a bowl of porridge again. Gradually, her appetite was increasing. Yanqiu watched her eat more than half a bowl of porridge and felt happier than if she had eaten herself. She silently prayed that Grandma would live a long life, stay healthy, and be able to spend more time with her. After eating, Yanqiu sat with Grandma by the stove, chatting. Grandma shared funny stories from her childhood, and they laughed together from time to time. Suddenly, the bicycle bell rang outside. Yanqiu looked up sharply. "Grandma, I think Uncle is here." "I'll go see." She went to the yard and saw Uncle calling her from outside the gate. "Yanqiu, have you finished eating?" "Uncle, Grandma and I have both finished," she replied happily, her voice like a silver bell. Zhou Jianjun was surprised. He felt that Yanqiu's voice sounded much brighter today. "Finished eating? Then let's go. It takes about an hour to get to the town. Let's leave early." "Okay, I'll tell Grandma first." Before Yanqiu could go back inside, Grandma came out and said to Zhou Jianjun, "Junzi, get everything ready. Don't forget anything." Zhou Jianjun smiled and patted his pocket.
Don't worry, Mom.
"I've checked several times. I have everything. Good. Take your time on the road, and don't let Yanqiu fall." Jianjun Zhou kept reassuring, "Don't worry, I'll be careful." "I definitely won't fall." After saying goodbye to Grandma, Wang Yanqiu sat on Jianjun Zhou's bike and headed to the town. They were going to Qingyang town, which was about 30 miles from Zhejiang. Even by bike, it would take at least an hour to get there, and the road was rough with a steep uphill section. Halfway there, Wang Yanqiu heard Jianjun Zhou breathing hard. "Uncle, how about I take over and ride for you?" Jianjun Zhou panted and said, "It's okay. Uncle can still ride. Besides, you're just a young girl. Do you think you can handle my 200 pounds? Wang Yanqiu said confidently. "Uncle, don't underestimate me. I'm strong." Want to try and see? Jianjun Zhou remembered how his niece had single-handedly held his fist yesterday at Wang Zhenjiang's house. He looked back at Wang Yanqiu. Really? She looked sincere. Really? Just try and see. Jianjun Zhou hesitated, got off the bike, and handed it to Wang Yanqiu. Are you sure? Wang Yanqiu didn't answer. She stepped onto the bike, looked back at Jianjun Zhou, and said, Uncle, get on. He looked around, seeing no one, then slowly sat on the back seat. The rear tire immediately sank half a centimeter. Fortunately, modern bikes are very sturdy. Otherwise, the wheel might have deformed under his weight. He was over 1.8 meters tall, and it felt a bit embarrassing to have a young girl carry him. Wang Yanqiu felt the back seat sink. Hold on tight, let's go. She pushed hard with her legs, and the bike shot forward. Jianjun Zhou didn't expect her to ride so fast. He was so heavy, yet she seemed unaffected. Wang Yanqiu's legs moved quickly, and with Jianjun Zhou sitting behind, the bike seemed to leave a trail of shadows on the ground. He felt the wind rushing past his ears and shouted, Yanqiu, slow down. Slow down. His carefully styled hair was already blown into disarray. Hearing his shouts, Wang Yanqiu slowed down a bit, but she was still going very fast. The pedal spun as if there was no resistance, and she could go as fast as she wanted. Zhou Jianjun looked at Wang Yanqiu, who was not blushing or panting, as if she hadn't exerted any effort just now. He couldn't help but feel impressed. This was the steepest part of the climb, the most tiring section. Even if he was alone, he would be out of breath, but his niece seemed completely fine. Seeing how thin Wang Yanqiu was, he couldn't believe that such a small body could release such strong energy. Zhou Jianjun couldn't help but praise. Yanqiu, I am really impressed by your strength. Wang Yanqiu smiled and said, Uncle, I told you I am very strong, but I didn't expect it to be so big, almost like a strong man. Wang Yanqiu smiled silently and pedaled her bike quickly forward with Zhou Jianjun. In the distance, they saw a row of well-arranged houses. Wang Yanqiu's eyes lit up. Qingyang Town, we're almost there. Zhou Jianjun called out from behind, Yanqiu, get off, let me try. It's okay, uncle. I know the way, she replied. Zhou Jianjun sighed. I'm just worried that others might say, I let a young girl ride the bike with me. Wang Yanqiu chuckled, realizing that her uncle was worried about saving face. They swapped positions. Wang Yanqiu sat on the back seat, and Zhou Jianjun pedaled slowly, carrying her. They were almost there. Because Wang Yanqiu was riding fast ahead, they arrived much earlier than expected. Probably, the police station had just opened for the day. The police station in Qingyang Town was located in the town center. Zhou Jianjun and Wang Yanqiu soon arrived at the station entrance. He parked the bike, locked it, and went to the guard's office to explain their purpose and register. Wang Yanqiu saw a notice board outside the police station, covered with notices. Curious, she approached while her uncle was registering. She saw some missing person notices. Missing person notice. He Jing, female, 18 years old, from Sanjiang Village, Qingyang Town. Approximately 1.6 meters tall, round face, big eyes, always smiling, with a small black mole the size of a green bean on her forehead. Went missing on March 16, 1975. At the time, she was wearing a blue coarse cloth jacket and black pants. The parents at home are very anxious and hope that anyone who has seen or knows the whereabouts of the missing person can provide clues. A generous reward will be given. Contact person, he-an address, Sanjiang Village, Qingyang Town. In addition, there are several missing persons notices, mostly for young women. Yan Wang's eyes are uncertain and unclear. Are these young women who have gone missing? She remembers the rotten corpses and skeletons she saw in Zhang Yuanbiao's backyard in her past life. At that time, Zhang Yuanbiao tied her up with a rope to make her obedient and took her to see it once. It was like a hell on earth. At least 10 female bodies, tortured to death, had turned into white bones. Zhang Yuanbiao threatened her that if she didn't behave, she would become one of those victims soon. After seeing it, Wang Yanyan felt so sick that she couldn't eat for 3 days. Just as Wang Yanyan was lost in thought, Zhou Jianjun had already finished registering. Yan, let's go inside and handle the paperwork, he said. All right, she replied cheerfully, with the energy of a 17-year-old girl. She pulled back her thoughts and, together with Zhou Jianjun, went to the household registration office. Because all the procedures were complete and Zhou Jianjun knew someone there, they handled everything smoothly. Soon, Wang Yanyan's household registration was transferred from Wang Jiazwang to Zijiatan, and she shared the same household book as her grandmother. Her name was changed from Wang Yanyan to Zhou Yanyan. Looking at the completed paperwork, Wang Yanyan, no, from now on, she was Zhou Yanyan, smiled sweetly. The heavy burden in her heart had been lifted. She looked at the official documents and realized she had completely severed ties with Wang Zhenjiang, but her hatred still hadn't fully disappeared. It didn't matter. Her grudge with Wang Zhenjiang could be slowly settled. But there was another major enemy waiting to be dealt with. Compared to that, Zhou Yanyan's hatred for Zhang Yuanbiao was even greater than for Wang Zhenjiang because he had directly tormented her for 19 years. And recalling the hellish underground cave where more than 10 women's bodies had been harmed, she couldn't just sit back and watch him continue to harm others. People like him must face the strictest punishment. After finishing the procedures at the household registration office, Zhou Yanqiu thought she was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Zhou Jianjun called her to stop. Zhou Yanqiu followed Zhou Jianjun to another office in the police station. Zhou Jianjun knocked on the door, and a voice inside said, "Come in." She looked at the sign on the door. Deputy Director.
Zhou Yanqiu was surprised.
She didn't expect her uncle to know the deputy director of the local police station. Inside the office, a middle-aged man in police uniform was busy reading some documents. When he heard them enter, he looked up and smiled. "Jianjun, are you here to handle some paperwork?"
Is it done?
"Do you want me to go with you?" Zhou Yanqiu looked at the man. The office had only a desk, so he must be the deputy director. Seeing how familiar the deputy director and her uncle seemed, their relationship was probably close. Sure enough, Zhou Jianjun sat down directly across from him without waiting for an invitation and called Zhou Yanqiu to sit as well. "Here, Yanqiu, sit anywhere. This is Uncle Zhang Ligua, your uncle's good friend. He's the deputy director here at the police station." "Don't be shy." Zhou Yanqiu looked at Uncle Zhang Ligua, who had a serious and upright appearance, and politely called out, "Uncle Zhang." Uncle Zhang Ligua looked at Zhou Yanqiu with admiration and said, "Jianjun, is this your niece who needs to handle household registration? She's really pretty. Too bad my son is still young. If he were older, I'd want to arrange a marriage between them." Hearing Uncle Zhang joking like that, Zhou Yanqiu's face turned slightly red. Zhou Jianjun looked proud and said, "Of course. My niece has always been good-looking. Not to brag, but your son doesn't quite match her in looks." Hearing her uncle boast proudly, Zhou Yanqiu blushed and said, "Uncle." Zhou Jianjun noticed her embarrassment and stopped joking. All right, I won't say more." Zhang Ligua smiled and said to Zhou Yanqiu, "No worries. Your uncle and I are very close friends. We're used to joking around." Zhou Jianjun then told her, "I haven't told you yet. Uncle Zhang and I fought together in the army in the same trench. I made a mistake and had to leave, but now I'm just a civilian. This kid here, after transferring back, is now the deputy director." Zhou Yanqiu did not expect her uncle to have such experiences. No wonder he was so familiar with the deputy director. They chatted for a while, talking about all sorts of topics. Zhou Yanqiu listened quietly on the side. While they were talking, Zhou Yanqiu asked her question, "Uncle Zhang, I saw a notice board outside with several missing person notices. Have they found anyone?" Zhang Ligua hesitated for a moment after hearing her question and sighed. No. It's hard to find them. There are no clues at all, and no way to investigate. Over the past few years, nearly 10 people have gone missing in Xingyang town. The police are very concerned about this case. Even the police station finds it very difficult. Zhou Yanqiu nodded thoughtfully, her mind constantly recalling scenes from Zhang Yuanbiao's hideout. She shivered involuntarily. Suddenly, a wave of anger rose in her heart. It seemed that, whether for revenge for her past self or to prevent him from harming innocent people again, She needed to find a way to deal with Zhang Yuanbiao, this beast. Zhou Yanqiu was convinced that Zhang Yuanbiao was somehow involved in this case. Even if he wasn't, his crimes of killing so many lives couldn't be ignored. At noon, Zhang Ligua insisted on having the three of them eat together. There was a small state-run restaurant in town. Not many people were eating there. The three ordered braised pork and 2 vegetarian dishes, costing Zhang Ligua about 2 yuan and 50 cents.
That was quite a lot for that time.
Zhang Ligua was a deputy head of the local police station, earning only 87.5 yuan a month. Because Zhang Ligua was a government official and couldn't drink alcohol during work hours, Zhou Jianjun also didn't drink. After the meal, Zhang Ligua returned to the police station, as he couldn't be away for too long. Zhou Jianjun then took Zhou Yanqiu to the town supply and marketing cooperative. Since they had come all this way, he planned to buy some supplies to take back. Looking at the various fabrics on the counter, Zhou Jianjun fell into deep thought. Li Guoyan had asked him to buy some fabric at the supply and marketing cooperative to make 2 sets of clothes for Yanqiu, but she forgot to tell him which fabric to buy or how much. As a grown man, he didn't understand these details. He looked at Yanqiu, who was also browsing around the cooperative with a curious look. Shaking his head, he guessed she probably didn't understand either. Seeing the saleswoman next to him munching on sunflower seeds, Zhou Jianjun's eyes lit up. "Excuse me, ma'am, could you please help me?" The saleswoman was happily chatting when she heard her name called. She didn't get annoyed and asked, "What's the matter?" "Brother, what do you want to buy?" The sales clerks at the town supply and marketing cooperative were very down-to-earth, unlike the haughty attitude often seen in city clerks. They were all from the same village, so they knew each other well. They might chat about anything, and they could even be distant relatives. So, as long as someone wasn't mentally absent, they wouldn't offend others without reason. Zhou Jianjun pulled Yanqiu, who looked curious, closer and smiled. "Ma'am, this is my daughter. I want to buy some fabric for her to make 2 dresses. I'm just a simple man and don't know much about this, so I hope you can help me." The saleswoman was sturdy and round-faced, looking very kind. When she saw Yanqiu, her eyes brightened. "Oh, what a beautiful girl. I've never seen anyone this pretty in town. She looks like she stepped out of a painting." She took Yanqiu's hand with curiosity. "Wow, she's so fair-skinned. She doesn't look like anyone from around here." Seeing such a beautiful young girl, the other 2 saleswomen nearby also looked over quietly. Yanqiu felt a bit embarrassed, like a monkey in a circus. She gently pulled her hand away. "Auntie, in this village, when addressing elders of similar age to one's parents, girls can call them auntie and boys uncle as a sign of politeness." The saleswoman realized she might have been a bit too forward, but she liked looking at pretty people. She often collected beautiful pictures and looked at them carefully at home. Everyone has a love for beauty, right? Since she had the chance to see someone as beautiful as those in the pictures, she couldn't help but be curious. The saleswoman looked at the slightly small clothes on Zhou Yanqiu and then glanced at Zhou Jianjun nearby, showing some disapproval. "How can you be an adult? These clothes don't fit the child anymore. Don't you think about getting her some new clothes earlier?" Zhou Jianjun listened to her and didn't feel upset. He was kind-hearted. "You're right. I was just thinking, could you help us pick some suitable fabric for her?" Zhou Yanqiu quickly explained. "Annie, this is my uncle, not my dad." "You misunderstood him." The saleswoman clapped her hands. "Oh, I see. Sorry about that, big brother." Her straightforward, honest personality shone through clearly. Zhou Jianjun waved his hand. "It's no big deal. No need to trouble you." The saleswoman patted her chest confidently. "Leave it to me." She then took Zhou Yanqiu to the counter, looked her over, and said, "You're about the same height as me, just a bit thinner. A 12-foot cloth should be enough for a full set of clothes." After that, she took Zhou Yanqiu to pick fabric. "Girl, my surname is Zhou. Just call me Aunt Zhou. Let's see what colors you like. Here's some floral fabric for New Year's clothes, very festive. And this, a durable fabric that's been popular for a while, and some polyester cotton blends in various colors." Zhou Yanqiu didn't want her uncle to spend so much. Yesterday, He had already given Wang Junjiang 500 yuan for her, which was a lot. Now he wanted to buy her clothes again, and she felt a bit guilty. She turned to look at Zhou Jianjun, about to say something. But Zhou Jianjun saw her thoughts and said, "Just pick what you like. Later, your aunt will make clothes for you. Your sister's New Year clothes are already ready. You can't wear this same outfit for the New Year. As a Zhou family kid, you should wear new clothes for the holiday." She swallowed her words. Yes, from now on, she was officially part of the Zhou family. With a hint of moisture in her eyes but a bright smile on her face, she said, "Aunt Zhou, what do you think of this red floral fabric and the blue durable fabric? Can I make clothes with these too?" Aunt Zhou, the saleswoman, nodded. "Of course. The red floral fabric makes nice cotton padded jackets and pants, very pretty for the new year, and it looks festive. The durable fabric is also good for making clothes strong and neat. Many people like this kind of material now." Zhou Yanqiu was not picky and quickly decided on these two fabrics. A total of 25 yards of fabric. 13 yards of pattern fabric at 6 cents per yard, plus fabric coupons because I need to make a cotton coat, so I bought an extra yard to be safe. I also bought 12 yards of fine fabric, which doesn't require coupons, but is a bit more expensive at 9 cents per yard. In total, I spent $18.60, plus some fabric coupons. Zhou Yanqiu watched her uncle pay the money, then bought some candies and peach pastries. These items didn't need coupons, so Zhou Yanqiu eagerly offered to pay, spending a little over $1. Seeing Zhou Jianjun's surprised look, Zhou Yanqiu grinned slyly. "Uncle, I still have some secret savings." Zhou Jianjun chuckled and shook his head. "No more of this. With Uncle here, you don't need to pay." Zhou Yanqiu smiled. "Got it, Uncle." After buying everything, the two left the supply store. The saleswoman, Aunt Zhou, saw them off at the door, waving her hand kindly. "Girl, come visit Aunt Zhou more often." Zhou Yanqiu waved back. "Yes, Aunt Zhou." The other two saleswomen teased her. "Why are you so excited?" Aunt Zhou smiled and said, "Yes, she's such a lovely girl. Just looking at her makes me feel happy." On the way home, Zhou Yanqiu wanted to ride her bike with Zhou Jianjun, but he refused, saying, "The way back is easy. Lots of downhill. Uncle can handle it." On the way home, Zhou Yanqiu sat on the back of the bicycle, occasionally calling out, "Zhou Yanqiu," then giggling happily. Zhou Jianjun asked curiously, "What's so funny? Why are you so happy?" Zhou Yanqiu cheerfully replied, "I think the name Zhou Yanqiu sounds really nice now." After an hour, Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Yanqiu returned to Zhoujiu village. At home, Grandma was waiting at her brother's house, along with Aunt Li Guiyun and cousin Zhou Lanfang, sitting around the stove chatting. Today was an important day for Yanqiu to change her household registration. Grandma didn't wait for the exact news and didn't go for a nap. She couldn't sleep because she was worried. She wanted to see her granddaughter and have her on the same household register as soon as possible. Outside, the clear sound of a bicycle bell rang. Zhou Lanfang immediately recognized it, her family's bicycle bell. "Grandma, it must be my dad bringing Yanqiu back. I'll go see." After saying this, she didn't wait for the two to reply and quickly ran out. Zhou Lanfang watched the two outside the door, happily jumping and running over. "Yanqiu, you're back." Zhou Yanqiu looked at the lively Zhou Lanfang and smiled warmly. "Yes, sister, I'm back. Everything is settled." Then she took out the household register. "From now on, I will be on the same household register as Grandma." Zhou Lanfang's eyes widened. She stepped forward. "Let me see." She took the household register and looked at it for a few moments, then turned and ran back inside. "I'll show it to Grandma." Zhou Yanqiu watched her energetic sister, feeling hopeful. Grandma should be relieved this time. Thinking this, she also headed inside. Zhou Jianjun saw Zhou Lanfang come out, say a few words to Yanqiu, and then run back into the house. He didn't even look at himself. He sighed. "This little girl is too revealing." Zhou Yanqiu entered the house. Grandma and her aunt were looking at the household register together. But really, what was so interesting about this register? It was the same as before, just added Zhou Yanqiu's page. Grandma held the household register, looking at the new page. She couldn't read, so she listened as Li Guiyun read aloud. Zhou Yanxiu, relationship to the head of household, granddaughter. Grandma smiled so much her mouth almost couldn't close. Good, good. Zhou Yanxiu, that's a nice name. Grandma. Zhou Yanxiu went behind Grandma, placed her hands on her shoulders, and looked at the household register with her. This household register meant that she and Grandma would truly be a family from now on. She was no longer connected to Wang Zhenjiang. Wang Zhenjiang could no longer threaten her with the household register. This feeling was really good. From now on, her world would no longer be confined or tormented. There would only be freedom and the sky's limit. Nothing could stop her from exploring the outside world. Grandma held Zhou Yanxiu's small hand, smiling happily. From now on, our little Yanxiu will always be with Grandma. In a couple of years, when she finds a good family, Grandma can watch her get married. Zhou Yanxiu blushed at her grandma's words. Grandma, I don't want to get married. What's so good about marriage? I want to stay with Grandma forever. Grandma laughed. Every woman gets married eventually. When Lanfang gets married, it'll be your turn. Zhou Lanfang was happily eating sunflower seeds when her grandmother mentioned her marriage, and her mood suddenly turned sour. She pouted and said, Grandma, I don't want to get married so early. What's good about marriage? Staying at home washing clothes, cooking, and having children sounds so tiring just to think about. Her grandmother smiled and replied, All right, if you don't want to marry now, you can wait 2 more years. Our family can still support you. Zhou Lanfang then changed to a smile and said, Grandma, you promised. If my dad and mom try to arrange a marriage for me, you have to stop them. Okay, I'll stop them. Haha. Zhou Yanxiu looked at his grandmother's happy state now, which was so different from a few days ago when she was upset. He secretly felt glad he came early, otherwise, she might not be so happy now. Zhou Jianjun walked into the room, seeing the family happily together, feeling very touched. When Zhou Jianjun was young, he lost his father and was raised by his weak mother. A few years ago, his sister passed away, which hit his mother hard. She was very fond of her daughter and was very upset, losing her smile day by day. Her health also got worse, and her spirit was declining. Zhou Jianjun worried about how long his mother could hold on. But just 2 days ago, after Xiao Yanxiu came back, his mother's spirit improved every day, and her smile returned. She looked several years younger. He was so happy, he couldn't stop smiling. Zhou Lanfang, hearing her grandmother's words, proudly told Zhou Jianjun, Dad, did you hear what Grandma said? I don't want to get married, no. She knew her father listened to her grandmother the most. Zhou Jianjun looked at his daughter, with a helpless expression. All right, I'll listen to Grandma. No marriage. Li Guoyan looked serious and said to Zhou Lanfang, Not getting married is fine, but you need to help out more with the chores at home. Otherwise, you'll become lazy. Zhou Lanfang pouted, unhappy. Helping out more? It's not a big deal. Yanxi watched his cousins changing expressions and found it quite funny. Thinking about the college entrance exams restarting next year, Yanxi suddenly had an idea and casually said, You could also read some books. Pick up your old textbooks. Maybe you can go to college someday. Zhou Lanfang's eyes brightened then dimmed. Oh, how is that possible? It's been many years since they admitted students to college. Where could I go to university now? Zhou Lanfang also loved studying. In high school, she was among the top students in her class. But after graduating, she had no job, and she didn't know what her future path should be. She didn't want to marry just like that. If only colleges started admitting students again, she would definitely take the entrance exam. But she knew it was unlikely. It's been so many years. College students are almost like a legend now. Zhou Yanxiu earnestly said to her, What if it's possible? Let's prepare, just in case. It can't hurt to be ready, then I'll study and read with you. We can do it together, sister. Hearing this, Zhou Lanfang felt happy. Yes, we can study together. That way, my mother won't scold me anymore. Li Guoyun said impatiently, You read your books. When did I say you could? I'm just worried you'll act crazy all day, with no proper manners. If that happens, no one will want to marry you, Zhou Lanfang muttered. That's exactly what I want. Li Guoyun didn't hear clearly. What did you say? Oh, I didn't say anything. Zhou Yanqiu watched her aunt and cousin interact and found it quite amusing. Now that the weather was cold and winter was approaching, there wasn't much work in the fields, so they didn't need to go outside. Zhou Jianjun handed the fabric he bought from the supply and marketing cooperative to Li Guiyun. She waved to Zhou Yanqiu and went inside. After she entered, Zhou Yanqiu saw her aunt holding a soft ruler, ready to take her measurements. She understood that her aunt was preparing to make her clothes. She didn't mind. Since they were family, she felt warm inside. She smiled and cooperated with Li Guiyun, standing straight, raising her arms, and sticking out her chest. Soon, the measurements were done. Li Guiyun smiled and said, "All done. In a few days, your new clothes will be ready." Zhou Yanqiu smiled. "Thank you, aunt." Li Guiyun gently patted her. "You, child, don't be so formal with your aunt. If you need anything, just tell me. Your sister has it and so do you. Understand?" Tears welled up in Zhou Yanqiu's eyes. She nodded hard. She left the room and saw her cousin Zhou Jianjun holding a double-barreled hunting gun, cleaning and oiling it carefully. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up unexpectedly. She hadn't thought her uncle had such a thing. "Uncle, what is this?" Zhou Jianjun was cleaning his hunting rifle and smiled as he answered, getting ready for tomorrow. "I'll go hunting in the mountains with your uncle Jianhua." Zhou Yanqiu's eyes shone even brighter. Excited, she asked, "Uncle, can I go too?" Zhou Yanqiu stared wide-eyed at the hunting rifle in Zhou Jianjun's hands and asked, "Uncle, can I go too?" Zhou Jianjun paused his action, looked up at her, and was surprised to see her eager face. She seemed to think going hunting in the mountains was fun, like a trip or a walk, but he knew how hard it really was. It was cold and freezing, and dangerous animals and poisonous snakes sometimes appeared on the mountain. If she wasn't careful and got bitten or attacked, it could be very risky. Every year, hunters from nearby villages risked their lives on the mountain. Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment about how to refuse. "Yanqiu, going hunting in the mountains isn't that easy. Just climbing up can wear you out completely." Before he finished, Zhou Yanqiu interrupted him. Her bright eyes shone with hope as she looked at him, full of expectation. "Uncle, I'm not afraid of being tired. I have a lot of strength. After you finish hunting, I can help carry things. You know I'm very strong." She gestured with her hands, saying, "Very strong." Seeing her exaggerated expression, Zhou Jianjun couldn't help but laugh. When Zhou Yanqiu saw her uncle laughing, she thought he didn't agree and suddenly felt anxious. She had some ideas she needed to test, especially about the space-related things. The best place to do that was on the back of Changbai Mountain. But she hadn't been there before and wasn't familiar with the mountain. It would be best if her uncle, who knew the mountain well, took her there on her first trip. Once she knew the mountain routes better, she could go secretly by herself. Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment and then stood up. "Come on, follow me to the yard." Zhou Yanqiu didn't understand but followed Zhou Jianjun to the yard. Her grandmother, her aunt, and her cousin Zhou Lanfeng also came out curiously, wanting to see what they were about to do. In the yard, Zhou Jianjun pointed at a water jar near the kitchen door and teased Zhou Yanqiu with a smile. "Little Yanqiu, I won't make things difficult for you. If you can lift this water jar and hold it 10 centimeters off the ground, I will let you go hunting with us." The water jar was about 1 meter tall and roughly 60 centimeters in diameter, filled to the brim with water. Zhou Jianjun had tried before. Given his size and strength, he could barely move the full jar, but he couldn't lift it. This jar weighed at least 500 or 600 pounds. He couldn't believe that his small, slender niece could lift a full water jar like that. After hearing her uncle's words, Zhou Yanqiu stepped forward to check the jar. She had never tested her strength to see if she could lift such a heavy object. But since drinking the spiritual spring water and taking the strengthening pill in that mysterious space, her strength, which was already much greater than normal, had increased by at least half. Maybe she really could lift this water jar. Curious and eager, Zhou Yanqiu wanted to try. Her grandmother and aunt watched nervously. Such a big water jar filled with water was not something a delicate girl could move easily. Her grandmother quickly stopped her. "Don't try, we won't move it. Don't listen to your uncle. Even your uncle can't lift this jar, so how could you? You'll hurt your back. Aunt Li Guiyun angrily walked over to Zhou Jianjun, pinched his waist with 2 fingers and pressed hard, making him cry out in pain. Her cousin Zhou Lanfang stood nearby, watching with a strange look in her eyes. She was curious. Could her cousin really be that strong? She knew her father, Zhou Jianjun, very well. If Yanqiu wasn't really strong, he wouldn't have asked for such a thing. Zhou Yanqiu comforted her grandmother and aunt. Grandma, auntie, don't worry. I just want to try. If I really can't lift it, I won't do it. Her grandmother still looked worried, but seeing Yanqiu insist, she stopped trying to stop her. Just once. If you can't lift it, then forget it. Besides, what's so interesting about that mountain? If you really want to go, I can ask your uncle to take you. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and replied, Got it, Grandma. I'll try once. Zhou Yanqiu rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward. She went to the water basin, bent slightly, and wrapped her arms around both sides of the basin. Her thigh muscles tightened, her hips and waist tensed, and she used her strength to lift the basin upward with a, Hey-ya! Junjun Zhou's eyes widened, and he kept saying, Impossible. Grandma and Annie mumbled in shock, unable to speak clearly. Zhou Lanfang's eyes widened even more, her mouth agape in surprise. Her face, which was slightly round, suddenly looked a bit pointed at the chin. Zhou Yanqiu held the water basin filled with water with both hands, feeling like it took little effort to lift it. The basin, weighing at least 500 or 600 jin, was lifted off the ground as Zhou Yanqiu straightened her legs and waist. She felt she hadn't even used her full strength, yet she managed to lift the basin. Her face was calm, without redness or breathlessness. She gently turned around in place while holding the basin, then set it back down. Zhou Yanqiu looked proud. Uncle, how about that? Now you think I can go hunting in the mountains? Junjun Zhou took a long time to recover, staring at Zhou Yanqiu as if she were a rare treasure. Zhou Yanqiu was confused by his gaze, looked herself over from all sides, and thought, Nothing seems wrong. She waved her hand at Junjun Zhou. Uncle, uncle, Junjun Zhou snapped out of his thoughts and sighed. With your talent, it's a real pity you're not in the army. In his mind, he thought, with strength like Xiao Yanqiu's, even the top soldiers in the army might not be able to compare. Lan Fang ran over curiously, touching her arms and legs, looking puzzled. She wondered how Zhou Yanqiu could lift the basin when she wasn't even as strong. She didn't believe it. She stepped forward, bent down, and wrapped her arms around the basin, trying to lift it. Hiya! The basin didn't move at all. Lan Fang looked at the basin and tried again. Hiya! Her face turned red, but the basin still didn't give her any face. Angrily, she kicked the basin. Ouch! Lan Fang jumped while holding her foot. Zhou Yanqiu watched her and couldn't help but laugh. Her cousin was so funny. Grandma and Auntie also came back to their senses. Li Guiyun kept her eyes wide open, staring at Zhou Yanqiu. My goodness, is our girl a divine being descended from heaven? Zhou Yanqiu smiled happily as he watched Zhou Jianjun. Zhou Jianjun sighed helplessly. He didn't expect to face such a difficult problem and still be unable to stop Yanqiu from wanting to go. It can only be said that Yanqiu is a rare genius. He smiled bitterly and said, All right, since you really want to go, let's go together. But once we're on the mountain, you must listen and not run around, understand? Yanqiu's bright eyes immediately lit up. I'll listen to Uncle. Meanwhile, Zhou Lanfang, standing nearby, stubbornly said, Dad, I want to go too. Zhou Jianjun looked at her with a bit of annoyance. Move that water jar 10 centimeters, and I'll let you go. Zhou Lanfang looked at the water jar and then at her still aching foot. She lowered her head. Forget it. If I don't go, I won't go. Let's go back inside, Zhou Jianjun said. The weather outside was cold, and it was warm inside the house. Coming out might make her cold. Yanqiu quietly followed at the back. After Grandma and Uncle went inside, he went to look at the water jar again. Seeing no one paying attention, Yanqiu gently placed his right hand on the edge of the water jar. A small stream of spiritual spring water flowed out naturally, merging into the jar without splashing a drop. Yanxiu squinted happily. This is great. From now on, Auntie will use this water with spiritual spring water to cook and drink. Her health will gradually improve. Even if she's healthy now, her body will slowly get better. He truly cares for her, and he will do his best to give back more. Back inside, Zhou Lanfang quickly ran over and hugged his arm, full of curiosity. Yanxiu, do you practice Qigong? That really powerful kind. The one that can knock someone out with a single palm. Seeing her curious face, Yanxiu took her to sit by the stove. Auntie Li Guiyun and Grandma also looked curious. Such strength. No, not just women. Even men rarely have such power. At least, they had only heard of such talented people in stories. They never expected that this seemingly fragile Yanxiu, who looked weak, actually had such strength. They couldn't help but be curious. Curiosity is human nature, regardless of age or gender. Yanxiu showed his strength without hiding it from his closest family members. After all, just having strong muscles is not a big deal. The real secret is protecting the space and the spiritual spring water. That's her true advantage. And with this, she won't have to worry when she goes out in the future, not even her grandma and others. Seeing her grandma and others watching her closely, Zhou Yanxiu felt a bit shy. She said to Zhou Lanfang, "There's no such thing as Qigong. I just happen to be naturally strong. Also, it's better not to let outsiders know about this. Only our family should know." Her grandma nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, a girl shouldn't show off like that. Otherwise, it might cause trouble for her future marriage." Zhou Yanxiu found it funny. Was her grandma missing the point? Her aunt also nodded in agreement, saying, "That's not the main concern. If others think our Yanxiu is special, they might try to trick her away. We don't want that to happen." Then she warned Zhou Lanfang, "Listen carefully, I mean you. Don't go spreading this around." Zhou Lanfang looked innocent and confused. She pointed at herself and said to Li Guiyun, "Mom, are you talking about me? Saying I'm a big mouth."
I'm not.
"I keep my words very well. Mom, you're wronging me. You should apologize." Li Guiyun looked at her with impatience, saying, "Just keep your mouth shut tight. That's enough." Zhou Lanfang felt like her heart was hit hard, like 800 points, and turned away, ignoring her mom. Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Yanxiu thoughtfully and asked, "Yanxiu, do you want to learn martial arts? If you do, I can teach you in a few days." Zhou Yanxiu's eyes lit up. "Really? You can teach me, uncle?" Jianjun smiled. "I learned some basic skills in the army. It's easy to handle a few ordinary people. You're very talented. Just practicing a little and you'll be better than me." Zhou Yanxiu knew she was strong, but if she encountered a bad person, how to use her strength properly was what she needed to learn. Her uncle was a soldier and knew martial arts, so learning fighting skills from him would be perfect. That way, her fighting ability would improve a lot. Now, she wouldn't just rely on brute force. Dinner was at her uncle's house. Zhou Yanxiu felt more relaxed now. She owed her uncle so much already, so she didn't mind eating a few more meals there. When she has better things in the future, she will bring some to her uncle's house. During dinner, uncle, aunt, and cousin Zhou Lanfang felt that tonight's meal was especially delicious, eating a little more than usual. Li Guiyun thought her cooking skills had suddenly improved. After dinner, Zhou Yanxiu and Grandma went back to the old house together. Before sleeping, Zhou Yanxiu still asked Grandma to drink a bowl of water with spiritual spring water. The spiritual spring water was slowly nourishing Grandma's body. Although it was too soon to see any change, she was gradually getting better. Zhou Yanxiu carefully observed that Grandma's health was indeed improving. Her face looked a little rosier, no longer pale and bloodless. She was walking more steadily, and the worries in her eyes had eased a lot. Everything was moving in a good direction. Zhou Yanxiu thought about going hunting with her uncle. She was woken up early by the crowing of the rooster. She got up and prepared breakfast. Grandma just woke up and saw that Zhou Yanxiu had already finished cooking. She complained, "Look at you, you've already made the food, and I just got up. I'm getting old, and I slept in too late." Zhou Yanxiu reached out and took Grandma's hand, not allowing her to say such things. "Grandma, what are you saying?" "I was thinking of going up the mountain with Uncle today. I had something on my mind and couldn't sleep, so I got up early. Zhou Yanqiu understood that Grandma was drinking some spiritual spring water every night before bed. This water was slowly nourishing her body and repairing her internal deficiencies. The fastest way for this process to work was during sleep. That's why Grandma had been sleeping well these past 2 nights. After breakfast with Grandma, her appetite was even better. She finished a bowl of porridge, then served herself half a bowl more and ate half a steamed bun before stopping. Zhou Yanqiu watched her with a big smile, her eyes curling into beautiful crescent shapes. After eating, Zhou Yanqiu prepared everything she needed for the trip. Her weapons were with her uncle. She packed a basket, so if she caught small game like wild chickens or rabbits, she could put them in the basket. Sometimes, she might find some valuable medicinal herbs on the mountain, so carrying a basket was convenient. She also packed a bundle of rope. She told Grandma her plans and then hurriedly headed to her uncle's house. Grandma watched the shadow of Zhou Yanqiu leave the yard until it disappeared, then slowly returned inside the house. Zhou Yanqiu was still a bit worried that her uncle might go up the mountain without waiting for her. She hurried toward her uncle's house. 2 minutes later, Zhou Yanqiu arrived at Zhou Jianjun's door. She pushed open the yard gate and saw Zhou Jianjun talking to Zhou Jianhua in the yard. She felt relieved and smiled. Uncle Jianhua. Zhou Jianjun hadn't yet told Zhou Jianhua that Zhou Yanqiu would go hunting with them. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu come over, Zhou Jianjun smiled and said to Zhou Jianhua, "Jianhua, today we're going up the mountain. Yanqiu will come with us. Take her to get some fresh air." He didn't mention Zhou Yanqiu's special skills. Zhou Jianhua was surprised. Not many women go hunting in their area. He was a bit worried if Zhou Yanqiu could keep up with them. Jokingly, he said, "It's fine to go along, just don't get lost." Before Zhou Yanqiu could reply, Zhou Jianjun explained with a smile, "Don't underestimate her. Her strength isn't worse than mine." This really surprised Zhou Jianhua. He hadn't noticed before, but since Zhou Jianjun said so, it probably wasn't a problem. In Zhou Jianhua's mind, Zhou Jianjun was very reliable. Since he said it, Zhou Jianhua didn't say anything more. He just thought of taking a younger family member into the mountains for fun. As long as she didn't run off, they could both stay safe. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua each carried a double-barreled hunting gun. These guns are useful for large, fierce animals like wild boars. Zhou Jianjun took out a strong slingshot. "Yanqiu, you can play with this." Zhou Yanqiu happily took the slingshot her uncle handed her. It was a simple Y-shaped wooden slingshot with 2 thick rubber bands. It's the kind rural children often play with. This type of slingshot isn't very powerful, but if you're accurate, you can hit a bird or a rabbit at close range. Zhou Jianjun also gave her a small bag of steel balls. "Use these for fun on the mountain, but don't point it at people, okay?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded happily. "Don't worry, Uncle. I know." Even if Uncle didn't say anything, she wouldn't dare put steel pellets into the slingshot and aim it at people. It could easily cause a serious accident. This kind of thing has happened before. Once, in their village, a child was accidentally hit in the eye with a steel pellet and went blind. "Have you finished eating? Once you're done, we'll head up the mountain." "Uncle, I'm ready," Zhou Yanqiu, happily playing with his slingshot, replied. Zhou Lanfang walked over, looking envious. She really wanted to go hunting in the mountains too, just hearing about it sounded exciting. But her father didn't allow it, saying she would only slow them down. The 3 of them prepared everything. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua carried their hunting guns, checked their ammunition and water bottles, and made sure their knives were secured on their waists, then set off up the mountain. They packed some dry food and ropes in Zhou Yanqiu's basket for lunch. Zhou Jianhua felt a bit guilty seeing Zhou Yanqiu, a young girl, carrying so much. He wanted to take the basket from her, but Zhou Yanqiu stopped him. "No need, Uncle. I can carry this myself." "It's light," she said with a smile. Zhou Jianjun also chuckled. "It's fine. Let her carry it. She's pretty strong." Zhou Jianhua didn't want to admit that Zhou Yanqiu was stronger than him, so he just nodded and said nothing more. About half an hour later, the 3 reached the foot of Changbai Mountain and started climbing. The path up the mountain was rough and uneven. At first, They worried Zhou Yanxiu wouldn't be able to keep up with them on the steep trail. They kept looking back to check, but soon realized Zhou Yanxiu was walking more easily than they were, like she was walking on flat ground. Near the mountain's base, there weren't many animals left to hunt because they were too close to the village. Most small animals had already been hunted. Medium and large animals mostly lived deeper in the mountain, where only experienced hunters dared to go. Zhou Yanxiu's uncle was one of those hunters. Changbai Mountain is very big, and even someone like Zhou Jianjun, who often hunts there, had only explored a small part of it. The deeper parts of the mountain were dangerous, with fierce animals like tigers and black bears often roaming around. Yanxiu is holding a slingshot, occasionally aiming here and there. They have been in the mountains for over an hour, but haven't found a suitable prey yet. However, Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua are not in a hurry. Hunting requires patience. Without patience, it's not the right job. Sometimes going up the mountain and returning empty-handed several days in a row is normal. Zhou Jianjun found a relatively flat stone and said, "Let's rest here for a while." After walking for 1 or 2 hours, even they felt a little tired. Yanxiu was not very tired yet. He put down his basket and said, "Uncle, I'll play nearby." Zhou Jianjun reminded him, "Don't go too far." "Okay, uncle." Yanxiu held his slingshot and looked around. This area was already quite deep into the woods. Although it was winter and the weather had turned cold, the pine and cypress trees in the mountains stayed green all year. Where the branches were thick and blocked the sunlight, some places remained dark even when the sun was shining. Yanxiu wandered a little nearby, not far from his original spot. He occasionally picked up small stones from the ground and shot them with his slingshot to practice his aim. The slingshot wasn't very powerful. Beyond 20 meters, it lost most of its strength. Yanxiu even thought that a stone thrown by hand might be more powerful. After a while, Yanxiu found it boring. Just as he was about to go back and meet his uncle, he suddenly saw a shadow flicker at the corner of his eye. He was startled. Looking closer, he saw a gray rabbit that had been disturbed by him, rushing away in a panic. Yanxiu's face lit up with excitement. It was his first time seeing a small animal in the mountains, and he didn't want it to escape. Quickly, he took out a steel ball, placed it in the pouch of his slingshot, and pulled the rubber band tight. He aimed at the running rabbit and suddenly released, shooting the steel ball out. The rabbit didn't slow down. Yanxiu exclaimed, "Oh no," because he missed. He was happy to see a small animal, so he didn't want to give up easily. He quickly ran after the rabbit, taking out more steel balls from his pocket and loading them into the pouch. He aimed again and shot. Again, he missed. Quickly, Zhou Yanxiu casually picked up a small stone about the size of a pigeon egg from the ground. She watched the rabbit, which was about to disappear from her sight, and threw the stone with force. With a sharp smack, the stone she threw like a mighty arrow shot toward the fleeing rabbit. Coincidentally, it hit the rabbit. The rabbit was running fast and suddenly tumbled 5 or 6 times, falling hard and unable to get up. Its 4 legs kicked helplessly, and it looked like it was about to give up. A happy feeling filled Zhou Yanxiu's heart. She didn't expect that her casual throw would hit the target. This was her first catch on this hunting trip, and she had caught it herself. She couldn't wait to show off to her uncle later. Thinking of this, Zhou Yanxiu quickly walked toward the rabbit, which was her prize for today. Just as she picked up the rabbit, her body suddenly froze, and a strange expression appeared on her face. A map-like thing appeared in her mind. On the map, 2 small reds were blinking nearby, sending her signals. Zhou Yanxiu surprisingly discovered a map-like object in her mind, with reds flashing on it. She was startled and briefly panicked, thinking she had encountered some supernatural event. But then she remembered she had seen space before, and even experienced death. What in this world could scare her now? With this thought, her unease instantly disappeared. She focused her mind on the map-like object in her head and found out it was just a map. She looked around her environment and compared it with the map in her mind. They were exactly the same, not a single detail off. The map in her mind was centered on her, showing a 3-dimensional area with a radius of 20 meters. And what about the blinking red dots on the map? Zhou Yanqiu concentrated her thoughts on the red dots, and suddenly, detailed information about them appeared. Wild ginseng, 25 years old, with high medicinal value. Her heart leaped with joy. It was ginseng, and it was a 25-year-old wild old ginseng. As a native local, Zhou Yanqiu naturally knew the most famous specialty of her hometown. Wild ginseng has very high medicinal value and is very expensive. From the map in his mind, he saw that the red marked the location of a 25-year-old mature ginseng. Zhou Yanqiu focused his thoughts on another red. Wild ginseng, 30 years old, with high medicinal value. Zhou Yanqiu took a deep breath. It was another wild ginseng, and this one was 30 years old. He knew that the older the ginseng, the more valuable and potent it was, and the rarer it became. There were 2 ginsengs of such old age growing close together here, and they hadn't been discovered yet. What a miracle! Over the years, collectors had been digging up ginseng, making it very rare around the edges of Changbai Mountain. Even 10-year-old ginseng is now quite rare. Older ginseng mostly only exists deep in the mountains and forests. Those places are full of dangerous wild animals, and even hunting teams rarely dare to go there, let alone collectors. Zhou Yanqiu's only thought now was, I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. Matching the map in his mind, Zhou Yanqiu easily found the locations of the 2 red dots. The 2 dots were not far apart. First, he decided to find the 30-year-old ginseng. Pushing aside the bushes and branches above, Zhou Yanqiu immediately saw the hidden, precious medicinal plant beneath the tangled branches. Although the ginseng's leaves had turned yellow, he could faintly see 6 compound leaves. His heart raced with excitement. This was definitely at least 30 years old. As a local, even if he hadn't personally dug up ginseng before, he knew that each 5 years, the number of compound leaves on a ginseng would increase by 1. The ginseng in his sight had 6 compound leaves, indicating it was at least 30 years old. This perfectly matched the red flickering on his mental map. Zhou Yanqiu felt a bit anxious. He had found the ginseng, but he didn't have any tools to dig it out. What should he do? Should he wait until he sneaked back up the mountain to dig it out again? But he was worried someone might see him. Without thinking, he reached out to touch the ginseng, thinking it would be great if he could transplant it into his space. As soon as his hand touched the ginseng, it suddenly disappeared from where it was. Zhou Yanqiu was startled, almost thinking the ginseng had come to life and escaped. Since I was young, I have heard many stories about ginseng becoming magical. Even now, when these harvesters find wild ginseng, they don't rush to dig it up. Instead, they carefully tie a red string around it, probably afraid it might become magical and escape. Soon after, Zhou Yanqiu felt something strange in her mind's space. She looked inside and saw that the missing ginseng was actually growing peacefully in a 2-acre field outside the central courtyard. It turned out to have been brought here. Zhou Yanqiu felt relieved. She didn't expect her space to have such a function. She tried again and found that she could control this function. To move the plant into her space, she needed to focus her mind. Now, Zhou Yanqiu guessed that the map that suddenly appeared in her mind was also connected to this space. She looked at another ginseng, 25 years old. She hesitated. Should she also put this one into her space? After thinking for a moment, she decided not to. She already had a 30-year-old ginseng in her space, so she thought her uncle could exchange this one for money. Her uncle had spent so much money on her these days, so their family probably didn't have much left. Besides, the vast Changbai Mountain is full of treasures. She believed she would have many chances in the future. With her space and this map like a radar, she wouldn't worry about not finding better things later. After making up her mind, Zhou Yanqiu reached out and picked up her rabbit, planning to call Zhou Jianjun over to tell him about her surprising discovery of the ginseng. Before she could speak, Zhou Jianjun's voice called from afar, Yanqiu. Yanqiu. Zhou Jianjun was a bit anxious. His niece was just here a moment ago, and now she suddenly disappeared? Zhou Yanqiu waved her hand toward Zhou Jianjun. Uncle. Uncle. I'm here. Come quickly. Zhou Jianjun finally relaxed, happy that she was safe, but he was quite startled. He and Zhou Jianhua hurried toward her, and Zhou Jianjun muttered, "You kid, you disappeared in the blink of an eye. You scared me. Don't do that again." Zhou Yanqiu smiled and playfully said, I know, uncle. Guess what I found?" They looked at what she was holding in her hand. A rabbit. Zhou Jianjun looked surprised. "Did you do this?" "With a slingshot." Zhou Yanqiu looked proud. "No, I used small stones to kill it." Zhou Jianhua also nodded in admiration. "Impressive. I didn't expect Yanqiu to be the first to catch a prey this time. Even if we go down the mountain now, we won't return empty-handed." Yanqiu looked seriously at her two uncles. "That's not all. There's more." She then pointed to the remaining ginseng.
Here.
"Uncle, come over." Zhou Jianjun looked at her mysteriously and approached. "What's so secretive? Did you find mushrooms? We'll pick them and let your aunt cook them for you." Yanqiu wanted to surprise him and didn't say anything. She pointed at the ginseng and said, "Here, uncle, look." Zhou Jianjun looked at her with a puzzled expression. What could it be? Why so secretive? Could it still be ginseng? Zhou Jianjun bent down and looked where Yanqiu pointed. First, he squinted carefully. After 3 seconds, he opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He threw his hunting rifle aside, knelt on the ground, and leaned forward to examine the plant closely. As a hunter in the village, he recognized valuable herbs like ginseng. He muttered to himself, "Ginseng. It really is ginseng." Zhou Jianhua came over, squatted beside Zhou Jianjun, and looked excitedly at the ginseng. "It's at least 20 years old." Zhou Jianjun nodded. "A good find. The gods are watching over us. It could sell for at least 1,000 yuan. Jianhua, quick, bring the shovel." Jianhua reached for a small shovel from his waist. It's a special tool for digging up precious herbs, and now it's just right. They no longer paid attention to hunting. This ginseng could be worth several wild boars and more valuable and easier to sell. This was definitely their biggest harvest of the year. Zhou Jianjun took the shovel carefully and started digging from the side of the ginseng. The roots were long, so he had to be very careful. He aimed to keep every root intact, as a good-looking ginseng fetches a higher price. Yanqiu sat nearby, watching her uncles focus on digging the ginseng. She didn't expect collecting ginseng to be so difficult. If she had known, she would have stored it in her space and looked for a good time to take it out later. It was a mistake, a big mistake. It took Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua over an hour of careful digging to finally find this ginseng. They handled it very carefully, keeping the roots intact. Zhou Yanqiu looked closely and realized that wild ginseng looks like this, similar to a small white radish without fully grown roots, just with more beard on it. It's not a big deal. She has a larger one in her space. But for now, she doesn't plan to do anything with that ginseng. She'll let it grow there and also check if the land in her space is different from outside. Besides ginseng, Zhou Yanqiu plans to find other plant seeds to plant and compare. She believes the soil in her space might produce different results, and she'll find out when she tests it. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua looked happily at the ginseng in their hands. Coming up the mountain was really worth it this time. Jianjun looked at Yanqiu with a meaningful smile, surprised that his niece was such a lucky find. This was such a big harvest on their first trip up the mountain. They were in a spot that many others had searched repeatedly, some for 3 or 5 years, and still hadn't found ginseng this old. Yet, unexpectedly, they found a ginseng at least 20 years old, thanks to Yanqiu's accidental discovery. It was truly a stroke of luck, unstoppable, and they all benefited from it. Yanqiu, this ginseng was your discovery. Uncle will help you handle it. You get the main share, and Jianhua and I will each take 10%. How does that sound? Jianjun suggested selling the ginseng because it wouldn't be very useful to them, and if they accidentally revealed it, others might come looking for it. Selling it for money was a better idea. He didn't really want the money himself, but if he didn't take it, Jianhua probably wouldn't feel right about it either. So he made this suggestion. Based on his estimate, this ginseng is worth at least 1,000 yuan. Even with a 10% share, That's 100 yuan, quite a lot in today's world. Zhou Yanqiu nodded slightly. She was indifferent and said, Uncle, it's fine as long as you decide. Do you think we are dividing too little? Zhou Jianjun waved his hand. It's enough. This ginseng root can sell for a good price. Zhou Jianjun carefully wrapped the ginseng in a piece of cloth and kept it close to his body. Seeing that her uncle had packed away the ginseng, Zhou Yanqiu stood up and looked into the distance. Uncle, let's go into the mountains. Zhou Jianjun glanced at her and patted the dust off his clothes. Aren't you hungry? Let's eat something first. Zhou Yanqiu finally realized they had been in the mountains for several hours. After working all morning, she was sure they were hungry too. Then let's eat something first. The three of them returned to the big rock they had sat on earlier, took out dry food and water, and started eating. Because it was very cold, the dry food had frozen and become hard. They nibbled on it little by little, taking a few bites and then a sip of water. They were outside, so there was no need for formalities. After about half an hour, they finally finished eating and filled their stomachs. Let's go. In 1 hour, whether we have found anything or not, we must head back, Zhou Jianjun said to the others. Zhou Jianhua and Zhou Yanqiu had no objections. Zhou Yanqiu's harvest from the mountain was the biggest. Her space even contained a 30-year-old ginseng root. Zhou Yanqiu put the dead rabbit into her backpack. The three continued to walk deeper into the mountain. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua occasionally looked around for signs of wild animals, like droppings or footprints. They had already gone quite far in, and both Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua became more alert, carefully watching their surroundings. Wild animals could be more aggressive here. Suddenly, Zhou Jianjun made a hand signal to the others. Zhou Yanqiu didn't understand what it meant, but she saw Zhou Jianhua already raising his hunting rifle. Her heart skipped a beat. Could there be prey? She quietly looked ahead and heard faint animal sounds nearby. It was the sound of wild boars. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up. She was finally going to see a hunting scene. Zhou Jianjun lowered his rifle and crouched down quietly, moving a few steps forward. In a somewhat open area ahead, a few dark wild boars were foraging. One large male boar with tusks, weighing over 300 jin, was among them. There was also a sow that seemed full after eating, lazily lying on the ground. Next to her, 4 small piglets were running around and playing. Wow, it looks like the whole family is out together. Zhou Jianguo squinted his eyes, thinking today would surely be a big harvest. He exchanged a secret signal with Zhou Jianhua, who nodded in understanding.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out. The big boar let out a loud squeal, blood splattering from its neck. But this wild pig had tough skin and thick flesh, and its life force was strong. It didn't fall immediately. With bloodshot eyes, it looked toward the direction of the gunshot and saw Zhou Jianjun clearly. It quickly pawed at the ground a few times, snorted angrily, and then charged at Zhou Jianjun.
Bang!
Another gunshot. The big boar was hit again and twitched in pain, but its fierce nature was triggered. Zhou Jianjun calmly reloaded his gun. Zhou Jianhua was still there. His gun hadn't fired yet, so the big boar couldn't make a splash. When the gunfire sounded, the little wild pigs were frightened and ran in all directions. Seeing the big boar injured, the sow also went wild and charged toward Zhou Jianjun.
Bang! Bang!
Zhou Jianhua fired twice. The big boar was close now and fell under the gun, hit 4 times. Even with tough skin and thick flesh, it couldn't withstand that. But the sow was also approaching quickly. Although smaller than the boar, it was still too strong for a person to handle. Yanqiu, climb the tree fast. Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Yanqiu. Once she was in the tree, he could take his time dealing with the wild pig. Zhou Yanqiu hesitated. She was very strong, but she didn't know how to climb trees. Seeing the sow almost reach her, Zhou Yanqiu quickly jumped onto the tree. She jumped high, but then slowly slid down. Zhou Jianjun's eyes nearly popped out. Yanqiu, climb up. Uncle, I don't know how to. Zhou Jianjun was annoyed. How could he forget to ask her about this? Normally, when they went hunting, climbing trees was basic skill. They never thought about hunting in the mountains without knowing how to climb. He climbed partway up the tree, then jumped down. Jianhua, you pull Yanxiu up the tree. I'll distract the wild boar. Zhou Jianhua nodded and jumped down from the tree. Hey, uncle, I don't need to. Zhou Yanxiu just wanted to say she didn't need help. Before she finished, Zhou Jianjun raised his machete and swung at the wild boar. With one strike, the boar's skin tore open, flesh exposed, and blood gushed out. Zhou Jianjun was so shocked that his hand went numb. The boar, though not seriously injured, became more aggressive. It turned around and charged at Zhou Jianjun, its small eyes fixed on the man with the weapon, believing him to be the one who killed its mate. Jianhua wanted to pull Yanxiu up the tree, but seeing the boar turn to attack Zhou Jianjun, he forgot about Yanxiu and quickly warned, Yanxiu, get out of the way. He drew his machete and prepared to help. Wild boars are very strong. There's a saying that 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. When a wild boar goes mad, even tigers avoid it. It's clear how dangerous they are. If Zhou Jianjun were hit directly, he might not survive or would be badly hurt. Zhou Jianjun clenched his grip on the machete, sweat breaking out on his forehead from tension. He didn't dare wipe it away. There was no time to dodge. The boar was too fast. Jianhua raised his machete, ready to strike the boar, when suddenly a figure darted out. It was Yanxiu. Jianhua's heart raced. Yanxiu, come back. At this moment, Jianhua was a bit annoyed. Was she causing trouble? It's just a wild boar. What help could a girl like her provide? But then he saw something unforgettable. Yanxiu quickly crossed past Jianhua, moving faster than the boar, almost like she was a blur. In just a few steps, she reached behind the boar, bent down, and grabbed its hind leg as it ran. She caught it. Yanxiu's eyes lit up. She had hold of one of the boar's hind legs, and she clenched her hand tightly. She stood up straight and pulled upward with all her strength. Yeah, the boar, running at full speed, suddenly froze. Its forelegs kicked wildly. How could the person in front of it be so close but unreachable? Why was its view getting farther from the ground? Before it could react, its body was lifted off the ground, spinning and flailing wildly. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua are now stunned, with their faces showing disbelief. Not far in front of them, Zhou Yanxiu single-handedly lifts a wild boar's hind leg weighing 200 or 300 jin. No matter how the boar struggles, it cannot break free from her seemingly delicate hand. Like a female warrior goddess, Zhou Yanxiu spins the boar rapidly in the air a few times, then forcefully throws it against a nearby pine tree. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua open their mouths in shock. They have lived for over 30 years but have never seen such a scene. This moment is likely to stay in their memories forever. After a loud bang, the pine tree shakes violently, and yellow pine needles fall like rain. The boar is badly injured, its spine hitting the tree hard. It lies on the ground, spitting blood, with its legs twitching occasionally. It can't even make a sound, and it looks like it won't survive. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua are still in a daze, their hearts full of shock that won't fade quickly. Zhou Yanxiu looks proud of her achievement. She hasn't even used all her strength yet. She has only used about half her power. After a while, Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua finally come back to themselves. Zhou Jianhua, with a complicated expression, says to Zhou Jianjun, "Brother Jun, now I understand why you said Yanxiu is so strong. This is just..." He hesitates, unable to find the right words. It's like even our top soldiers can't compare. Looking at Zhou Yanxiu's slim and thin figure, Zhou Jianhua can't understand where such great strength comes from. Zhou Jianjun takes a few deep breaths, calming his intense emotions. "Jianhua, about what just happened, don't tell anyone. No one should know." Zhou Jianhua suddenly understands. "Brother Jun, I got it. Don't worry, I won't say a word." After saying that, Zhou Jianhua gives Zhou Yanxiu a big thumbs up. "Yanxiu, you're amazing." A faint smile appears on Zhou Yanxiu's face. Her eyes curve, and her lips lift slightly, looking very happy. Zhou Jianjun looks at Zhou Yanxiu with a serious face, without any praise. "Yanxiu, don't take such risks again. If you do, you won't be allowed to come to the mountain anymore." Do you understand? Zhou Yanqiu thought her uncle would praise her, but instead, she received a serious warning. The little face suddenly fell, and she said, "Oh, I understand, uncle." Zhou Jianjun looked at his niece with a bit of annoyance. "All right, I just want you to know that I was really startled earlier. It was very dangerous. Even when you grow stronger, you can't use your strength recklessly, understand?" Zhou Yanqing nodded obediently. "I understand." Zhou Jianjun gently ruffled her small head and praised her. "Yanqing is really brave." Yanqing's mood brightened immediately. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua took a moment to calm down and looked at the two wild boars lying on the ground. The wild boars were dead. They needed to bleed them quickly, or the meat would spoil and become tough and sour, making it hard to eat. Fortunately, they brought knives for bleeding, so it was easy to do on the spot. Zhou Jianjun pointed to a nearby stone and said to Yanqing, "Sit over there and wait. Don't run around, okay?" Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua needed to open the bellies and bleed the wild boars. It wasn't suitable for little Yanqing to help with this. They told her to wait on a stone nearby. They had to bleed the boars quickly, or the meat would spoil if they waited too long. Yanqing was curious about slaughtering and bleeding the pigs, but since her uncle asked her to rest, she obediently sat on the stone and waited. Both Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua were experienced hunters, especially Zhou Jianjun, who had been a hunter for many years. They knew how to do this easily. In less than half an hour, both wild boars had been bled. They discarded some internal organs like the lungs, which people didn't like to eat. Some organs were hung on trees for scavengers, following local customs, possibly as a way to honor the mountain gods. They quickly made a simple wooden stretcher with branches. The two bloodied boars were tied onto it, and they dragged them down the mountain. They couldn't stay long at the scene because the smell of blood could attract dangerous predators. Going up the mountain was easy, but coming down was hard. Even after bleeding the boars and discarding some organs, they still weighed about 400 jin, around 200 kilograms. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua didn't let Yanqing help, fearing she might get blood on herself. Even if she had great strength, she couldn't do this. However, both uncles are strong and healthy. Carrying the 400-pound wild boar on a wooden frame is not difficult for them. When they are close to the foot of the mountain, it is already a safe area. Large predators usually do not come here. People fear these animals, but in fact, the animals are also more afraid of humans. Zhou Jianjun found a place to stop, wiped a sweat, and unloaded the items. Both men are quite tired. But thinking about today's harvest, it was all worth it. After a short rest, Zhou Jianjun said to Zhou Jianhua, "Jianhua, let's stay here and guard. You go to the village to call Dagua and the others, so we can carry the boar down together and bring a cart." Zhou Jianhua agreed and carried his hunting rifle to the village to call people. It takes about an hour round trip to the village, so they can rest here for a while. But Zhou Jianjun is also very tired. Zhou Yanqiu is not feeling tired yet. She is surprised. After drinking the spring water and taking the strength pill, can she really feel such a big change? Not only has her strength increased, but her endurance has also improved a lot. But overall, it's not a bad thing. Having stronger fighting ability means she won't be bullied easily. Zhou Jianhua went to the village to call for help to carry the boar. Right now, everything on the mountain is public property. For example, the two boars they caught today, more than half will be given to the village members for collective sharing. The hunters can only keep about 30%. Of course, catching small animals like pheasants or rabbits is not a big deal. But this is already quite good. The boar weighs about 400 pounds, and they can keep over 100 pounds for themselves. The remaining 300 pounds will be handed over to the village collective to share among the members. Of course, luckily, Zhou Jianhua and Zhou Jianjun are childhood cousins and trustworthy. They won't go around spreading the news. Zhou Jianjun sat on a stone resting, looking at his niece. The more he looked, the more he thought she was a little lucky star. She went up the mountain and not only found valuable aged ginseng easily, but also caught a wild boar. Even hunters don't always have good luck on every trip. Most times, they go home empty-handed. Today's two big boars are a rare good harvest. At least Zhou Jianjun can't hunt many wild boars in a year. Zhou Jianjun took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and took a puff. Zhou Yanqiu widened her eyes as she watched her uncle smoke for the first time. Uncle, you actually smoke. Zhou Jianjun smiled, flicked away the ash, and said proudly, Little girl, what's wrong with me smoking? Look at the men in the village. How many don't smoke? He casually added, but after we get home, don't tell Auntie I smoke, understand? Then he looked at Zhou Yanqiu with a mock stern expression. Zhou Yanqiu wasn't scared. She knew her uncle cared about her. She nodded quickly. Okay, uncle. I won't tell Auntie. But why doesn't Annie want you to smoke? Zhou Jianjun smiled happily. Annie worries about the money for cigarettes. She wants us to save for daily life. I don't smoke often, just an occasional puff. Zhou Yanqiu said seriously. Uncle, when I have money someday, I will buy you good cigarettes, expensive ones. Hearing this, Zhou Jianjun chuckled. All right, I'll wait for you to buy me cigarettes. But don't let Auntie find out. Zhou Yanqiu squinted and smiled. Okay, I'll buy them secretly, so Auntie won't see. Zhou Jianjun remembered earlier when Zhou Yanqiu said she couldn't climb trees. He took a few big puffs, then threw the cigarette away. Come on, Yanqiu. Uncle will teach you how to climb trees. Coming into the mountains without knowing how to climb isn't good. It's basic for hunting. Even if you don't hunt later, knowing how to climb trees might come in handy. Zhou Yanqiu nodded. Yes, uncle. Please teach me. I want to learn how to climb trees too. If she could climb trees earlier, her two uncles wouldn't have had to jump down to face the wild boar. So, Zhou Yanqiu also wanted to learn the skill. Who knows what good things might be in the trees in the mountains someday. She had to learn how to climb. Zhou Jianjun found a sturdy pine tree and started demonstrating. Watch carefully. First, press the inside of your foot against the trunk. Wrap your hand around it. Use your left foot and right hand to climb up, then switch to your right foot and left hand. He repeated the demonstration a few times, then looked at Zhou Yanqiu. Got it. Zhou Yanqiu silently practiced a few times, moving her hands and feet left and right. Got it. I'll try now. You see Zhou Yanqiu imitating Zhou Jianjun. She presses the inside of her foot against the tree trunk, wraps her arms around it, and pushes herself up with her legs, alternating her hands and feet. She climbs quickly, like a nimble monkey. Zhou Jianjun is surprised and pats his forehead. He thinks, this little Yanqiu, she probably won't climb a mountain many times before she learns all his skills. Zhou Yanqiu didn't expect to climb the tree so easily. She turns her head to look down. She's at least 5 meters above the ground. She climbed up in less than 3 seconds. She feels it simple, as if she was born knowing how to do it, just forgot. Without her uncle's teaching, she learned how to come down from the tree. She just touches the trunk with her hands and feet, without even touching her clothes. She alternates her hands and feet, descending 2 steps. When she's only 2 or 3 meters above the ground, she jumps down. Zhou Jianjun is startled and wants to stop her. But she lands lightly in front of him, unharmed, smiling and saying, Uncle, I learned it. He touches her forehead and says, Be good. Don't climb down from such a high place. What if you land on stones? Twisting your ankle is the least of it. Be honest and come down carefully, understand? Zhou Yanqiu nods obediently, acting like a good girl. Got it. Zhou Jianjun notices her insincere words and almost laughs out loud. He didn't realize his niece was a bit rebellious too. After learning to climb trees, Zhou Yanqiu's curiosity grows. She starts looking for nearby trees to climb. Soon, her climbing skills become very good. She's not much worse than Zhou Jianjun, her experienced teacher. After all, she has natural strength and good coordination. Learning to climb trees is quite easy for her. When Zhou Jianhua arrives with Zhou Jianxi, Erguzi, and others, Zhou Yanqiu has already climbed around several trees nearby multiple times. Brother Jun, today's a big harvest. We'll have meat to eat. She hears someone calling uncle from afar, and her voice is full of happiness. It's probably Zhou Jianhua who came to call. Zhou Yanqiu glances and recognizes everyone. She helped them last time when she went to Wangjia village to change her household registration. She politely calls out to them, and Zhou Jianjun happily takes out cigarettes, handing one to each person. A group of grown men smoked and chatted for a while, then prepared to carry the wild boar back home. Zhou Jianjun waved his hand. Come on, guys, let's quickly carry the boar back. If we're fast, we might still have time to share the meat today. Zhou Jianhua smiled as he helped lift the boar. There's enough time. I already told my dad earlier, and they're getting ready. We'll just take it straight to the square later, and everyone can share. All right, let's go quickly. We can have pork stew tonight. Together, they carried the 2 wild boars down the mountain, which was much easier with everyone helping. Zhou Yanqiu, like before, didn't help lift but followed behind with a basket on her back. Inside the basket was a dead rabbit, carefully covered with leaves, and at the bottom was a tightly wrapped ginseng root. Just now, Zhou Jianjun and she had placed the ginseng in her basket. Later, Zhou Jianjun planned to go to the village square to divide the boars. Their family and Zhou Jianhua would first take their 30% share, and the rest would be shared among the villagers. Since they caught the boars, they had the priority to choose their share. As for Zhou Yanqiu, Zhou Jianjun told her to go home and wait, because tonight they would stew the meat and enjoy it together. They quickly carried the boars down to the village. Near the bottom of the mountain there was a cart. They called out to each other and placed the 2 large boars onto the cart. Then they pulled the cart back to the village. Half an hour later, a cart with 2 boars entered the village. As soon as they arrived, a few children gathered around, excited because they knew the meat would be shared with everyone in the village. One of the children shouted happily, "Tonight, we'll have meat to eat. Go tell your mom, we're having pork tonight." They all ran home quickly to tell their families about the meat. Seeing the cart, some villagers also looked happy, knowing they would get a share of the meat too. On the way to the village square, they passed by Zhou Jianjun's house. "Yanqiu, go home first. Ask your aunt to boil some water. We'll have pork stew tonight." Afterward, Zhou Jianjun gave Zhou Yanqiu a quick signal. She understood that she needed to go home first and hide the ginseng. Zhou Jianjun handed her the hunting rifle and machete, telling her to take these tools home. Yanqing smiled happily. "Okay, uncle, I'll go back now." After saying that, Yanqing carried her basket and went to Zhou Jianjun's house. As soon as she pushed open the yard gate, she called out. Auntie Li Guiyun inside the house responded with a simple, Zhou Lanfang then opened the door and ran out excitedly. "Yanqing, you're finally back. Did you have fun on the mountain? I heard that my dad and the others caught 2 big wild boars this time. We'll have plenty to eat." Seeing Yanqing return, Zhou Lanfang kept chattering happily. Yanqing smiled and said, "Yes, there are 2 big wild boars." Uncle and the others went to the square. "I'll go home first to put things down." Li Guiyun came out and called, "Yanqing, come inside and talk." "Lanfang, quickly help your sister with her things." Yanqing replied, "No need. Let's go inside and talk." She then took Zhou Lanfang into the house. Inside, Yanqing put down her basket and took out a rabbit from inside, handing it to Li Guiyun. The rabbit meat is good for braising or stir-frying, a great dish to go with drinks. Zhou Lanfang's eyes lit up. "It's a rabbit. Stir-fried rabbit is so delicious. Mom, let's cook this tonight." It seems Zhou Lanfang really likes rabbit meat. Li Guiyun rolled her eyes and said, "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating." Besides eating, what else can you do? Zhou Lanfang wasn't upset. She patted Li Guiyun's shoulder and flattered her. "I can also make you happy, Mom." Li Guiyun couldn't help but laugh at Zhou Lanfang's shamelessness. Zhou Lanfang is good at staying cheerful. Small things don't bother her at all. Then, Yanqing gave Zhou Lanfang and Li Guiyun a secret wink. "Be quiet later." They both became curious and whispered, "What's going on?" Yanqing smiled mysteriously but didn't say anything. First, she threw a bunch of dry leaves out of the basket, then carefully took out a wrapped bundle containing ginseng. Seeing her cautious behavior, they also grew tense. "What is that? Don't tell anyone," Yanqing warned softly, then slowly unwrapped the cloth covering the ginseng. A lush, thick ginseng root appeared before their eyes. Ginseng? Wow. Zhou Lanfang's eyes widened as she looked at the ginseng in Zhou Yanqiu's hand. She quickly covered her mouth to stop herself from shouting out loud. Li Guiyun was also surprised. She looked at the fresh ginseng and quietly asked, "Did you pick this from the mountain today?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded and whispered, "Yes, I found it today on the mountain, digging it out with Uncle Jianhua." Li Guiyun looked at the ginseng and said, "How many years old do you think it is?" "It should be worth a lot." "Yes, Uncle said it's at least 20 years old. It can sell for at least 1,000 yuan. Zhou Yanqiu told Li Guiyun what Zhou Jianjun had said. In her heart, everyone in the house was her close family. There was no harm in sharing this news. Li Guiyun clapped her thigh and said, "Wow, 20 years old. That's a really old ginseng. It's worth a lot of money." Zhou Lanfang's eyes shone as she looked at the ginseng in Zhou Yanqiu's hand. She wanted to reach out and touch it, but Li Guiyun quickly stopped her with a slap. "Don't touch it randomly. What if you break it?" Zhou Lanfang looked a little sad and whispered, "I'll be careful. I won't break it." Zhou Yanqiu placed the ginseng in her hand and said with a smile, "It's fine. Take your time looking at it. Let Auntie keep it safe, and one day, Uncle can sell it." Zhou Lanfang looked at the ginseng for a while but couldn't figure out anything special about it. She lost interest quickly. "Yanqiu, you can have it. It's not that interesting anyway." Zhou Yanqiu said seriously, "This is a medicinal herb that can cure illnesses. Whether it looks good or not doesn't matter." After saying that, she handed the ginseng to Li Guiyun. "Auntie, keep it safe. When Uncle needs it, give it to him." Li Guiyun carefully took the ginseng and said, "Okay, I'll put it away now. When the time comes, your uncle can exchange it for money. I'm worried it might get damaged." Zhou Yanqiu heard her and said with a smile, "It's not that easy to damage it." Although everyone knew it wouldn't happen, Li Guiyun still went to the inner room, found a clean wooden box, and patted it with some cloth. Only then did she feel at ease. Li Guiyun put the ginseng away and then took out the rabbit Zhou Yanqiu brought back. She planned to process the rabbit first. Even if they didn't eat it tonight, she wanted to remove the rabbit's fur and internal organs. Otherwise, it would spoil and become hard to eat after a while. Zhou Yanqiu told her aunt-in-law that she first went to her grandmother's house, returned from hunting with her uncle, and wanted to report her safety to her grandmother. In the evening, they ate dinner at her uncle's house and also picked up her grandmother to join them. Feeling happy, Zhou Yanqiu walked toward her grandmother's house. She pushed open the gate and called out, "Grandma." As soon as she spoke, she saw the door open, and her grandmother quickly came out of the house. "Yanqiu, you're back. Did you get tired climbing the mountain?" Seeing her grandmother's caring look, Zhou Yanqiu felt warm inside. "Not at all tired. Uncle caught 2 big wild boars today, so we'll have plenty of meat. We're going to stew some tonight. Later, the 2 of us will go to Uncle's house for dinner." As she spoke, she helped her grandmother into the house. Those 2 wild boars each weigh at least 200 kilograms. Her grandmother smiled and returned inside with Zhou Yanqiu. Inside, Zhou Yanqiu leaned close to her grandmother's ear and said, "Grandma, I also found a ginseng. Uncle said it's at least 20 years old and worth a lot of money." Her grandmother was surprised. "Really?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded. "Yes, it's true. Uncle said he'll sell it when he finds the right time." Her grandmother smiled. "It looks like you're lucky. Your uncle has been up the mountain many times but never found ginseng. You went once and found it. Your uncle is lucky this time because of you," Zhou Yanqiu said. "It's not just me. Uncle is very capable too. He wasn't afraid of those big wild boars. He shot and killed them with just 2 shots." Her grandmother listened, squinting her eyes and smiling. She felt happy seeing her son doing well and living a good life. After sitting at her grandmother's house for a while, Zhou Yanqiu shared her mountain adventure stories, especially how she hit a rabbit with stones. Her grandmother was surprised and held Zhou Yanqiu's hand, smiling so much her eyes nearly closed. "My granddaughter is so talented." "That's wonderful." After chatting with her grandmother for a while, Zhou Yanqiu stood up. "Grandma, let's go to Uncle's house. I want to see if aunt-in-law needs any help." Her grandmother also stood up. "Okay, let's go." When Zhou Yanqiu arrived at her uncle's house, she told her grandmother to rest inside while she went to the kitchen. Aunt-in-law, has uncle come back yet? Li Guohyun had already prepared the rabbit, removing its skin and internal organs. Hung on the iron hook in the yard, first drain the blood, let it dry in the wind, then sprinkle some salt. Later, store it away. This way, it can be kept for a long time. Since winter is coming soon in the northeast, the temperature will drop below 10 or 20 degrees Celsius every day. Outdoors becomes a natural freezer. Any meat left outside overnight will freeze solid. It won't spoil at all. Li Guoyun saw Zhou Yanqiu come over. Your uncle hasn't returned yet. He should be back soon. There's nothing for you here, so go inside and talk with your grandma. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the pot, which was boiling water. It was almost ready. Since there was nothing urgent, she decided to wait for her uncle to come back. Auntie, I'll go to the main room. If anything happens here, call me, okay? Li Guoyun smiled and agreed. All right, just call if you need anything. Before leaving, Zhou Yanqiu checked the water in the water tank. Only half a tank remained. She quietly added about a bowl of spring water. Then she carried the water bucket to fetch more water. Her uncle's family had a well, so they drew water directly from it, which was very convenient. Zhou Yanqiu was strong. She easily drew water, filling the tank quickly. In the main room, her cousin Zhou Lanfang was talking to their grandma, chatting happily, making her grandma laugh from time to time. Zhou Yanqiu really admired her cousin's way with words. She could talk to anyone easily. Just as Zhou Yanqiu was about to go inside, Zhou Jianjun returned. Before he even arrived, his voice was heard. Guohyun, wife, come out and take the things. Li Guohyun hurried out from the kitchen, opened the yard gate, and saw Zhou Jianjun carrying a load of wild pig meat on his shoulder. He brought back a whole pig's hind leg, half a side of pork ribs with streaks of fat, a whole pig's head, a piece of pig liver, and a pig's heart. Altogether, it must weigh about 70 or 80 jin, about 35 to 40 kilograms. Zhou Yanqiu quickly went forward and took the whole pig's hind leg. Uncle, so much pork. It must be around 70 or 80 jin, right? Zhou Jianjun smiled proudly. Not quite. This is 90 jin. The two pigs together weigh about 470 or 80 jin. We split about 150 jin. I originally wanted to give half to your uncle Jianhua, but he refused. He said this part is yours. After some persuasion, he kept 60 jin. Li Guoyun looked at Zhou Yanqiu in surprise. Zhou Jianjun explained quietly to her. One wild pig was killed by Xiao Yanqiu, one hand holding the wild boar's hind leg. Zhou Jianjun demonstrated to Li Guoyun, imitating Zhou Yanqiu, spinning around a few times. Then he said, then throw it onto the tree, and it will fall dead. Zhou Jianjun looked proud, as if he had killed the wild boar with his bare hands. Li Guoyun was quite surprised. She knew Zhou Yanqiu was strong, but being strong didn't mean he would dare fight a wild boar with his bare hands. If Zhou Jianjun hadn't been so confident, she wouldn't have believed it. Li Guoyun looked at Zhou Yanqiu with admiration, saying, Wow, my dear, you're so amazing. Zhou Yanqiu was a bit shy from the praise, saying, Auntie, I'm just a little stronger than others. After joking around, Zhou Jianjun said, Tonight, cook more meat and also prepare the pig's head for tomorrow. Fry the pig's liver tonight. Marinate the pig's leg and remaining meat with salt. Then Zhou Yanqiu and his aunt started to clean and prepare the wild boar meat they brought back. Zhou Lanfang also helped by lighting the fire. They boiled water in a big pot, adding scallions, ginger, garlic, chili, star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, bay leaves, and other spices. They poured in a large cup of cooking wine, then put in the cleaned pig's head and some ribs, pork belly, and pig's heart, cooking everything together. They added soy sauce for color and several big spoonfuls of salt. After 10 minutes, the water boiled vigorously, then they turned the heat down to simmer slowly. Zhou Yanqiu and Li Guoyun cut the remaining large pig leg and half a side of meat into strips, marinating them with salt and hanging the meat up to dry. With Zhou Yanqiu around, Li Guoyun didn't have to do much. She let Zhou Yanqiu handle the hard work because of his strength. Once everything was prepared, the aroma of the simmered meat started to fill the air. But it wasn't ready yet. The wild boar meat needed to cook a bit longer, preferably until it was very tender for the best taste. The big pot's broth was simmering gently, and everyone was in no rush. This meat wasn't something they ate every day. Now that they had meat, they wanted to cook it as perfectly as possible to do justice to this delicious meal. Tonight, not only their family but many other households in the village also enjoyed meat. There were about 100 households in Jojo village, and each family could get about 2 to 3 jin of meat. About an hour later, the wild pig meat in the pot was almost done cooking. Zhou Lanfang turned off the stove and lifted the lid, releasing a delicious aroma. She picked up a piece of the cooked wild pig meat with chopsticks, tasted it, and found it very tasty, tender, and flavorful. At dinner that evening, a large bowl of the stew was served, and everyone thought it was especially delicious. Even Grandma ate several pieces before stopping. At the table, Zhou Jianjun smiled and said, "Yanking's wild pig meat tastes better, no strong smell at all." Yanking knew it was probably because she added spiritual spring water, but she didn't say so. Adding a bit of spiritual spring water while cooking greatly improved the flavor. Much better than MSG. It could also gradually improve health, making future illnesses less likely. For this pot of wild pig meat, no matter how others cook it, they can't match the flavor of theirs. This is their secret recipe. When conditions allow, even opening a restaurant could bring in a lot of money. Just a simple dish, with a little spiritual spring water, can turn into a delicious, healthful delicacy, priceless. That's the power of spiritual spring water. After dinner, Zhou Jianjun quietly called Yanking over. "Yanking, I plan to go to the county town in a couple of days to see if I can sell that ginseng. The town doesn't pay much. Are you staying at home, or do you want to go with me?" Yanking blurted out. "Uncle, I'll go with you. I haven't been to the city in a long time. I want to take a look around." Zhou Jianjun nodded. "All right, I'll call you in advance. I'll also ask your sister to come along and visit your brother in the county." Yanking nodded eagerly, full of anticipation. Although she had studied high school in the county before, she wasn't unfamiliar with it. But considering her previous life, she hadn't been to the county in at least 20 years. Having been confined for 20 years, she wanted to see every place she could. She also had some things to take care of in the county town. The county is about 50 miles from Zhajiatan. She needs to take the bus to the town twice a day, so she must plan carefully. At night, after giving her grandmother water and making sure she was asleep, Zhou Yanxiu took a quiet step outside to the other room. Today, she wanted to look into her space again. Last time at Wang Zhenjiang's house, she didn't have time to look carefully. There are still some rooms in the yard she hasn't explored. When she arrived at her grandmother's house, many things needed her attention, so she didn't have time to enter the space. She only used spiritual spring water briefly to enter her mind and take some. Tonight, Zhou Yanxiu planned to go in again and look carefully. Not only because there are a few rooms in the yard she hasn't visited, but also because she wanted to find out if the discovery of ginseng in the mountains was related to her space. She moved very quietly. Since her grandmother had drunk the spiritual spring water, she was sleeping deeply. So, Zhou Yanxiu left without disturbing her grandmother. She didn't dare to fully enter her body into the space while in the house, afraid her grandmother might be frightened if she saw her. Silently, Zhou Yanxiu's body reappeared in this mysterious space. The yard, the spiritual spring well inside, and the 2 acres of land outside the yard, all were unchanged. But there was a slight difference. Zhou Yanxiu walked to the land outside the yard. The ginseng planted there was about 30 years old. She hurried over, wondering if anything unusual might happen to the ginseng here. The 2 acres of land only had 1 ginseng plant, making it look a bit empty. She carefully examined the ginseng. In just half a day, some changes had occurred. The originally yellowing leaves had grown new, tender green leaves. Zhou Yanxiu was amazed. It was so incredible. She wondered what this ginseng might become on this magical land. A little hope grew in her heart. She decided to let the ginseng grow naturally here. Thinking for a moment, she took a wooden scoop from a yard, scooped some spiritual spring water, and poured it onto the soil where the ginseng was growing. This spring water was good for people to drink, so she believed it wouldn't harm the ginseng to use it for watering. Yanxiu looked at the ginseng a few times. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but after watering it with spiritual spring water, the new leaves on the ginseng twitched slightly without leaving any marks, and the color became even greener. Yanxiu stood there for a while, then turned around and went back to the yard, setting down the water scoop. There was another room across from the pharmacy that she hadn't visited yet. This time, she planned to check all the rooms. Now that it was her own space, she needed to understand it better. In the small courtyard on the first floor, opposite the pharmacy, Yanxiu gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was old-fashioned and elegant, surprisingly a spacious study. 4 or 5 large, sturdy purple sandalwood bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books. In the middle of the room was a matching wooden desk, with a grand chair behind it. The desk was covered with writing tools, all of which looked quite valuable. Next to the bookshelves, there were 5 beautiful large porcelain vases. The vases were decorated with ancient figures, like noble women. Yanxiu couldn't tell what era these vases were from or how precious they were, but when she later saw them, she was amazed worldwide. All 5 vases had scrolls that looked like paintings inside their openings. She casually took out one and saw it was a landscape ink painting. She didn't understand these items now, so she carefully put them back in place. She walked to the bookshelf, randomly picked a book, and saw it was a medical book titled Huangdi's External Classic. It really was a medical book. Yanxiu felt a little disappointed because she couldn't understand these medical texts. Plus, in this period, traditional Chinese medicine was not easy to learn. She flipped through it casually and then put it back. However, she was still very interested in traditional Chinese medicine. She thought about the pills in the pharmacy. Each one must be quite valuable. She had personally experienced the power of the strengthening pills, which seemed like legendary miraculous medicines, not ordinary items. But learning traditional Chinese medicine was difficult, which everyone agreed on. In the past, it was taught by masters to apprentices hand by hand. Apprentices followed their masters from a young age, training for at least 10 years. Only after earning their master's approval could they practice medicine independently. In simple words, traditional Chinese medicine is all about passing down knowledge. However, nowadays, good Chinese doctors are hard to find, and even fewer are willing to teach. Zhou Yanxiu doesn't know much about the future development of Chinese medicine because she was imprisoned for many years and had little contact with the outside world. But she knows that to learn Chinese medicine, the first step is to find a good teacher. Otherwise, even if there are many medical books here, without knowing the basics like pulse diagnosis, observation, listening, questioning, and palpation, all the books are useless. These basic skills can't be learned just from reading. Someone needs to teach her. Zhou Yanxiu looked around the study, where several bookshelves were filled with books about Chinese medicine. Many of these books were written in ancient language, looking very old, and some even contained bamboo slips. In total, there are probably thousands of books. Thinking about the medicine room across the hall and the pills inside, as well as the ginseng in the fields outside and the resource radar in her mind, she fell into deep thought. It seems that the resources in her space are related to Chinese medicine. Maybe she can find a Chinese medicine master to teach her systematically? Learning Chinese medicine might be a good choice in the future, and Zhou Yanxiu is very interested in it. She wants to slowly improve her grandmother's health so she won't get sick, live a long life, and always stay with her. Zhou Yanxiu has set another goal in her heart, but she knows it depends on fate, and she can't rush. She took another walk around the area and found a small storage room where she kept clothes and books brought from Wang Zhenjiang's house. Next to the small storage room, there was a stone hut. Curious, Zhou Yanxiu looked at it. Unlike the other wooden houses, this one was made of stone. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she pushed open the stone door. The door wasn't heavy. She pushed it easily, and a loud noise rang out as the door swung open. Inside, the room was about 20 or 30 square meters, empty and bare. In the middle of the room stood a tall alchemy furnace, about as tall as a person. It was beautifully made, with a greenish bronze color and covered with mysterious, intricate patterns. Zhou Yanxiu saw the alchemy furnace and curiously reached out to touch it. The surface was cold to the touch. The entire room contained nothing but this alchemy furnace. There was nothing else. Looking at the furnace, she wondered, could it really produce medicinal pills? She thought about the small room behind the pharmacy. Were the pills in the porcelain bottles made using this furnace? Was the health-enhancing pill she took also made in this furnace? After thinking for a while, she realized she still knew very little about traditional Chinese medicine, but her interest was growing, especially when she thought about the mysterious, powerful pills that could cleanse the body and strengthen the mind. If these pills could really be made with this furnace, she definitely wanted to learn how. After leaving the alchemy room, she explored the space thoroughly. The yard had a 2-story wooden house. The upper floor was a large bedroom, and the lower floor had a pharmacy and a study. There was a kitchen on the side with a storage room and an alchemy room opposite it. In the middle of the yard, there was a spiritual spring well. Outside the yard, there were 2 acres of farmland. That was the basic layout of the space. Suddenly, she thought of a material detection radar. She wasn't sure if it was related to the space. After understanding the basic layout, Zhou Yanqiu didn't stay long. She quickly disappeared from the space. She quietly entered the inner room. Her grandmother was sleeping soundly, so her movements didn't wake her. Zhou Yanqiu then quietly got into bed and soon fell asleep. Tomorrow, she had important things to do. The next day, after breakfast, Zhou Yanqiu tidied up her utensils, went to her grandmother, and gently put her arm around her shoulder. "Grandma, I want to visit my classmate's house today. Don't wait for me to eat lunch." Her grandmother turned to look at her with a meaningful expression. "Is it a boy or a girl classmate?" Zhou Yanqiu blushed immediately. "Grandma, what are you thinking?" "Of course, it's a girl." Perhaps it was just her imagination, but Zhou Yanqiu thought she saw a hint of disappointment on her grandmother's face. Without overthinking, she stood up. "I'm going to borrow a bicycle from Uncle Zhou." There were a few bicycles in the village. Zhou Jianjun's family had one. If he wasn't going out today, Zhou Yanqiu planned to borrow it for use. As for the girl classmate's house, it was true, they were on good terms. But Zhou Yanqiu's goal was not to find that female classmate. She just needed a good excuse. The classmate Zhou Yanqiu mentioned is from the same village as Zhang Yuanbiao. Yes, today Zhou Yanqiu plans to use the excuse of visiting a classmate to go to that village and gather some information. Zhang Yuanbiao's situation worries her until it's resolved. Her grandmother didn't oppose either. The child is grown up and needs to have friends. She can't stay at home every day. She reached into her pocket and carefully opened a small cloth bag. Inside was a roll of banknotes of different values. Her grandmother took out a 5 yuan note and handed it to Zhou Yanqiu. That was the largest denomination she had. She earnestly advised, when you go to someone else's house, you should buy something to bring. Keep this money with you. Take it and go slowly. Come back early tonight, okay? Don't stay out too late. Zhou Yanqiu felt a bit embarrassed. She shouldn't take her grandmother's money. She refused. "Grandma, I have my own money. You keep this." Her grandmother wasn't happy. "Your money is yours, but the money I give you is from me. It's different. Keep it." She firmly placed the money in Zhou Yanqiu's hand. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes welled up with tears. She no longer refused her grandmother's kindness.
"Got it, Grandma.
"I will be back before dinner." Her grandmother waved her off. Go on, go on. Come back early." Zhou Yanqiu went to Zhou Jianjun's house. Uncle, Auntie Li Guoyan heard her and called out, "Yanqiu is here. Come in quickly." Zhou Yanqiu went into the inner room, where only Li Guoyun and Zhou Lanfang were. They sat on small stools by the fire pit, with a few sweet potatoes on top. Zhou Yanqiu sat down and asked, "Are these roasted sweet potatoes?" Zhou Lanfang turned a sweet potato over and said, "I suddenly want to eat these. When they're roasted, they smell so good. You can have 2 later." Zhou Yanqiu smiled. She had other things to do later, so she might not get to eat the sweet potatoes. "Where did Uncle go?" Li Guoyan whispered. "He went to Jianhua's house to discuss tomorrow's trip to the county." Zhou Yanqiu understood. She would also go to the county with her uncle tomorrow. She knew the main reason was to check the channels for ginseng. Ginseng is good, but most people can't afford it. Usually only those who need it buy some. So, you need to find the right person to sell at a good price. Li Guoyan asked her, "Is there something you want to talk to your uncle about? I want to see if the bike at home is still usable. If not, I'd like to borrow it. I want to visit an old classmate today." Curious, Li Guoyan asked the same question as Grandma. "Is it a male or a female classmate?" Zhou Yanqiu helplessly replied, "A female classmate, Annie." Li Guoyan looked a bit disappointed. "A girl classmate, huh?" Zhou Yanqiu smiled. "Of course, a girl. I don't really know any male classmates well." Zhou Lanfang pouted on the side, clearly noticing her mother's little scheme. If Yanqiu knew any male classmates well, she could use that to tease her. But Zhou Lanfang thought to herself, it's not that she didn't want to find someone, it's just that most of the peers around her weren't to her liking. Li Guoyan checked the time. "They should be back soon. You wait a little longer." Zhou Yanqiu had no problem with that. It was still early, and she wasn't in a rush. Chonggong village was at the foot of the Chongbai Mountains, in another direction. If Zhou Jiatsun rode a bike, it would take about half an hour, plenty of time. Zhou Lanfang heard that Zhou Yanqiu was going to visit a classmate's house, and had a thought. "Yanqiu, can I go with you?" At home, Zhou Lanfang didn't go out much. Most of the girls her age in the village were already married, and she didn't have many friends she could talk to. Since Zhou Yanqiu came here, she finally had someone to chat with. So, whenever she had free time, she wanted to play with Yanqiu. She was a little disappointed earlier when she heard Yanqiu was visiting a classmate, but then she thought if Yanqiu agreed, she could go too. After all, she was visiting a girl classmate, and it wasn't a big deal. It would be nice to go out and walk around. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhou Lanfang, her cousin who probably was bored at home, and wanted to get out. She thought for a moment and said, "If my uncle and aunt agree, I'll take you along." Zhou Lanfang was happy to hear that Yanqiu didn't oppose. "Mom, I want to go with Xiao Yanqiu." Li Guoyan glared at her. "Yanqiu is going to see a classmate. What are you going for?" Zhou Lanfang pouted and said, "I want to go with Yanqiu to see her friends. She's just a girl going out alone, which isn't very safe." "I'll go with her to keep her safe," Li Guoyan thought to herself. Yanqiu is so strong that even a few grown men might not be her match. If something really happens, you might just become a burden. But seeing Zhou Lanfang insist, she said, "Fine, if you're going, you must not cause trouble. Listen to Yanqiu and follow her instructions, understand?" When Zhou Lanfang heard her mother agree, she smiled happily. Okay, I'll listen to Yanqiu. Whatever she says, I'll do." Yanqiu saw her aunt agree, and didn't mind. This trip was really to visit her friends. She also wanted to check out the village situation. She hadn't planned to deal with that Zhang Yuanbiao this time. Such matters are better left to the police, when the time comes. So, there was no real danger. Her cousin had been at home too long, and wanted to go out for a walk. It was fine for her to join, and it wouldn't cause any trouble. While they were talking, Zhou Jianjun rode back on his bicycle. When he heard Yanqiu wanted to borrow the bike to visit her friends, and that his daughter also wanted to go, he advised, "Go ahead. I don't need the bike today. Come back early in the afternoon, and don't wait until dark, okay?" Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang both answered, "Got it, uncle." Zhou Jianjun went to the kitchen and took out a piece of meat, about 2 jin, around 1 kilogram. He handed it to Yanqiu. "When visiting others, don't go empty-handed. Take this meat." Yanqiu felt a bit embarrassed. "Grandma already gave me money." Zhou Jianjun rolled his eyes. "Just take it. The money your grandma gave you, keep it. We have things at home. No need to buy more. Plus, this meat is for you too. Don't forget." Yanqiu had no choice but to accept the meat and called out to Zhou Lanfang. "Got it, sis. Let's go." Yanqiu hung the meat on her bike handlebar, stretched out her long legs, and got on the bike. She looked back at Zhou Lanfang and said, "Sis, hop on. I'll take you there." Zhou Lanfang didn't hesitate. She turned around and sat on the back seat. "Okay, if you get tired later, just let me take over." "All right." Yanqiu's friend lived in Chongqing village, about 10 miles away. From here, you just follow the main country road, and the third village is easy to find. Zhou Yanqiu arrived at Zhang Qiulan's house with Zhou Lanfang in about half an hour. On the way, Zhou Lanfang wanted to take over and bring Yanqiu herself, but Yanqiu refused. She joked, "If you take me, it will probably take 10 minutes longer." When she was in the county town school, Zhang Qiulan once said her family was in Chongqing village. Yanqiu remembered it but had never been there. Although she had lived in Chongqing village for 19 years in her previous life, she didn't know where Zhang Qiulan's house was when she first came, so she had to ask someone for directions. When they reached Chongqing village, Yanqiu got off her bike and pushed it instead of riding. By chance, she saw two elderly women sitting on a stone block by the roadside, having breakfast and enjoying the sun. They wore large, loose cotton coats in black or dark blue, with their pant cuffs tied with cloth to block the wind. Yanqiu politely approached and asked, "Excuse me, ma'am, do you know how to get to Zhang Qiulan's house? I'm her classmate, here to visit her." The women were kind and stood up to give directions. "Go straight ahead, there's a tree. Next to it, there's a small alley. Go in there, and the third door on the left is her house." Yanqiu understood and thanked them. "Thank you, ma'am." Then she and Lanfang headed toward Zhang Qiulan's house. Behind them, one of the women whispered, "Did you see that girl? She looks like a fairy. So pretty." Later, Yanqiu became the main topic of conversation among the two women. Yanqiu looked at the yard in front of her. Is this Zhang Qiulan's home? The old wooden gate was dilapidated, and the wall beside it was made of mud bricks. After hesitating for a moment, Yanqiu knocked on the door. Bang.
Bang.
Bang. Who is it? Zhang Qiulan, is she home? Soon a voice came from inside. Who are you? Yanqiu replied. It's me. Please open the door. The door opened, and a girl about Yanqiu's age peeked out. When she saw Yanqiu, her face lit up with surprise. Yanqiu, you're here. Come in quickly. She opened the door, and Yanqiu pushed her bike into the yard, smiling. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. I missed you. I have some free time today, so I came to visit. This is my sister, and I came with her. Zhang Qiulan looked at the meat Yanqiu handed over. She couldn't help but swallow hard. The meat weighed over 2 jin, about 1 kilogram. Her family hadn't had any meat in over half a month. However, Zhang Qiulan still refused. The meat brought by Zhou Yanqiu was quite valuable at this time. Who doesn't have some meat to eat at home? Yanqiu, you should take this meat back. It's too expensive to just give away. Zhou Yanqiu firmly pressed it into her hand. It's already brought here, so I can't take it back. That's not right. Besides, I hunted this myself when I went up the mountain, so I wanted to try some. Seeing that Zhang Qiulan kept refusing, she finally felt a bit embarrassed and accepted it. Recently, her family had some real difficulties. Her father was sick and hospitalized in the county hospital. They had almost run out of money, so there was no way to buy meat. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the tired-looking Zhang Qiulan and wondered if something had happened to her family.